Oh, here is here. Michael, feel the bench.
How am I doing? Yeah, I'm feeling good. I had a quick question though about the show.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
That's losing.
Oh my god, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Ding freezes, and Jan pounces on the opportunity with precision, taking the lead once again in the World Championship match.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
He's under a minute.
Why is he? What is he
He's
doing?
under a minute.
What
He's
is he
thinking.
doing?
No
Oh
way.
my gosh.
This is like what a collapse looks like.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
It's all eyes on Astana as the city hosts an intense battle to crown the king of classical chess. We'll be taking you straight to where the action happens, the players' arena. Two incredible fighters, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, are playing the match of their lives, a 14-game match to win ultimate glory, to be world champion. And it is time for Game 8. I'm super excited to be your host for the day. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev, and alongside me for all the deep diving into the action, we've got the one and only, the inimitable Robert Hess, and world number 6 Super Grandmaster Anish Giri. Welcome, guys. It's been a tournament, it's been a match where the players have been fighting each other, but also their own minds. Game 7 was a total roller coaster. Anish, how are you feeling going into the second half?
Well, so far it's truly been a blessing to commentate this match, and I can't wait for another game. It's really been lots of ups and downs. The most unexpected kept on happening, and well, I don't know what to expect anymore at this point.
Yeah, it's a match that's turning out impossible to predict. Robert, it's so good to have you here with us. And the last we met was earlier in the month at the Champions Chess Tour, and we had so many discussions about the World Championship match, how excited we were. But this one, Robert, has surpassed all expectations.
I think from a fan's perspective, everyone is thrilled, except for Ding Liren. Jan Nepomniachtchi probably all smiles, but it's the second half, a new beginning, hopefully, if you're a Ding Liren fan.
Yes. And there is a lot to look forward to. Currently, Ding Liren is trailing the match by a point. Let's take a look at our road to Game 8. It's been a match full of decisive games, starting very early on in Game 2 with Jan Nepomniachtchi drawing first blood with black pieces. He wins a game. Ding Liren strikes back in Game 4, and we've seen 4 decisive games back to back with white winning 4 times in this match. Anish, have we seen a match with so many decisive games in the first half?
Well, we certainly have to go back in history, and the Game 7, that was a special one. Ding surprised Jan as early as move 1 with the French defense.
Oof. Yeah.
Got an interesting position, was under pressure for the most part of the game, but played it really, really well until that decisive moment where suddenly, for no reason whatsoever, Ding froze and the clock kept ticking down. Just didn't make a move, only to resign in the end in a hopeless position.
I don't think anyone could have predicted an end like that. Ding navigated through all the problems, came up with a precise response, seized the initiative, and then, Robert, we saw a complete meltdown, a complete collapse. Have you seen anything like that at such a big stage?
It was shocking as a spectator, but I guess that's what happens on the World Championship stage. Nerves get to you. The momentous occasion that is this chess match, it's really hard to, I think, bear witness to that. So I feel like for Ding Liren, he needs to have that new beginning I talked about. I just was really sad to see that happen.
It really was. We were all shocked. We were all left speechless. And we've got our very own Mike Klein in Astana. And he brings to us the mood after the shocking happenings of Game 7 and the players' reactions.
Thanks, guys, and yet another win in this most dramatic of world championships. The difference between the winner's chair and the loser's chair was just one errant move in time pressure. As Ding Liren said, he just didn't think he could sit on the position, and he decided to take active measures despite the fact that his clock was ticking perilously close to zero. After the game, he recognized that he went from a win to a loss, and he could barely stop his voice from cracking. Here's what Ding Liren had to say.
I prepared a lot for this game. The opening phrase was, the opening was the one which I played in my childhood.
And as for the winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he didn't just navigate the vicissitudes of a complex attack better, he handled his clock better. I got a chance to ask Jan what he thought of the time control going into the match, and here is what he had to say.
Maybe I played slightly more games with this time control recently, but I don't think it makes some difference.
And so the question remains, what on earth will Ding Liren do now against 1e4? But before he has to answer that question, he gets white in Game 8. He will now get white after every rest day as the match enters the second half. Could he possibly get back to equal for the third time after being down a point and produce the fifth straight decisive game in the match? It's going to be really exciting to see this continue into the second half. For chess.com, this is Mike Klein inside the playing hall in Astana, Kazakhstan.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. The big question is, can Ding again equalize the match for the third time? He's done it twice. Can he strike back and do it again? It is the second half. The players need to step back and reevaluate their strategy. This is what our team at Chess.com Stats gave us for Jan's odd based on the result of today's match. If Jan was to win this, Game 8, he takes a 2-point lead, which makes him a 97.7% favorite to win the World Championship match. But this is what surprises me, that in case this ends in a draw, the stat team gives Jan an 86.7% favorite odds. Anish, to me, with the way the match has been going, the amount of blows that have been traded, the decisiveness of the games, to me this seems like an overestimation.
Yeah, it's always really hard to understand. I would also feel definitely that this is an overestimation. Even the win, I mean, 98 out of 100, really is that much? You know, things can turn around quickly. One win will bring Ding back, and the momentum might change. Jan can also start getting really nervous as the title, just starts to be right in front of him for grabs. And with the draw as well, 86%. That's 8 to 9 games out of 10. 8 to 9 matches out of 10. That is really a lot of matches. I think the draw wouldn't be too bad for Ding. A draw in this game, especially a next one, I think, with the black pieces. If he holds that one as well, there will be 2 draws after a very painful loss. And then a chance, still a little bit of distance left to strike back. Chance with the white pieces. I think a draw today wouldn't be such a disaster. But, the numbers never lie. Let's see.
The numbers certainly don't. Statistics don't have feelings, don't have emotions, but the players do. So if Ding Liren, for example, were to strike back today, I don't even think he's the underdog anymore. I know it's based on pre-match ratings, but if Ding can win in round 8 after rest day, we might see a new player entirely. So I just think that the odds, they make sense to me, but anything could happen in a match like this.
Anything can happen, and that's exactly what we've been seeing in this match so far now. Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship, in the first 7 games, hasn't had a draw with the black pieces. We've seen Ding with 2 wins with white, and they've all been very convincing. So this is really his chance going into game 8, starting with white. And once again, the big drama has been all around the 5 decisive games that we've seen in the first half. Anish, are you expecting an equally bloody second half?
Well, always expect the unexpected, of course, but I think at some point the violence has to end, and well, if we keep on going at that pace, I would really be completely insane. I think sooner or later, chess is a drawish game at a high level. I mean, draws have to appear if you both play well at some point, but so far it wasn't the case. I think maybe today, one of the coming days, there's gonna be a draw. Nothing wrong with that. A little bit of draws, they're healthy. Draw a day keeps the doctor away, as they say. So I think nothing wrong with that. But we will see. I mean, so far, really, all the predictions have always been wrong, and we couldn't guess a single result so far.
Yeah, oddly, in this match, the unexpected is a draw. We've only seen 2 of them. That's what we typically see at the highest level. But I don't know what to expect, Tanya, but I do expect Ding to be well prepared to give us another new opening in this round 8.
And that's been such a big narrative in this World Championship, just the kind of opening approach that we've been seeing from players. Now, traditionally, you often see these small variations, these small novelties. We see an opening being repeated multiple times, but here we've been treated to new opening ideas and surprises in every game. No two game has been alike. And there we see Jan Nepomniachtchi there looking confident, looking ready for his match. Ding Liren pacing up and down, while Ding has been absolutely fantastic in navigating complications and finding the right moves. His time management has been a big issue so far. And also his confidence. Robert, do you see that as a pattern that Ding is currently struggling with confidence?
Well, Tanya, you spoke to him in an interview before the World Championship took place, before he even flew to Kazakhstan, and he said that it's emotional for him. I mean, this journey has been a lot. He wasn't even expected to be in the candidates, let alone in a World Championship match. So I do think that it's been getting to him. The nerves, his time management has not been good at all, and I think that he's been kicking himself based on Game 7. It's hard not to look back at that game and be like, what was I doing? I had a good position, and I didn't even realize it, just how good it was. So I do think that Ding, fantastic player, super precise, but he has been shaky in this match.
Yeah, and we know that Ding has been following Anisha's comments. Well, right now would be a great time for him to turn into it because, Robert, take a look. We've got a 4th commentator joining us right now. Welcome, Michael. Anish, has he started playing a little bit of chess?
Well, I think he will start today. As what an experience for a young lad here to follow a World Championship from this up close with all the commentators present and a live feed on the board. What I actually want to mention as well, besides that, my son is quite excited for today's start. I think Jan is also quite excited. Normally, Jan in the resting area, he's a lot more nervous, but today he appears particularly confident. And I really think, well, that's quite something. Perhaps the last game could turn things around, and he could start playing very confident chess with the black pieces as well today.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still looking at Michael there. He's definitely ready. What a way to start, Robert. You start your chess career watching the World Championship match, an epic game 8. Couldn't be better. And we see Jan on the screen there, as you mentioned, Anish, looking very relaxed today. He's in his usual, typical chill mode right now. But of course, the pressure is on for Ding. Jan to take a 2-point victory in this one would be too much. A draw would not be an absolute disaster for Ding, but he does have the white pieces. He's got to try to maximize those chances. And Robert, are you expecting yet another opening surprise from Ding today?
Well, I see the flowers match Jan Nepomniachtchi's shirt, but I don't think anyone should be handing Jan flowers just yet. He does not know what's going to happen on the game's opening stage. We saw in Game 7, Ding Liren threw back to his childhood. He said the French defense was a weapon he used in his early days when he was as young as Michael, Anisha's son right here. And so for Ding Liren, he is going to come back at it with another new opening variation, maybe courtesy of Richard Report. But this is too cute. How am I supposed to focus on the chess when we have Michael on screen?
No, that was not the plan. He was supposed to, be watching Baby Cartoon. But the Baby Shark, very infectious song, but he does want to share it with the entire world, it seems. So that's possible. That's fine. But the players are not at seats just yet. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah. And Nepo has been just so pragmatic in his approach in this World Championship. You know, he plays fast and he keeps his confidence going. He, even if in the opening phase, he doesn't go for the most critical line sometimes, just especially when he's taken by surprise. He waits for the moment when Ding is under time pressure. He waits to have that clock advantage to really make the position chaotic, to try to force Ding into a think tank. That's been his strategy. This is the time that the players step back, reevaluate going into the second half. While that is Jan's strategy, what does Ding need to adjust to make things go his way? Anish, what does he need to switch up right now?
Well, I think his chess has always been pretty good. I guess it's the mental state that's impacting him very much. When clearly in the last game, at some point, the pressure really got to him. And I guess it was really difficult to recover emotionally after such an. Also, you know, recovering from a win is an issue as well, as we have seen so far with the players. Nobody was able to recover from a win. After a win, they played a poor game the next day and lost. So many ups and downs for Ding, so many emotions. I hope he has them under control today. And if he gets a chance to strike back with the emotions under control, I think the good things could happen for the Chinese number one.
Yeah, Ding needs to fight Yan. He needs to fight his own mind today. I think confidence will play a huge role in game 8 as well as time management. We've seen Ding play fantastic moves, but then just crumble in those time pressure moments. And now he's had two wins. One when he started with the English, one C4, the other when he played the London. The only time that we've seen London in the World Championship match. Robert, are you expecting a repeat of one of these two? Or a first move surprise by Ding?
I don't think it'll be a first move surprise necessarily, but I do think that he is going to choose an adventurous opening. We saw him play an H3 move early in the second game of the match. That backfired. But I do think Ding Liren, armed with the preparation along with his second Richard Report, I mean, that is the type of player Richard Report is. That's why he was hired. We are going to see a new opening today. And Jan, he's sitting there like, what am I in store for?
We see the usual play of body language there. Both players have sat down, jackets have come off, handshakes, they're ready to start. Those a few seconds right before the first move, super tensed. But once they get into the flow of the games, everything else fades away. The big question, what is going to be move one for Ding Liren? Will he stick to the London? Which I would be pretty surprised, despite him having a convincing victory out of it. Anish, uh, will it be shocking to see another London?
Yeah, I think the whole point of an opening like London is that it comes somewhat of a surprise, and you're hoping for a long strategic game where the opponent isn't really expecting that type of game. So I think essentially we'll see something similar in spirit. Maybe you know, there's the opening called the Jabava London. There's all kinds of other sidelines. I expect the sideline with the white pawn appearing on d4 at some point, or something within one c4 complex. So no e4 for today. Maybe one b3 is a little risky. Maybe two b3 at least. But an opening similar in spirit to London, but something slightly different, because the whole point is that you gotta bring that surprise value. If you play the London without the shock value, it really loses a lot of the appeal and allure. Yeah, no London today, and also not the same English, and not the same H3. Something similar, but something different.
Two very different opening approaches in World Championship matches. We've seen players stick to their opening and then find a slight variation down the road. But this one has been full of surprises from the very start. And we see there the first moves. Well, Ding's smiling. He's the one who's advising what to play. And wow, he did advise 1e4 as the opening move. Do you think we might be seeing Ding opt for the King's Pawn opening for the first time in this match, Robert?
Well, sometimes the players just like to have a little bit of fun for the ceremonial first move. However, we could see it. Remember, Richard Report has played it against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the candidates. That game did not go Richard's way. It was in a Petrov defense. But Ding Liren, he's proven that he is willing to be adventurous in the match. So why not the King's Pawn?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense actually. It was, you know, actual surprise at this point, and I think it could be a good decision. But no surprises. 1d4. So far, the close structures have worked out really well for Ding. It would be a little bit illogical to go for the 1e4, the opening that Jan himself uses very successfully in this match so far.
And Anish, 1d4. You said no opening surprises on move one, but I think the important word there is yet. I'm definitely expecting something that hasn't happened before. Well, no London, as we were saying, 2c4 has been played. And wow, Robert, it still sticks to what we saw in game four.
Yeah, because when Ding hasn't forced things, the result has gone his way. In game two, when he lost with the white pieces, he played this offbeat variation. When he has taken a bit of risk, Jan Nepomniachtchi has pounced and not given him an opportunity to get back in the game. So I think this is a good start to the game. Won't be surprised to see them move Queen C2, one of the main lines. But Anish, you have experience against both of these players. I'm curious, how do you see Ding continuing this game?
I think he'll play e3. And he did. Well, yeah. Nowadays, there's so many different options in the Nimzo Indian defense. White players have started digging deep. The Queen C2 move you mentioned, the main line has been a main line for a long time. There are also the sharp lines, the Zemir variations, where you try to build a strong center with f3 or force black to give up the bishop pair with a3, doubling your own pawns. E3 is something in between. It's known as the sort of this slow middle game kind of approach. Usually the lines are not so forcing, but you go for that long strategic fight, something that suits Ding, and we could still see a sort of a Carlsbad pawn structure. I think if you are Ding at this point, having had such good results with the Carlsbad pawn structure in the match so far, you could try to steer the game in that direction. So at some point when the pawn will appear on d5, perhaps it will make sense to take it with cd-ed, getting that structure that suits Ding so much. And so far, Jan has been really drifting there. So we'll see.
And this is a big moment now for White to decide what they want to do in this opening, because very often, Robert, you have to pick your knight to either go to f3 or to e2. First, Ding decides to ask questions to the black bishop. It is also retreated, but Jan decides to actually capture on c3 immediately. So we see moves being blitzed out. Now the pawn structure looks really bad for White already in the center. But the good thing is that you moved a side pawn towards the center of the board. What are the dynamics here, and how does this actually also help White going into the middle game, Robert?
Well, it definitely gives Ding Liren chances to play for a win because White has the bishop pair. Now, it's not the most impressive bishop pair at first glance because there's a bishop sitting on c1, but I knew this move was coming, knight to e2. And White is kind of throwing a curveball at Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's sitting here like, what is going on? I was going to say a more natural square was knight f3 with the bishop going out on his first diagonal, but he first brings the knight out. So, Anish, I was just expecting the unexpected. You told me to do so. This move, knight e2, it already looks quite rare.
Well, guys, so today it's quite unfortunate that you are not yet joined by Fabiano Caruana, because this variation of e3 followed by a3, that is Fabiano's pretty much invention as far as I remember. He's played a lot of blitz games with this system. And it's a really fascinating system. So Ding has abandoned the plans of going for the Carlsbad pawn structure, and he goes for this Zemish pawn structure, which is really, really fascinating. I've had a lot of games with it myself recently, and the nuances are very, very sophisticated, and there's a lot to uncover here. Of course, on the surface, you can see the pawns are doubled. On the C file, White has the bishop pair and a strong pawn center. But the reason that Ding started with the move e3, and the point behind Fabius' invention, is that White waits for castling first and only then goes a3 here, because if you start with a3 in those other Zemish positions, very often Black can delay castling kingside and sometimes can even castle queenside, where the king sometimes can be safer. So a very subtle play by Ding. The problem with the move e3 is that eventually White wants to push the pawn to e4, and so the move e3 will be a loss of time. And the details after d6, and the reason he goes for knight e2, it's all about trying to get e4 in the right version. You could, of course, try to go bishop d3, which is the most logical way to do it. The problem with bishop to d3 after d6 here is that Black will play e5, and if you play e4, you have to deal with some direct issues like ed, cd, knight e4, bishop e4, rook e8, let's say, or yes, and you lose the pawn basically after the whole operation. So you have to try to somehow push the pawn to e4 without allowing any tricks like that. You could also start with the move f3 here, of course, but perhaps then you commit too much. Maybe knight h5 then becomes a good option, intending queen h4 check. And if you defend from that, then maybe f5 will be a good move, stopping this move e4. This is, I think this is more or less how the game between Caruana, Fabi, and Carlsen proceeded in the Speed Chess Championship. Perhaps those who followed that event will remember. But Ding plays knight e2, trying to keep these options open. Maybe knight g3, maybe still f3. And Jan seems to be quite confused, and there's a lot to think about here. You could go for e5, you could go for c5, you could go for neither.
Yeah, it's a tough choice, Anish. I mean, I see that look on your face. You're like, this looks like a fascinating opening. And I'm with you because it's caught Jan off guard. I think that's an opening win for Ding Liren. And I don't think this is Jan faking it. I really think he is digging deep, trying to come up with a plan. This is not a position you just throw a couple moves out and hope that they work. Because if you play the move e5, that's very different than playing for c5. Typically, with these double pawns, you want to play against them. So c5 may follow up with knight c6, but it's hard to actually see a way for black to get there in time, especially with the white knight coming out and you're expanding the pawn structure. But he does choose the move c5, and I mean, I think that we're in for a fight.
That is for sure. That is a guarantee. With this kind of pawn structure, you are in for a fight, Robert. And Tanya, do you have any experience? I think I recall you playing Zemish a lot, weren't you?
Yes, I'm flattered, Anish, that you recall any of my games, but I do play the Samish, I do play the Nimzo as well from the white side, but also from the black side. So I play these positions. You have to strike in the center with either e5 or c5, and I feel knight e2 was that slight surprise that Ding got in. It's not a move that's often played. You either bring the knight out to f3 or develop that bishop to d3 before bringing the knight out. So this is something that did take Jan by surprise, and very in Jan's style. He goes for a direct idea. He doesn't waste time to try and bring out that bishop on c8 with a move like b6, but first strikes in the center. But the move that he chose was c5. Now, very often, instead of c5, we see black go e5, rook e8, try to pile on the pressure on the king's side. Ding making, well, at least the most natural move in the position, opening up the diagonal for the bishop to develop next. And after that, I think we see Jan blitzing out the moves, piling on the pressure in the center. Very often, one of the plans as white that I feel a bit terrified about in this position is when black starts threatening that c4 pawn, b6, bishop a6, knight a5, and putting pressure on that pawn some point in the middle game. Is that something that Ding needs to watch out for?
Rook a2. Such a nice move. Such a nice move to make
Whoa.
always. Such a nice move to make. The rook will swing across the second rank before developing any of the bishops. So aesthetically pleasing.
You know, I love it, Anish. It's actually not a novelty. I just did an opening check. It has been played before, but I don't think that this was in Jan's morning preparation. When someone makes a move like Rook A2 against you, you're like, that's pretty much a new territory for Jan, and I love it. I mean, what are really the ideas? Well, eventually, white does like to expand the center, and maybe you can expand directly. This rook on the second rank, we may see it swing over the king side at some point.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before somewhere. And the kind of variations that come to mind right now. So I indeed, this plan Tanya mentioned, this b6, bishop a6, knight a5, that's a huge theme. And of course, you are trying to pile up on the weak c4 pawn. And in the meantime, what will happen is that I'm going to try to create something on the king side. Now, with my knight already on g3, the ideas of g4 are out of the window. So I think a likely scenario is, let's say, b6, e4. b4 must be the way forward. Bishop a6. I think bishop to g5, perhaps. What you sometimes see is black plays h6, white can play h4. Okay, maybe I'm giving away too much, but I think I've seen this at some point. We were looking at this kind of stuff with my team, trying to give checkmate this way. Mm-hmm. So this certainly rings a bell. The other completely different approach, which is a lot safer than b6, safer in the short term, and that is the plan of e5. So e5, you put more pressure on the center. Now e4 would lose a pawn. You do have a possibility of going d5 instead. I guess that's what you do, isn't it, Tanya? Isn't it what the Zemish players do?
Yes, but then you're also kind of happy with this d5, right? You fix the center, and now you've got this idea of going for the c4 pawn, but you can also transpose the knight to the king side, which is another approach in the position, and try to get the f5 break in. So I
Exactly.
think d5 would be something that black shouldn't be too worried about.
I do
Well,
love the placement of the rook on a2, right? Like that's perfectly situated in the event that the knight goes to a5. Now with the center closed, white can just switch full focus over to the king side, pushing pawns forward, and this rook will slide on over and help in the attack.
yes, I do wonder though, just for my understanding, and I think I understand now the point. So why rook a2 over bishop d3? Why or over e4? That's the main question, of course. Why is that a priority? And I think you probably want to remain flexible, I guess, because if you start with e4 instead of rook a2, what would be the exact issue here? Is that a central low, certain central move in the center? Is that a d5 or an e5 or what exactly is the problem?
Can you take on d4 first, maybe, and after pawn takes d4, then throw in the move e5? Is this a way to just play in the center? You always have a queen a5 check that you have to look for as well.
Yes, and another thing is that let's say even if I play b6 after e4,
Okay.
still I cannot play bishop d3 because the d4 pawn is hanging. So
Right.
rook a2 in that sense is a very useful waiting move. I'm waiting for that knight to go to a5 first. And the plan that Tanya mentioned with e5 97, where you go for a close position. Let's look at it here. E5 d5 97. The only flaw with that plan is that now my c4 pawn is completely safe, and so you will be safer with black on the king side. But the disadvantage of this is that you forget your ambitions on the queen side, and white's doubled pawns no longer yeah, they remain sort of nominally weak, but they will never be captured anymore. C4 pawn is extremely safe here, and so Jan goes for the more ambitious plan, the one with b6. I think that's the main line, and I think we will see the e4 bishop g5 idea. I don't see what else white can do here.
So are you guys expecting this to be a sort of a game on both sides where Yan will try to take control of the queen side, hit on Ding's weakness on the c4 pawn, pile up the pressure on that, while Ding, meanwhile, has to be fast enough to create pressure on the center as well as the king side? Is that the kind of dynamic that we'll see in this one, Robert?
Yeah, I think this is a game where the players, they know three results are on the table. Oftentimes in these high level games, you're like, okay, a draw seems like the likely outcome. We're going to play a pretty solid game. White will have a slight advantage. Maybe we'll play precisely and win, or black just defends. But I just think the players are swinging. They're holding nothing back at this point. And we see from Jan's move b6, he is playing principal chess. It's not about the match score. He's not just trying to say, okay, I'm leading. Let me hope to make a draw be solid. He's playing principle. Let's go after this pawn on c4. It's what we keep talking about. But let's see how quickly Ding plays at this point. And okay, as soon as I say it, he makes his move when he returns to the board. e4, confidently adjusting the pieces, putting them on the squares. But Anish, this is your idea with bishop g5. Will it amount to anything, or is black just going to say, you can put your bishop there, and I'm not fearful of that pin?
Yeah, well, bishop g5 certainly the idea, and then h6 h4, the stuff I mentioned earlier. One point I wanted to bring up as well is that I think at this point, Jan he perhaps would want to play it safe. He would want to make a draw, but when you play at this level, you have to play according to the demands of position. And in this kind of position, you cannot play for a draw with black. You cannot defend. You have to go for the counter attack. And one other doubt I have, obviously Ding is in book. I do wonder, perhaps Jan is also prepared. As you see him looking up, this is a sign of people pretending that they are prepared. And even I have seen this line before. I'm afraid that Jan might also have seen it. And it could be one of these games where the fireworks, are spectacular on the surface, but in fact, maybe both players are very deeply prepared in this what is an extremely obscure sideline.
I was just keeping an eye out on the database to see how often this has been played. And actually, knight e2 itself is a rare move, but it's been played about 16 times according to my database. But the move rook a2, there's just one game in this position that I could find. It was Ilya Niznik with the black pieces who was countering it. And actually, white eventually sacrificed that c4 pawn and was able to break through on the king side. So again, the same kind of similar plans that we will be seeing happen here. And this move rook a2 that looks so innocuous at the start, in the middle game, very often we suddenly see this rook join the attack on the king side. There's a huge slide that comes in with the rook coming onto the f file. So those are ideas that Ding has got in mind. I really like his opening approach here. looking for that win with the white pieces. I think we are guaranteed a fight in this one, Anish.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Tanya. Not sure. Not sure if we are guaranteed the fight. I'm so sorry. Rook A2, the whole thing, it looks really obscure, but the modern computers, they point this out as a possibility. I think Rook A2 might be one of the top choices of the computer, and it isn't obscure. It would surprise anybody. But Jan preparing for the World Championship match and playing so quickly so far, I'm afraid. I'm really hoping not to jinx it, but I am afraid that they might both be in book, not only Ding. And if this doesn't come as a surprise to Jan, perhaps he knows the entire sequence and how to neutralize it. And so what you often have is you get fireworks, and if player is out of book, then at some point he will go wrong because it's crazy stuff. You cannot play it perfectly. But if the player is prepared, he could know exactly how to make sure these fireworks fizzle out. And what you might see is a certain weird long sequence that will lead to an equal endgame, for example. This is the stuff of the kind of things that can happen in modern chess. And especially what happens a lot is, okay, you try to guess, try to surprise your opponent, but the players are so well prepared that sometimes you can guess it wrong. And I am really afraid, judging from the body language, from the time on the clock, and from what I'm seeing, I'm afraid that Jan is in book and he remembers what he's supposed to do. But we will see, perhaps, and hopefully I will be wrong. But so far, the players are following my prediction. Bishop g5, h6, h4 is probably going to happen as well. So.
Yeah. Well, so far you've been absolutely right and on point with all the move predictions that you're making. The bishop has been developed to g5. So now again, the ball is in Ding's court, and he has to be careful, with judicious about his time management. We know right now it looks like a lot of time on the clock, but we've seen those minutes disappear. And here's a reminder of our format for the World Championship. It's 2 hours. The players get 2 hours, 120 minutes for the first 40 moves. When they make that time control, when they reach 40 moves, they get an additional 60 minutes for the next 20 moves. And it's only after move 60 that with an additional 15 minutes, they get a 30-second increment every time they press the clock. But there's no increment until move 60. And well, at least for the first time that I can remember, we've seen that play out. We've seen what happens when you're down 2 minutes in those critical moments with no increment. That is something that Ding needs to avoid right now. Jan doing Jan things, playing super fast in an opening that maybe we would have expected to be a surprise. 8-6. Anish, you were shaking your head a little bit. What do you not like about this move?
No, I'm as you know, as a spectator, as a commentator, I would of course wish for Jan not to remember his prep here, because that would mean we'll have a more exciting game. But I think Jan playing so quickly, I'm fearful for the spectators that yeah, the what we have always been fearing, and what we've been always all the haters have always been preaching, that there is so much theory in chess. I think after so many decisive games, today might just be that one where we see the ugly side of the modern chess, when both players are prepared extremely deeply, even in an obscure sideline. And well, you would wish, if you throw this position to two unknown great players, to known players who are unfamiliar with the positions, what I'm trying to say. If they would start improvising here, Jan and Ding, we would see a crazy, exciting game. But when they're both following the engine lines, not sure how exciting that's going to be, but we will see. Maybe this is a very complex line. Maybe Ding has a surprise down the road as well, something to take Jan out of book finally. But Jan playing so quickly, it makes me a little bit worried. Perhaps he has anticipated this very unexpected opening.
Well, Anish, I have a question for you, because everything you just said makes sense. Jan is responding instantly. But at what point, because Ding might have looked at this morning and Jan might have looked at this 3 months ago, at what point do you start thinking, okay, he's remembered the first 11, 12 moves, but after h4, right, he might not move instantly. So do you think the next move or the next couple moves, when do you start sensing that Jan, he remembers the framework, but not every single exact continuation?
Well, you never know. The thing is, though, this looks like a very, very crazy variation. And so when you are preparing for an event as important as this one, of course, you know that, okay, there are variations that you absolutely must remember. Because, your king safety is at stake here. You might be checkmated if you mix something up. So in a variation like that, if you looked at it 3 months ago, you better have repeated it 3 weeks ago, hopefully, and hopefully 3 days ago. Well, 3 hours ago would be too much because you have too much to repeat before the game. But 3 days ago would be nice. 3 weeks ago would still be decent. But yes, if he looked at it 3 months ago, then I'm fearful for Jan. And indeed, maybe he only remembers the initial few moves. But given the importance of this event and the fact that Jan has become so professional lately, in trying to become a world champion, I do expect him to remember the details as well, because this is an important, a very important junction. And you cannot just prepare h6 and then go hg, and after hg, okay, let's think, and then get mated in 3 moves in the h file. And it's not so simple. But yes, the good sign is that now Jan is looking at the screen, trying to remember. And indeed, sometimes what is even worse, by the way, Robert, and you probably know that, it's even worse to remember a part of your prep, because then you go into the danger zone, but you don't remember the way to come out. And it would have been better if you knew nothing. At least you wouldn't play something so risky. So yes, we could still see a collapse of Jan's position if he suddenly doesn't remember all the details. But he should remember the details if if he did his due diligence during the prep. He should remember the stuff, because it's of course crazy sharp.
Wow. It's like the first critical moment of the game in the opening is here with Liren h4. I know the viewers are getting their party hats out. I love to see it. And this is a move that we've got to deep dive into because it basically sacrifices a piece. And now, the first question that I have for you, Anish, is that is it the best for Black here to accept the sacrifice? And I think we have to bring up the analysis board and take a look at what actually happens, because the H file opens up. It's party time if that appears on the board. Or should Black just keep everything defended, keep the H file blocked? What's the way forward? What are the lines? I want to look at the piece capture because that's something that Jan's looking at right now.
Yes, indeed. I suspect Jan is trying to remember, and the computer suggests piece capture. The question that I have, Tanya, maybe you want to include CD first, trying to open the center a little bit, and most likely it's going to be a good inclusion. But of course, chess is a concrete game, so you can never be sure. But yes, I think CD, CD, AG, EG is maybe the most straightforward approach. And here, of course, don't be naive, dear viewer. Don't move the knights and get checkmated with queen h5. But instead, Black should return the piece, and the most straightforward way to do so is to go g6 to get some squares under control. Potentially prepare king g7, rook h8, where the king will be quite safe. And taking back the piece, we are quite happy as Black to restore material balance, but keep the king a little bit more safe.
And already we see that White's center would be under fire, which I think is another reason why taking on d4 first makes sense. And just looking at a position like this, Black's king is castled, so that means the rooks are connected. White's king remains in the center. The bishop is undeveloped, so you have this open h-file for your rook, but that rook on a2 would need to jump all the way over the pawns to help deliver a checkmating attack. So it does seem a bit far off, and Black has the immediate threats. But if somehow you can get another piece of the h-file, then it would be worth it. I just don't see that happening here. Not too many pieces in the attack. So this is looking good for Jan Nepomniachtchi if he gets these trades off. But why would Liren go into this if this was the natural conclusion?
Well, I like the feature chat here. Fabiano is indeed giving us lots of insights. As I told you, he's joining a little bit late. I think he knows this line inside out. He's had so many games. He calls this line a Grishuk invention. I wasn't sure who played it first. I thought it was Fabi, but I guess Grishuk was maybe earlier. But Fabi, he says Grishuk was going f3 instead of 92 early in the opening. And I guess Fabi, yes, he's very familiar with this particular trap. And h6, h4 is not a trap, but he's familiar with these ideas. But it looks like, people taking Fabi very seriously. And I've seen this variation already before, Jan also. But now Jan is trying to remember, should he take on d4 first, or should he take on g5 first? The rook on a2 cannot swing all the way to h2, Robert, but at least it can swing to d2. And I see some lines where the rook can go like rook d2, rook d3, then e5, knight e4, and rook d2, h3. So it's a very long road for the rook, but it can finally double on the h file. And if that ever happens, the fact that Black doesn't have this dark squared bishop, which would be fianchetto, that would mean that Black can still get checkmated in the long run. And also one other line we should probably take a look at after g6. Maybe here, instead of gf, maybe White has some other options. though you have to already be aware of knight d7 followed by king g7, rook h8, because the mate is no longer going to be easy to set up. But maybe f4 is an option sometimes, and if knight to d7, maybe then queen swinging to g4, king g7, maybe f5, or some form of checkmate. I'm not liking this for white. I think it doesn't really work, but something like that could be a consideration. Fabio, of course, mixing up his prep as well. He says he played f3, Grishik went bishop d3. Yes, bishop d3, e5, e4 is what I talked about. Jan takes on g5 without including cd. You see, even Fabio mixes up everything in this line, and very likely that the players today also might mix something up. But so far, Jan is not taking too much time. Just 20 minutes spent, 1 hour 40 remaining. I think the big question of today so far, the big question will be how far is Jan's recollections, because his files have it all worked out, but how far does he remember?
Yeah, that's the essential question. I just want to point out for the viewers that the move h4 was given a brilliancy, and the reason why is if he had simply retreated the bishop away from g5, he's wasting time. Sometimes you want to provoke your opponent to make a move like h6, but that's only if your g-pawn can get up the board. You use it by a hook to open up files, but in this position, it would allow black to push back white's forces. Then you can strike against the c4 pawn that we've been highlighting is weak, and that would not be a good decision for Ding Liren. So h4 sacrificing the bishop only temporarily. He's going to win it right back, and we see this continuation with g6. And now Ding is fake thinking, I want to say. I don't believe you give up a piece, have the option to take this knight back, and then you are thinking for real. I do think he's just trying to recall his preparation. And well, Anish raised a good point. Maybe the move f4 is an option. It's not just rushing to take back, because with the open h-file, there will be some pressure against this black king.
Yeah, I would think calling it thinking is probably not the right word. I think he's probably choosing, because I suspect that there are a few options here that objectively are equal. You know, this computer always nowadays finds equality in all crazy complications. And so Ding probably has a few approaches, and he thought, okay, we'll see if I get this position with big time advantage, how confident my opponent will look. Will he be in book? Will he end up here after long calculation? And now he saw, Jan clearly is in book. Hopefully doesn't remember all the details, because he did spend 19 minutes. But Ding is trying to remember, what were the moves he can play here besides GF, and how difficult are the variations, what he could try. Perhaps, I'm sure he's also feeling very ambitious, so he's trying to avoid the continuations that lead to simplifications. So I think he must be prepared, and he must probably have looked at a few things, and he's just kind of choosing. This is what I would expect, because being out of book here, that would be quite crazy, because so far Jan has just played all the best moves and top choice of the computer, and you don't want to be out of book here in this very position. Is just the beginning of the complications.
Yeah. Down a piece, you definitely don't want to be out of the book. I was talking about bringing the party hats out after h4. Yan going for the most direct approach of grabbing that piece, grabbing that bishop. It's time to get the trumpets out as well right now. I am loving the action that we're seeing. Now, two options that we've been talking about. Yeah, a Ding has the option to either just equalize the material by picking up the knight or continuing with the pressure. An interesting option that you mentioned earlier, Anish, was f4, trying to pile on the pressure on the king side, trying to go f5. But when you look at these lines, the first thing that comes to mind is what actually happens if black says, you had the chance to pick up my knight, not anymore. You wasted that opportunity, and after f4, Jan Nepomniachtchi has the moment, has the chance to actually retreat with the knight to d7. And I'm guessing that one of the ideas that white needs to look at is queen g4, queen h4, trying to give mate on the h file. You really want to double up on this open h file. That's your big compensation. My question to you guys, and anyone can take this, is that after queen g4, which to me looks like the scariest move, if black counters it with king g7, show me the attack, show me the money.
Wow. I mean, honestly, I like the challenge, and because I like it so much, I'm going to pass it to Anish. Anish, find us a checkmate here, buddy.
You know, I mean, already miss Danya. My man Danya, he would always, he would always step up. He would always be there for me. He'd be like, okay, Anish, I'm on it. And he would start calculating here. He would start throwing out lines. Okay, knight h5 doesn't work because GH, this rook h8, rook h7 doesn't work. Probably rook h6, rook h8, queen h4, take taste, king g8. Then we'll swing the rook, maybe. So, and now we have Robert, who immediately dodges the challenge. His first day of work, already slacking. Completely terrible. Robert, I have no idea. How am I supposed to do this? There's no immediate checkmate here because queen h4 is met by rook h8. But of course, there are some slower approaches. We can take the time and try to get our pieces towards the king side. I do want to bring my a2 rook somehow into the attack, but that seems a stretch too far. Rook h6 comes to mind. This is a slow move, trying to keep the pressure, but I'm not sure after rook h8, queen h4, rook takes h6, even if I have enough attack after queen h6, king g8, if I only now had a rook h2 move, but I don't think I'm able to swing the rook, even if I throw a knight into the fire like knight f5 and g4, I think it might be a little too late. Yeah, now you go queen f8 and queen g7, so I'm just a tempo too short. So rook h6 doesn't seem to be a move. But instead, there should be other options. Let's go back to the critical position after queen g4, king g7. Oh god, I missed Danya. Here, maybe d5 is an option, trying to dislodge the e6 pawn. Maybe, I don't know, maybe e5 is an option. Whatever, guys, maybe something else is the option. Very, very, very difficult to say. Because yes, I don't know. Rook h8 is coming. I don't feel like White has so much time here. F5 was the first instinct I already mentioned, but if I remember correctly, that was also not the move that the engine liked.
Doesn't hate it. So F5.
F5. Okay, F5 was the move. Okay, F5. Yeah, F5 was the first move that came to mind actually.
You know what happened, Anish?
yeah.
I think what happened was we included CD before, and F5 wasn't loved. But because this pawn has not been captured, there's no knight coming in to help out in some of the defense. So F5 is engine approved, and Anish Giri found. So
CD. Let's go just CD just for fun, and let's now try to find the pretty checkmate. Is it just F6 GF simply because I have knight H5? That could be just enough. Yeah.
But apparently this is
king takes. Yeah, but yeah, I was hoping that it's still better for White to have some queen H4, but it's not so simple. Maybe G5 and king H7. Yeah.
I just want to show everybody the problem with the more natural queen takes f6 is knight h5 is a check and a fork, and you can't take it, and that's not a bug. It's part of the game. Your king is behind the pawn, so you will not be able to capture it. So maybe you have time before playing f6. Maybe that's the key here, is that instead of rushing the pawn up, perhaps this yeah, I want to bring the rook over to help out, but maybe this black knight is also going to help in the defense.
No, I think knight. If the knight comes, I go queen h4 and f6. I thought after rook cf2, I thought ef. Ef looked like the only move, but maybe is it just ef or some knight f?
So tempting to sacrifice
knight f5 and queen takes simply because I have queen h7 threat.
Uh-oh, that looks like a game ender. The rook h8 ideas we were talking about do not work. Queen f7 is mate in one. The rook, it swings from a2 to f2 and helps deliver a checkmate.
Yeah, well, lots of variations, but we going back after f4. Black could start with c takes d4. In fact, there's no need to rush knight d7, and then the whole thing doesn't work anymore. So it is not so
all the way back.
Yeah. We could include cd here.
All right, so you recapture after CD?
Yes, and now in the same line, so supposedly after knight d7, queen g4, king g7, f5, supposedly knight takes d4 is working. Let's try that out.
Considering the evaluation, I'm guessing it's important here. Oh, no,
Robert, you've misled us as usual. So that's not the move.
That's why I didn't talk. I was trying to let you do all the hard work and find the correct solutions.
Okay. Wait, so e takes f5?
Yeah, maybe just take and go rook h8 because f6, you've got knight f6 after rook h8. Knight h5 is defended.
It's like in White's position though, right? So, f6 is a huge threat. and there are more open lines now. So actually, I want to show something very quickly to everybody, that the reason why this could backfire for black is that in this variation here, that if you take on d4 and we play f6 and we get this position, apparently there's a win for white. But I was just trying to show that in the event the king slides back here, the king is actually safe because their e-pawns are on the board. Without the presence of the e-pawns, this king would be in even more danger, right? If we just start throwing pawns off the board, there would be an open file against this king. So I think that, that it makes sense just intuitively that keeping the pawns on the board would actually be better for black on some of these lines.
But black has a lot of defensive resources there. I could also go rook h8 instead of knight takes d4, because white doesn't quite threaten checkmate. And okay, Ding has already left us with a move. He's just gone for g takes f6. I guess he has looked at all this f4 business. Also, after f4, by the way, knight h7 is a possibility instead of knight d7. So there were options for black along the way, and there were lots of defensive resources for black. Finally, Ding decided to take on f6, and I think this idea of rook d2 to d3 might play a role after queen takes f6. Also, keep in mind e5, d, knight e4 idea. This is also always there, a way to include the knight. And, well, Jan better has his defense ready here, because this is very dangerous.
And I just
Right, well, Jan doesn't waste any time to capture the f6 pawn. He does that immediately. Well, he had to pick up that pawn, so he plays it. And now there's pressure on the d4 pawn. But we see that the center hasn't yet been liquidated with c takes d4. White can slide over the rook to d2, defend it. Also, ideas of getting the queen out to g4. And all these knight jumps to h5, building on the attack, is something that Jan needs to watch out for. But the speed with which Jan is playing, does that just show us that he's feeling comfortable in this position, Robert?
He did have a series of only moves, so I think the last few turns by Jan, it just makes sense that he would play them instantly. And a big question right now is if Liren, he looks ambitious based on his opening choice, will he play e5? That will force Jan's hand to take this pawn, so he'll play another quick move. But I'm looking for white to try to establish a passed pawn in the center. It's not just about the pawn quantity. We want to have a passed pawn, especially one where a rook can slide behind it. This rook on a2, we keep thinking of it as an attacker. But if we can establish a passed pawn in the center and a rook gets behind it, it may be valuable in helping that pawn press forward. So I'm actually more surprised by Liren's slowing down than I am Jan Nepomniachtchi speeding up.
Well, I think, it happens this way. Like, even when you're well prepared, if your opponent is slow, then you choose during his thinking time, and you play fast to put more pressure. When your opponent is fast, you kind of realize that, well, no point to put the pressure. Opponent kind of knows what he's doing. And instead, you try to take a step back and remember all the different options you had, and you try to still surprise him, perhaps, because even here white has options. So Ding is thinking, okay, maybe Jan remembers what to do after e5, maybe doesn't remember what to do after rook d2, maybe vice versa. Maybe these two lines also, they continue in some way, and Ding's trying to remember, okay, which final position is more playable, or the opposite. Maybe white is slightly worse in all of these positions, so he's trying to remember which one. Okay, now I should bail out. How should I bail out? All these kind of thoughts might be going through his head. But knowing his aggressive character, I think he is looking for a way to take Jan out of book and try to remember which of the approaches, rook d2 or direct e5, was more dangerous for black.
Mm. Yeah, it's a big moment. The one thing that always fascinates me about this position is that how even when Ding was down a piece, the computer showed this level balance. We were looking at lines with f4, where you don't recapture the piece, but it still evaluates the position as balanced. And I want to ask you, Anish, that how do you explain that? Because there's of course no direct mating idea. If that was the case, then White's eval bar would be right up. You're down materially, which is what often the computer prefers. And for our newer audience, how do you explain being down a whole piece and yet the computer showing a balanced position?
Well, in general, sort of the reason why so far everything's balanced, there's this meme about Obama giving a medal to Obama. So this is a little bit of the case of the players preparing with the engines. that then say that the prep was good. So obviously, okay, the prep was generated by the engine, and we use the same engine to commentate, so it all makes sense that it's equal. But in terms of why a piece sack can be equal, well, you can have enough compensation for equality, not for a win. And one way it can manifest itself is that okay, you have enough attack, and the defending side at some point to defuse your attack has to sacrifice the piece back, for example. Then you have even material. Or it can be that you have enough attack, you keep sacrificing a bunch of pieces, but in the end it only is perpetual, which is a draw. Or you have enough attack, and at some point you threaten a checkmate, black defense, you threaten another checkmate, black also defense, and this becomes a perpetual. So there are different ways, in which the game can end in a draw. I know all about that. So this is no news. The piece sacrifice, they can lead to checkmates. And even when the position is objectively equal, if the player is out of book, then it's very possible that one of the two players will win, because when you're down a piece, sometimes you don't find the attacking continuation and you just lose down a piece in the end. Or sometimes when black has a defense, to return the piece and make a draw, he doesn't find it, and ends up losing the game to checkmate. So the fact that the position is balanced doesn't necessarily mean that the game will end in a draw, but if the position is balanced and both players are in book, then possibly they recollect exactly the same variation that leads to the draw. So they both they are just reproducing a variation, the same variation that they both have seen earlier. And that is indeed one negative aspect of modern chess, that sometimes this can happen, but more often than not, one of the two players mixes up something on the way. The human factor steps in. And today, already from the time spending of the both players, I do think that, well, either Ding or Jan, they will somehow deviate from these computer variations, and something will happen. Maybe Ding was a little bit sloppy, and doesn't even remember his prep properly, thinking that, okay, this position will never happen, or thinking that if it will happen, Jan will be out of book. But now, okay, he sees Jan is in book and he doesn't remember the details. So I think thanks to the human factor, a lot of things can go wrong for either of them. But there is that scenario that both of them are trying to recollect the same draw. And that would be, of course, unfortunate for us as spectators.
Yeah, wow. That would be an unfortunate outcome of this game, especially with the kind of opening that we've seen. And I think that's a really nice point there, that even if the eval bar, for those of us looking at home or on the computer, shows an even balanced bar, a 0.0 evaluation, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an equal position. It doesn't mean that the game ends in a draw, but it just means that it is dynamically balanced and both players have their own trumps in the position. Well, this position, precision is definitely required. As Anish, you're pointing out, with precise play, very often it can fizzle out into a nothing position, but that precision is required by both Jan and Ding at the moment. Ding, in a big think tank right now, trying to create his chances with the white pieces. We'll use this opportunity to go into a break, and we'll be right back with Ding's decision. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 8 of the FIDE World Championship. And before we deep dive into the critical moment of the game, we are very happy to announce World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its international quant championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists, because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player. If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship, head to go.chess.com/IQC or use the command IQC in chat. Lots of exciting stuff happening and on the board as well. Let's jump straight to the action. Now, this is where we left it. Ding is still in a think tank after the move queen to f6, recapturing that pawn by Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm slightly surprised at this because the opening that we saw, you play h4, you sacrifice that bishop in g5. One would think that Ding would still be very familiar with the position. It's something that he's seen, just simply because it's such a dynamic opening. Is this something, Robert, that takes you by surprise, the amount of time Ding is taking at this moment?
Yeah, I think what Anish was saying is completely true. I mean, Ding is remembering lines. He's thinking, how much risk do I want to take? Because perhaps the best variation, we see the evaluation bar saying the position is level, is some kind of draw. And I wouldn't be surprised if it involves a knight h5 move at some point, going after this king. I'm already looking at aggressive moves like queen to g4. Let's bring the queen into the attack, maybe then play knight h5 so I don't have to sacrifice a piece. But either way, with the evaluation bar at level, I believe that Ding knows that Jan knows that it's an equal position, and perhaps, as we keep discussing, the best continuation leads to some kind of draw by force.
Well, we're talking about the best continuation, right? And there is a forcing threat in the position, and it might be a good time to also deep dive with Anish into this. Queen f6 does hit the d4 pawn. Anish, you've been mentioning some very dynamic ways of taking care of that threat, including a pawn sacrifice in the center, a potential e5, or sliding the rook, a more pragmatic approach. Guys, should we take a look at these options and see how the game might proceed? We could start with rook d2, perhaps, just taking control of the center.
Yeah. So an important point after rook d2 is, let's say, after cd4, the even without this, sort of the most tempting move would be to go king g7 with the idea rook h8, but that would be wrong, because then after queen g4 I don't see a response for black. Suddenly knight h5 is a serious threat. King g7 would be a bit too premature. Instead, black should prepare that move, and one good option to do so is queen to g5. It looks a little slow, but at the same time, white doesn't have a way to get the queen to the h file, and king g7 is imminent. And already here, it looks as though white runs out of the attack. But actually, there is the move rook d3, and in some of the versions, when the idea is now knight h5, but maybe bishop takes c4 is something you want to. That this would be a great dream scenario indeed. But after rook d3, I think bishop takes c4 is also there instead of king to g7. When yes, and Ding plays instead e5, and this is extremely direct. And I think this was even more forcing. I suspect d takes e5 is the move to come, and then knight e4 must be the only way forward. Then the complications are just very forced. Knight e4, queen f4, bishop d3, bishop takes c4, all forced. Black won a bunch of pawns, but white now has to chase the attack. So I guess g3 is the move here. The queen is under attack. I suspect queen to f5 is the only move.
I think so, right? The queen is out of squares, so queen f5 by default looks necessary.
Yeah, and now, Robert, you see a checkmate?
Well, the evaluation bar says 0, so I'm guessing there is no checkmate. Just
I think at some point queen c1 to h6 is an idea, and we have to time that right, because if you start with queen c1, let's say bishop takes d3 is the most natural. Then after queen h8, at the very least, black can take on e4 and just even take on h1 and already be up material significantly. So this yeah, this would be completely lost for white. So you have to time these kind of things well. But I suspect that yeah, we are witnessing a sequence of only moves here. But Jan probably doesn't recollect all of them, so he's in the same spot as we are potentially. But there are options here. I mean, G4 is met by Queen F4, and if G5, then King G7 is diffusing all the attack. So white really has to be very accurate here in. Yeah, I mean this would already be disaster. You have already lost 2 pawns, and you don't have any checkmate, so you have to be very accurate with the attack. Instead of G4. Yeah, we have to find these only moves here. I think maybe bishop to c2 could be an option.
What's
Giving
your idea
up,
by bishop c2?
I want to keep the bishop. I want to give you the a2 rook, and then I want to go for queen c1 and h6. This is. I mean, I'm just trying to find the. Honestly, I'm just trying to find the right moves here. I'm far from certain that this works, but
the evaluation board backs you up, Anish. So it's clearly
dangerous stuff, because it looks that it seems that the bishop on d3 is much more vital than the a2 rook in keeping our position together as white. You want to have this knight on e4 protected.
You know, I have an idea based on what you just told me. I think I have a good line, because here it says black is doing well. Maybe it's even just simple captures and the white king is exposed as well. I'm going to use your idea in a different way. What if I play f3, threatening to bring this rook over here? And if you take this rook on a2, I was thinking, one, your queen is like almost trapped over here. But I was hoping that I could just play queen into the game like you were showing, and queen d2 to h6.
Yeah, this is the right way to sacrifice the rook indeed. Because if I go bishop c2, as you mentioned, first of all, I don't have a clear threat, and also e takes d4 is very strong, intending d3. And f3 is the money move, of course, because you threaten rook a to h2. And now black has to take the rook. I suspect after queen d2, black will be able to defend. I think it's queen takes f3, and queen h6, queen takes h1. And here, compared to what we had seen earlier, I keep more activity with white. The knight is still jumping, and black has to still diffuse some of the attack. Maybe king to g7 is an option, but then knight g5. I probably have bishop to d5. The variations continue. I mean, this is crazy stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, check on h7, queen h4. Yeah.
You have to allow a ton of checks here. But this looks so dangerous. But maybe, in the end, the black king is safe enough, which is easy for us to say sitting here and not at the board. But if this is what Ding has cooked up, Jan will have to find some only moves. And by the way, Jan is thinking. So it's not like he is responding instantly using his preparation. If he is prepared to this point, he's doing a good job of fooling us, because I think he's now on his own.
You think so? Yeah. Well, that would be exciting, because I would think that having played all these moves like b6, bishop a6, and h6 so quickly, I would think that he would still know this variation. But it is for certain that he doesn't remember the details. That's for certain, and he will have to reconstruct this entire line. And well, if he doesn't know it, he's capable of that. But then there's a lot more excitement for sure. And it's mainly also on Ding. I mean, the first few moves are kind of obvious for black. Yeah, I think you have to take, and you have to go with the queen forward. After d94, you could also start with queen f5. That's a little bit different. After bishop d3, now bishop c4. A little bit different. Pawn is no longer on g3. That's actually makes even more sense, perhaps, from black, because you don't have this f3 idea, because you don't want to swing across. Maybe there's no need to go queen f4. Maybe queen f5 is even more accurate.
What are the chances of seeing a repetition after queen f5, knight d6, and then jumping back?
Oh, like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's it. That's the repetition, of course. Oh, is that it? Is that it? That is it? Oh, dear.
Well, the Valbar didn't move.
Yeah, no, that's. Oh, I was hoping some long line with 200 moves and perpetual in the end, but just a repetition so early, so quickly? Really?
No, don't do it to us. And I mean, the queen, if it steps forward, that only
Disappointed.
invites the move g3. I mean, I think that actually a lot of these lines are very dangerous for black. I see the evaluation bar barely reacting, saying slightly better for white, but we just showed a sample line where that rook slides across the second rank. And Anish, I mean, that queen f5 is such a nice move because it feels wrong in a way to not weaken the white structure, but it's all about Ding's rook a2. Right? We loved it when it was played. He desperately needs to bring that into the attack.
Yeah, I also want to point out one more advantage of actually not provoking g3 in those positions. The other way that you guys wanted to line up the attack on the h-file was a move like queen d2, queen c1. Now, in all these variations, if there's no pawn on g3, that would be exactly the moment that black would offer a trade on this diagonal with the move queen f4. Imagine no pawn on g3, and then you suddenly lose all your attack. So I like the concept of actually not provoking the move g3.
Yes, and one. Oh, you know what it is, Tanya? I think I understood. I think I understood. It dawned on me what happened. I'm going to tell you guys
Teach
what
us.
happened. Do you want to know? Do you want to know or not? Do you want to know?
I would love to know, yeah.
Tanya, do you also want to know or not? Or you don't want to know what
Yes,
happened?
but what happened in which universe? Because nothing's happened so far.
No, but I'll explain you what happened.
Okay.
Do you want to know or not?
Yes,
I
we
would
want
love
to
to.
know. Everyone wants
Okay,
to know.
good. Everybody, Chad, do you want to also know what has happened in this game, or you don't? You don't care?
Give us a hell yeah.
Is the Chad saying yes? Krishna, are you saying is that a yes or a no? Do you guys want to know or not? Okay,
Please
fine. Okay,
go
I'll
for
tell you.
it.
Okay, I'll tell you guys what Jan is thinking. I'll tell you what happened. So, can I take the mouse, Robert, as well? Can I take the mouse?
Go for it. Go,
Okay, I'll
yeah,
take
go
the
for
mouse.
it.
Fine. Okay, so what happened here, guys, is that Jan's prep goes CD, CD, AG, AG, G6, GF, Queen F6, Rook D2, and Queen G5, and all that. Here, of course, E5 is very different and it's not working anymore because with these pawns already traded, Knight x D4 is a theme. So this is Jan's prep. So he mixed it up. He played AG, AG first, which is also fine, but this is not his prep. This is what happened in the game. And now after GF Queen F6, he thought, aha, Rook D2, CD, CD, Queen G5, I remember this. And now Ding plays E5, and he thinks, why don't I remember this? And the reason he doesn't remember that is because in his prep, he has included CD, CD, and E5 was not a thing. So this is why Jan is thinking here, because he actually is out of book.
Wow.
Which is
That's
which is a good news for us because it means that we're having a game here.
super instructive just to show that it looks like a small difference. Right? All you did was take pawns off the board. But if I know the queen is under attack right now, but just to once again show the variation that Anish is talking about, that if we get here, this doesn't work. This whole construction with knight e4 and everything, it's no longer so good because white center is just falling apart. And with the king still here, it looks like a huge, huge problem. So you're, I think, spot on there. And that is bad news for Jan Nepomniachtchi because if you're relying on preparation and then you get here and you have your uh-oh moment, it's not too late. We see the evaluation bar suggesting that black even maybe is slightly better in some variations, but it looks very troublesome. Your king is the one that might be hunted. White's knight is very clearly coming to the center, and you have to find some weird queen geometry just to hold the balance in some of these variations.
Yeah.
Now the fact that Ding has taken that thought, it only places more doubt in Jan's mind because now Jan is maybe realizing that he mixed something up, and he thought, "Oh, did I mix something up? Oh, now did Ding find the refutation of what I did? Am I in trouble?" Because Jan doesn't know that he's still fine. He doesn't know. He probably all he knows is that he mixed up, and well, that's a scary moment for Jan. And I think now he's on his own, and he's very capable with the time he has on the clock. He's very capable of finding the right moves, and there's probably a choice down the line. But we have a game, and we're not going to have both players just showing their prep to the end. And this is really a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's what chess is about. And I love what you're saying. So it seems as if Jan might have just rushed a little bit, just played a move too quickly and then mixed up the move order to land up in this position where suddenly the d4 pawn, a small difference, but it does exist. The d4 pawn is still guarded by c3. He's still taking this time right now. If Jan was to not take on e5, white anyway wants to go knight e4 on the next move. That's the idea. The only queen move that actually stops that is queen to f4. That looks like the only other alternative that makes any sense to not capturing on e5, not allowing the move knight e4. But I'm just wondering that after queen f4, does Ding then have the option to actually do that slide of the rook that we've been looking at? Rook e2, rook e4, rook h4 one idea, rook e2, knight e4 one idea. Is this dangerous? One. And two, is queen f4 something that Jan is considering? Because if not, you've got to take on e5. There's literally no other alternative, whether you're in book or out of book, right? Because knight e4 is coming.
Knight e4 is coming. Knight h5 is also something you have to contend with. I know you wanted me to be Danya, Anish, so I'm doing my best Danya impression right now. Knight h5, hitting the queen and threatening knight f6. It doesn't work, okay? I'm not Danya. We know.
wanna be.
But
You're a wannabe, Robert.
I'm a wannabe. My whole point was it's going after a checkmate, but the white king is awfully exposed, so there is a queen c1 check, and that forces the king into center. But this does look scary at first glance.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of things to uncover. And well, Tanya, you said that d5 is the only move, whether you are in or out of book. And well, when you are in book, only moves are obvious. When you're out of book, as Jan is, you're on your own, and suddenly positions are much more interesting when you're on your own, and you have all these different thoughts. So queen f4, so knight h5 presumably doesn't work because of queen c1 and then bishop c4, all sorts of checks there, which is pretty spottable for a player as good as Jan. So after queen f4, I think rook e2.
I want to double up on the h file. Rook e4, rook h4 is the big dream.
f5 came to mind. I like this move f5, trying to guard the e4 square, and if e takes f6, at least I get some room for the queen. And things look far from obvious here to me. I don't know. Bishop takes c4. Let's say rook e4, queen f6 is a nice trick. It doesn't look to me bad at all for black. So I can totally imagine Jan calculating this. I could even imagine Jan playing this at some point. And this doesn't look clear. I don't know what the bar is, but Jan takes d.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he wasn't really thinking so much about d takes e5. He's thinking about his follow-up after knight e4. He's trying to understand the nuances between queen f5 and queen f4, what we were dissecting, because he is on his own. So it's not obvious which queen move is better here. He's not moving backwards. I think that much is pretty clear. But deciding which square forward to go to, that is what he was calculating, because I think he wants to respond to knight e4 pretty quickly, and he wants to put ding on the clock.
Yeah, and the
Yes,
big
indeed.
question here, right? Do you, Anish, provoke the move g3, or do you keep that f4 square open? And of course, it will be absolutely heartbreaking if it actually ends in the repetition that we were looking at with queen f5, knight d6. But I'm just wondering if after queen f5, is there a way for Ding to keep the pressure on, to keep the initiative going? What do we see instead of knight f6? Because bishop d3, with all these ideas, now just doesn't seem to work with the f4 square not occupied. And wow, Ding goes for something completely different. We don't have to
D5.
answer any of this. d5, and I see a shock on you, Anish. You were not expecting this.
Yeah, I mean, I was just under the impression that 94 is the move. Curiously, Ding is also out of book, and oh my god, I understood what happened here as well. It's the same. Ding just hasn't checked the variations without c takes d4, has he? Both players didn't check the variations after c takes d4, and and Ding actually was thinking here over the board. He was trying to figure out why did I take in my prep, how to refute it, and I guess he's on his own. He thought maybe e5 d5 is the way to go, and it's interesting, much more positional in a way. You down a pawn, but you've got the strong d pawn. And I remember, Robert, you were talking earlier on about some rook on d2 supporting that passed pawn. So you must be feeling proud here. Seeing what's about to happen. Knight e4 was leading to lots of fascinating things after queen f5. Tanya, I think while you were talking about this, I was thinking maybe f3, intending g4, rook h2. Another way to swing the rooks across was also interesting. But yeah, I guess this something Ding didn't like here. Also, this line with queen f4. Remember this long line we were talking about after it was bishop d3. Sorry, bishop d3, bishop c4, g3, queen f5, and f3. This long line we were talking about. At the end, it's not clear what's going on here. Maybe black is fine here. Maybe Ding didn't want it. What he does is it ensures that we have an unforced game, because now, of course, there's no more perpetuals, there are no more draws. But whether white has enough for a pawn or more than enough for a pawn, it's hard to say. And I'm really surprised to see that both players are out of book. But well, that will only make the game more exciting. And so let's see what'll happen.
Hey, I have another. I'm gonna try to do my best on it and be a prophet in this one. So I did mention this line. Thank you for giving me that credit, Anish. But I'm also thinking at some point this rook might go up to h3. Like we may see a rook lift on the other side of the board to help with knight e4 ideas. But also, if this rook were on h3, knight h5 becomes more dangerous for the black king. So I think both rooks are going to be activated, and I honestly like the decision. We just went through a bunch of forcing continuations where black had maybe some opportunities to make a draw by force or to create an imbalance that didn't look so clear or favorable for white. But here, despite being a pawn down, I think we like the position for white in the sense that you have an established passed pawn. The black king doesn't look very safe. The white king is perfectly fine in the center. So I think from a pragmatic perspective, d5 does make a lot of sense here for Dingley Ren.
Yeah, very interesting choice, yeah, and it just completely opens up a, a different universe of options for bringing in the attack. You're talking about the rook being centralized, rook h3, the knight coming to the center of the board. All these ideas. The one thing that I'm really amazed to see in this World Championship has been the opening approach of the players. Just looking at the past, right, in Dubai, Magnus versus Nepo. We had so many Catalans, we had so many anti-marshals, and it just seemed as if the players were fighting in the same openings, and then there was a little deviation here or there, but the standard structure remained the same. It felt so predictable. Even before that, in the Fabi match as well, we had so many Petrovs go in. We saw the Sveshnikov, we saw Rosolimo, but there were these 2-3 lines that they were looking at. Here, it just feels like every game there is a surprise that the players are coming with, and it often also ends up with both of them being out of book, spending a lot of time in the openings. But there's been this criticism, right, with classical chess about how much computers and engines have influenced openings, and you see 25 moves being played off, rattled off by the players, and then you just feel like it's a home prep that you're watching. But this match, Robert, has been nothing like that. Both players are ready for a fight. They're ready to take on a position that they might not be familiar with, and it's great for the fans. And I think that's the reason we've all been loving this World Championship match. Is that something that has taken you guys by surprise as well? Just the kind of opening approach that we've been seeing by these two players?
I think it makes sense. I mean, from Dingley Ren's perspective, he hired Richard Report as his second. You knew once that pairing became public that you have to expect variety. You have to expect some offbeat variations. And Anish, I'm sure, will be able to speak this better than I can because he's played Richard in so many tournaments over the years. But you pick someone like that so you're not predictable. We know some of the previous World Championship matches have had the same openings over and over again. We know some top players, they like to play just the same lines. You've mentioned Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, he loves to play his Neidorfs and his Grunfelds, and you can expect that from him every time. But when you have to kind of throw a dart and hope that it lands, that is difficult, especially in the World Championship stage when you're playing the best of the best. I mean, Dingley Ren is a beast no matter what opening he plays, but when you can't come into the game with preparation that you worked on that morning or in the last week or maybe even the last month, that makes it your life even harder.
It's just been an amazing run so far. We've seen so much in this World Championship match, and there's an entire second half that remains. We've seen strategic wins, we've seen tactical brilliancies, we've seen setups of mating patterns that you don't get to see in the chess world. Seen amazing opening preparation, and we've also seen the psychological battle that the World Championship match is. We heard from Jan Nepomniachtchi after game 7 on how exciting this match has been.
Clearly, I didn't expect anything like this. So like a lot of punches, yeah, to both sides. But yeah, I guess no one actually expected. Yeah, so perhaps people for at least for some time wouldn't like state that okay, classical chess is dead or something. Yeah, so it can still. I mean, okay, I'm not sure if it's fun, but it's exciting for sure.
Been an absolute treat for the chess world, this World Championship match. We've been talking about openings, well, we're not the only ones who've been super impressed. Fabiano Caruana, a former World Championship challenger, he says, can't express how happy I am to see this variation being played out. Anish, you were the one who called it out first, that this is Fabi's speciality. What Ding has chosen, the A3 setup of the Nimzo Indian, and Levon there replying that he's familiar with it as well. He mentions Aram Hakobian, his colleague, that it was something that was brought up a year ago, and how exciting he's finding this. What do you make of this, Anish?
Yeah, at some point when an interesting side variation like this becomes publicly known, the players they usually have this standoff of who checked it. Of course, everybody checked it, and then so the tiebreaker is who checked it earlier. So Fabi just said, I checked it, and Lev says, I knew it a year ago, and now Grishik will say, okay, but I saw it 10 years ago, and Kramnik will say, yeah, but I prepared against Kasparov in 2000, and it's a standoff of who knew it earlier, and it happens very often. You have these offbeat variations that look offbeat and rare, but somehow there's a certain logic and allure to them. The computers also point you into that direction, and they are much more known amongst hardworking top players than you would expect them to be. So yeah, definitely, definitely nice Twitter exchange there, and I think we are really lucky that we're getting a game here, and Ding has played this e5 and d5, making sure to stay away from the forced complications, and just goes for this double edge position, taking massive risk. You see the bar is slightly on the black side because the bar, at least the engine that is used for this bar thinks that white doesn't have enough compensation for the pawn. But I'm liking it, and I think the chances are at the very least equal here, and we are in for another exciting treat. And whether Jan expected this opening or not, I don't know, but another exciting game on our hands here.
Anish, I have a question for you because as you were talking and making the jokes about who saw what first, I was wondering, do you think if Jan Nepomniachtchi had the option, would he really choose to play the black side of this position, or do you think he would immediately jump and say, "Give me the white pieces"?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think Jan probably prefers white. I know a lot of players who are very materialistic. You'd be surprised. You would really think that everybody likes initiative, but it's not the case. Even at the top, there are many players that are extremely greedy and they like their pawns. And I think a fair share of top players would pick black here, given that both sides are out of book. But indeed, Jan and probably Ding as well. I think they are both on the initiative side of things. They're giving pawns left, right, and center. And yeah, I think also here, it's this kind of pawn that somehow it doesn't feel like a pawn. So let's say you go EDCD, give me this position at a glance, like a half a second or like 0.1 second, like the geoguessers do. Like show it to me in a split second and ask me how many, like, is white down a pawn? And of course, I'll calculate pretty quickly that white is down a pawn, but my first instinct would not be that I'm a down a pawn. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see that I'm down a pawn just because somehow, like, the black doesn't have a passed pawn. The extra pawn is on the b file here. This b6 pawn is the extra pawn, you could say, because okay, this was symmetric so far, but the b pawn is not really going anywhere anytime soon, and it will take a very, very, very long time for it to go down. And if anything, it's white that has a pawn that matters right now. So short term, you don't feel you're down a pawn. But of course, if black is ever to trade queens, or then you'll regret being a pawn down. So this is kind of a fleeting moment here. But in this particular moment, white has the initiative, that's for sure.
Whoa. And he doesn't take. I thought for sure he was going to capture, but he brings his knight back to e7, and the bar stays level. And I just want to say that I'm sure Rainbolt is happy with your GeoGuessr comment there, Anish. That was a good reference. And, well, knight e7, I mean, he's really backing up, but it does bring another piece towards his king. And I guess he wants to leave the status quo with these double pawns.
Yeah. I was kind of expecting the knight to head towards a5. But by no means is it clear what's a better move. And knight closer to the king side, it's very harmonious. Knight on the rim is dim kind of thing. We talked about it before in this match. Also, who was it that had the knight on the rim? I was Jan, yeah, with the knight on a5 already once. So he has the traumas of the knight on a5. He doesn't want to again to have that issue, so he brings it back to e7. Very sensible. And now, tempting options. Again, the 94 concrete ideas are there, but d6 first, indeed, is also very possible.
looks super logical to my eyes. You get to hit this knight. This rook can always slide to d2 behind it. I mean, you're pushing your passed pawn, and now there will not be capture in the center. And you mentioned, Anish, not being clear where the extra pawn is. If you can push this pawn to d6, does that really look like an extra pawn for black? I mean, it is, right? Matter of factly speaking. But with a knight coming to e4, a rook to d2, I feel like you're going to be very happy about your pawn even potentially going to d7 soon.
Yeah, this looks scary to get that pawn on d6. But I'm just wondering, this move knight e7, isn't it all pointed towards trying to get the knight closer to the king? Maybe move it to f5, offer a trade so that you can ease out the pressure. And after a move like d6, I see that rook d8 is an option, but it's a bit scary to play rook d8, right? Because the queen anyway wants to find itself on g4. You anyway want to play your rook to d2, and somehow it just feels like it's spending too much time. After d6, knight f5. Is that what Jan Nepomniachtchi wants? To just try and trade off these knights that we've been talking about? Of course, Ding will never allow this. He will go for knight e4 in this position.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned Rook A8, but I suspect Rook A8 could just be very bad. I'm not sure. Of course, it's a very concrete position, but it gives me that extra tempo for Knight E4, and then these ideas of swinging the rook across. Remember with F3, G4, and all that. I mean, this becomes very suspicious. Indeed, Knight F5 must be the idea. Knight E4, I think Queen to D8 perhaps is what Jan wants. I am not sure, but I think that is maybe the move. If g4, there is bishop b7 intermezzo, I think. And
Can you stop with queen
so
g4
scary.
and just bring the queen to the h file instead of g4?
yeah, then again, this king g7 is the standard way to deal with it, as always. And well, yeah, I think this is Jan's calculation. I think knight e7, d6, knight f5, knight e4, queen d8. If queen g4, king g7, and if g4, bishop b7 is what he wants to play. It looks pretty convincing at first glance. I have to say, I don't immediately see how white can develop the attack, although f3 and rook a to h2 has to be calculated, but without control over some crucial dark squares, I'm not sure white can deliver checkmate this way. I imagine bishop e4 is a possibility, and then if you go rook a to h2, you have to realize there is no threat of checkmate because king can leave via f6 at some point. So yeah, a lot to uncork here. Is d6 the only move? So knight e4 first is also tempting, but I guess then we have this queen f4, queen f5 situation. Okay, let's say queen f4, the most logical one here. And then we have a similar version, but a slightly different one as the one we looked at. So bishop d3 again, and again bishop c4, I suspect, or e d5 here is an option again. And this g3, queen f5, f3, the old. Wait, is that? But here is very different, right? I'm not sure it's
closer, so that's probably good news for black.
Probably, but the pawn is on d5. I don't know. It's very, very concrete. So bishop takes a2 is the option. Is it again? Yeah, but in the same variation, I think black just wins a pawn because then you just take on f3 and then you take on h1 and then you just take bishop d5 and you are up a pawn compared to the line we looked at. Yeah, this is a bad version for white. So yeah, not immediately clear what are the consequences of including d5 97, and after d6 95 94 queen d8 also the onus is on white to prove. So not sure if I dislike this 97. Maybe actually a very cool solution by Jan, not going for these EDCD positions where it's indeed positional and you would trade bishops and just this long-term danger was bothering him. This 97 is a very concrete way to try and solve the problems and potentially even take over the initiative. But I guess I guess the variations are going to be very forcing, and white has also resources.
Super complex.
Very critical. Super complex position, Robert, and very critical now, as you're pointing out, that d6 might be the only way for white to actually keep the balance and keep the initiative going. So Ding, he needs to find that. Knight e4 is also so tempting, coming in with a tempo on the board. And it just turns out that it isn't an accurate move. Ding needs to be also judicious on the clock. How important is that at the moment? Do you think he needs to take his time? He needs to spend those extra minutes right now? Or is it also important to balance out the clock right now?
I think it's really important he spends his time at this critical juncture because D6, you have a pass pawn, you want to push it, but then your pawns are no longer in contact with one another, so you may very well lose that pawn later in the game. But I think he understands that it is now or never, just in terms of the overall picture of this board. The landscape is such that he needs to act. He has an open file for this rook, and I'm actually going through variations in my head, and one of them involves D6, something that we were just talking about, but I'm going to invert the move order a little bit. So if we can just analyze this for a second, then I think in the variation that we were just talking about, what if white plays the queen D3 to start with? We want to bring our piece to the H-file. That also makes G4 more of a threat because our queen already defends this knight on E4. So I'm sort of taking the sting out of some of Black's defensive resources while trying to bring my queen over to deliver a checkmate. I understand that Anisha's king G7,
always.
rook
Yeah,
H8
always king
is
G7.
kind of automatic. But if I play G4 here, what is the reaction?
Well, I think it's bishop b7 here. I don't think moving the knight is good. I think bishop b7 is probably the point. And after gf, ef, queen h3, I can take on e4 and run with the king to f6.
Wow.
So I think it could work out all right for black.
Amazing.
Maybe
This is
you
a
don't have to
crazy
look.
line.
Maybe f3 and swinging the rook with rook ah2 potentially. So after gf, ef, let's say f3.
So-
I don't believe in white's attack, or maybe f3 immediately even. I don't know how dangerous is rook h2. With the black king having all these dark squares to leave, I suspect it's not so dangerous. Definitely something to consider. Even bishop e4, queen e4, then knight takes d6, queen e5, f6. That probably is doing very well there, because if you are able to diffuse the attack at this point, you have a very good pawn structure and good knight and all the right pieces on the board. So white has to be concrete, but there is attacking potential for white. Of course, there is this h file and a lot of interesting options. And Ding is reaching deep here. We can be certain that the players are completely on their own at this point. At this point, it's completely clear, and so many tactics to uncover.
It feels like the variations never end, right? Like in your head after knight e7, you have to calculate everything we just looked at, because the white queen venturing over to deliver a checkmate, that will be part of the plan. And it involves a piece sacrifice. We just we're looking at this variation here where in the moment after queen d3, you know you need to bring your rook to defend your king. You cannot leave the h-file uncontested. But after g4, bishop b7, this, once you're here, all right, you see the move, but look at the evaluation bar. We have that, the players do not. And even the evaluation bar says that the game is level, which means that dynamic equality, which really means if you make one mistake, you might just lose on the spot because you are giving up a piece. There are tactics, there are checkmating threats. This is actually really, really worrisome. There are a lot of tactics to figure out.
Yeah, it is this moment with all these different combinations of how to build an attack that you've been pointing out. Bring the knight to the center, try and double up on the h file. You either bring the queen to the h file through a lift, or you transfer the rook from one end of the board to the other on the h file with the pawns moving forward. Reminds me of that little rook a2 move that we were talking about, and suddenly it comes into the attack. So Ding Liren currently thinking how to combine all these tactical ideas which make it as powerful an attack as possible. Currently a critical moment, Robert, as you pointed out. Ding is in a think tank. It is important for him to either decide on d6, knight e4. He needs to use the time judiciously. So many angles at play. We're going to take a quick short break and be back with all the action.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Well, it was bound to happen. I now have to do the challenge myself. I'm totally nervous, even though I shouldn't be. But anyway, it's time to see what time I can post. We have the world's highest rated clock operator here, Shreyas Grail, England's #1 junior. Are you ready to start the clock? Not now. Okay, now, go. Wow, this is a lot harder than it looks. If I put a piece on a wrong square, that's going to be totally embarrassing. Okay, that's the queen, that's the king, that's the pawn. Literally training my whole life to do a challenge that I didn't know about. That's right. Because the commentary speed me up or slow me down. Well, this box is much harder because the pieces are much deeper. So viewers at home, you might want to get a more shallow box. I'm also slightly cheating by not adjusting the pieces, but we're going to try to get them in the middle of the squares. Trey, if you see any pieces that are in violation, then stop.
32 seconds.
32?
Yeah.
See if you can beat Fun Master Mike.
Welcome back, everyone. It is move 16 of game 8 of the World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Liren. Liren, playing with the white pieces, has been thinking for over 15 minutes in this position. A big moment for him as he needs to decide how to carry forward the attack. We have been discussing different variations, different paths that white can build the pressure on Black's king. Robert, what do you make of this big think that Ding is having, and which option do you think he's going to choose at the end?
Well, you can rely on top players for knowing when there is a critical moment, and it is right now. I think the move d6 is what he wants to play. He did just push his pawn up to d5 a turn ago, but he's looking at all of these tactics and he's realizing that Jan probably has it under control. I think what he wants to do is leave Jan with optionality, but where some of them have pitfalls. But when you play a move like d6, there is no turning back, as we've been analyzing. So, Tanya, I feel like Liren, he came into this game knowing that a win is the desired result, that if he didn't get this win, he could be in some trouble in the match. Anish had said earlier, plenty of time left. Even if he draws with this game, it's going to be all about game 9. He needs to hold with the black pieces, prove that he can stabilize. But he wants to make the most of this moment. He caught Jan off guard. So, Anish, I mean, Ding's still thinking here. What do you make of the current situation?
Well, when you look at the game with the computer, it's always very clear what's happening. The variations seem all very natural. But the problem is the good moves are logical and natural, but the bad moves are also logical and natural very often. And there's always much more than meets the eye. Even Vishy Anand has said always, he said, in my prep, he said, it's all clear. I do this, they do that, I do this. But once I land at the board, the computer is not there. All questions come up. Why not this move? Why not that move? Chess has much more reach over the board when you don't have the evaluation. And there are so many more possibilities here than we see. To begin with, there is no threat. Just to be clear, like there is just no threat. So you could also try improve the position with Rook G2. Knight e4 is very tempting not to allow the queen to come back to d8. d6, knight f5, knight e4, that's of course the first thing you look at. But then the question is, what next? I mean, then it becomes really forcing. Bishop b7 is next. Your knight's getting targeted. If you lose the knight and you lose the pawn on d6, it's all over. So you will have to go something like g4, bishop b7. It's forcing. You cannot just go d6, knight e4 and say, okay, I'll figure it out. You can do that if you know that computer says this is the way to go. If you don't know, for all you know, that could be a mistake. Because, the responsibility is very high. If you push the d pawn forward, you might as well lose it. And this is not what you want. So all these risky possibilities, you have to be sure what you do. So Ding is trying to make up his mind already after d6, 94, 95, 94, queen d8. He has to see a certain follow-up because queen d3, king g7, we discussed that, g4, bishop b7, all of these things. I think he is looking at this position after queen d3, king g7, g4, bishop b7, which to me seems like a very natural direction. It's kind of all, well, it looks forced. I don't know if it is forced. And here there are options. Actually, the move d7 came to mind at some point. I don't know if it's good, but just to move d7. I like that after bishop e4, queen e4, you don't take that pawn. And after knight d6, I have queen e5. And if f6, I have maybe even queen. Oh, sorry, I just collect the knight. That's the idea. So maybe this is what he's thinking about, but there are surely opportunities for black as well here to play something. The bar is not even completely clear on this, and so lots of questions here and lots of choice for Ding. And understandably, he's taking his time. So far, he's been slow, and this 20-minute thing, this one is probably justified.
Yeah, I think he's about to reach out and make a move. It's the kind of feel that you get from his body language, a slight shift there. There's been so much chat about his time management in the World Championship so far, and I think we saw the biggest drawback of that happen in Game 7, the absolute collapse that we witnessed when he froze with just seconds on the clock and was just physically and mentally unable to make a move. And while Ding thinks, I want to use this moment to ask you, Anish, because you have so much experience at the biggest stage in the chess world. You've played against Ding, you played against Yan, you have your own team of seconds. In a situation like that, at such a big stage, if it's being someone from Ding's team, for example, Rappo is there, what do you expect? How do you handle this? What is it that you tell the player going into the second half after having the experience that he did in Game 7 to deal with this? What's the best way forward?
Oh, this is so incredibly hard, and I know even people who try to help me, and after games like that, especially when things are not going well, just slightly wrong wording, it could be that final straw that damages your confidence, or the opposite. It's the certain right way of saying or doing something. It could restore the entire being, and of course, nothing restores your own confidence better than your own good moves, your own good play. But in a moment like that, when you just lost a game and you need to come back, and there's no time to recover, yeah, you need to feel the player, and everybody is different. And I hope Ding and his team they found a way. But it is extremely difficult and challenging. I mean, I can tell from experience. I see often people try, but yeah, it's very often very very difficult, 'cause it's your own mindset, and sometimes you need to take the pressure off. Sometimes you need more pressure. Sometimes you need um, to feel the confidence and someone to tell you how great you are, or sometimes you need to laugh at how miserable you have been, and it's always different, and it depends on the moment. And I've had some incredible incredible that sounds stupid, but incredible as in some very memorable experiences where I managed to come back from a bad situation. And it's often surprising what it was and what worked. And without context, it will not make much sense. It's not like I'll tell you, one time I went to an Italian restaurant and it was a wonderful experience, but somehow at that moment, with all the context around it, um, yeah, it was it was that trip to the restaurant that helped me. Or sometimes it's a conversation, or it's just, yeah, it's also s- so details, so fragile and random, to be honest. And I'm not sure that there's a universal recipe there. But we will see from Ding's moves today if he is back, because this position, it's a good test. It's a good test because, well, best Ding, he can make something of it, because this is his type of position, of course. He can calculate very deep. He is very creative and very very powerful. But at the same time, if you are a little bit off shape here, it can go wrong, and he can easily lose the game. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me the slightest that if he'll lose this game, because this is a completely double-edged fight.
Yeah, and just to echo what Anish was saying in there, that as I've coached and worked with some top players, and sometimes it really is just about being there for them, reassuring them, because they're the best chess players in the world, like Anish is, and so it's about making sure that they are having fun, being confident, and so it just doesn't feel stressful and work, and like it's not happening the way you want it to. So I think for his team of seconds, he had a rest day yesterday. Hopefully, they used it to great effect. And well, Anish, I think you're going to be proud of me. I just was talking, and a tactic came to mind while I was talking, so I pulled that Danya that you've been asking for. I actually think we need to analyze. I can't believe this just happened mid-conversation, or monologue, I should say. But
you saw another tactic that fails?
No,
Robert,
I don't think it fails. I think you're gonna like it.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Robert, but you're trying to replace Danya. I mean, this is quite cute. Okay, give it another shot.
We're very different stylistically in terms of our chess, but in this variation we've been talking about with Queen D3, King G7, G4, Bishop B7, I think there's this move Rook H3, and I mentioned a rooklet before, and the eval bar doesn't hate it. So let's bear with me for a second. That if you take this knight and I take back, and you take on D6, this no longer works out for black the same way, because after Queen E5 check, Pawn F6, Queen H2, you don't have Rook H8. So I don't know how this is even, because this looks very scary to me. But the whole point is that Rook H8 is no longer in the equation, because the knight on D6 is spied by the Queen on H2. So, hey, how'd I do?
Robert, now be honest. Robert. Okay, yeah. Be honest. Did you find it yourself, or did you see some engine suggested?
What you see? What I see? I have the same. You're on the same parsec as me.
You got some DM from someone? Are you serious?
No, I promise you. I was just,
yourself.
I was thinking earlier about ways to make that Queen D3 line work, and I just thought that we wanted to, get the rook out of the diagonal. So
Can we please cross-check this young man? Fairplayteam.com. Can you please cross-check if he's not lying? It's true.
I love it. I love it. But Robert, what an amazing line, just using this rook lift, an idea that you actually pointed out a few moves ago, right? You mentioned this idea quite some time back. And to make it work, because the queen falls back, attacks the knight. But I will tell you one thing. Daniel would have probably found a mate 10 moves ago. You just found a way to win material. So still not there, Robert.
Hey, they say when you see checkmate, look for better. So I'm just trying to steal some pieces. But how is that position even, by the way? Like, this...
maybe knight f7 and king g8 is one thing I was wondering. Like, do you really have a checkmate?
No, but I thought it looked good. Amazing. Just cover the h8.
Bad, but you need the a2 rook in the game as well. And I don't know. You have to bring these pieces in quickly. Because I'm going to go queen b8 next, perhaps. Try to chase your queen out.
And meanwhile, Ding has spent 25 minutes in the current position. This is getting tricky now.
I would go for d6 anyway, and then choose between d7 or rook h3, because, well, problem with 94 we had already seen this queen f5, queen f4, sorry, queen f4, bishop c4 business. Rook d2 is possible, but rook d2, maybe queen f4 as well, and then knight f5, and well, we lack active ways to somehow get our pieces closer to the king. I think the d6, it looks promising. Yeah, I like Robert's rook h3 option. I liked also my move d7 a lot. I think d7 was also nice. If you remember, I didn't see the issue with that yet. So after d6, knight f5, knight e4, queen d8, g4, or queen d3 first. Let's say king g7, g4, bishop b7. Yeah, d7. I like that move. I didn't see what's wrong with it. Maybe, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. There is no threat, but I don't need a threat. I want to play rook d2 next or whatever. Just consolidate my d pawn.
Oh, and you saw with a little bit more time, the evaluation went from minus 0.5, so half a pawn better for black, back to even. So, I mean, this doesn't look like a position we just say, yeah, of course, it's just equal. I like White's position. I mean, White has an attack. White has a pawn in the 7th rank. You can put in rook to defend. There's always going to be problems with the black king. This knight is directly threatened. I like this.
I think Ding double second guessing himself. That is what it's called. Because you remember he was about to make a move at some point?
Yeah.
And now he's back in the tank. And I think he is still a little bit off. His pace is okay. He can afford to think now. It's okay. He has an hour. He can do this. But his pace is a little bit off again. And I'm getting a little bit worried for him. I'm getting bad vibes. You can, sometimes during the game you can switch gears and you can pick up the pace. But I'm getting the worrying signs like in the previous games. The thought is a little too long.
That does feel a little ominous right now. And we did see Ding hesitate. He almost reached out for a piece, but then decided not to play. And he's been now close to 30 minutes on this move 17. So still a long way to go before meeting time control. And what happened in game 7, it just can be such a big nightmare to deal with it in your own head when you're back, even though you've got a rest day. It's a lot easier to deal with a loss that's happened over the board than the way it happened as we saw it. Then what, because you're very aware that you could not handle that clutch moment, that you choked in that time pressure, and that is so much harder to get over than a game that you lost on the board.
It is.
Brutal words.
This moment here, you see Ding thinking he's down under an hour on the clock, and without increment, we saw what happened to him in game 7. But he understands that this is such a big moment, not just in this game, but in the World Championship as a whole. If he can win this game, equalize the score once more, he knows he's right back in it. But I'm wondering what his mindset is. Does he believe he needs to win this game? That is dangerous territory for a chess player. You need to be objective. You can't play results-oriented chess unless it's the final round or you strictly need a victory to stay in the match. I feel like this is such a big moment. He is trying to be precise, but those thoughts start to weigh on you a bit. You start to think about, can I actually win this World Championship? Is Jan going to be able to pull away if he makes a draw here with black, and then I have to defend with black myself in the next game? And he knows d6 is on the table. He really wants to play it. He wants to bring his knight into e4 next. He just needs to convince himself that it's good, because it's not easy. There are a lot of complexity and calculation to work through, but I do feel like Ding should have the upper hand in some of the positions we looked at.
Yeah, and Robert, I just want to say what I feel is kind of happening in moments like that. So what essentially it is a lack of confidence, and the way it manifests itself while you think. So being a great player that Ding is, of course, if he saw a variation that was forcing and it ended with, let's say, checkmate, let's say it's checkmate in 15, he would find it and then he would go for it, right? But it is these moments where you have to take a leap of faith in a certain sense. You have to just make a call, like, I will find a move there, or it's good enough, or it's probably, maybe I'm not better, but I should do it. So you have to take this leaps of faith, and you have to do, and that is what chess is about. Most of the time, you don't actually see to the end and take a decision. You take a certain leap of faith with every move. You think, okay, this is the right way to go. I'll find the rest later. This is the right way to go. I'll find the rest later. And when you are down on confidence, you are not confident about these uncertain positions, and you start second guessing yourself. And before taking that leap, you try to oversee all the consequences, and that is by definition impossible in chess. So this is kind of what's happening. You try to dig deeper and deeper, but you are doing yourself a disservice because you cannot do that. So you're just wasting your time, and you cannot calculate because the tree of the variations is too wide. You're just doubting yourself and messing with your own thinking process, because the thinking process should be that at some point you rely on your intuition and you make a call that this is the way to go and something will be found. And once you try to find a continuation that is completely forcing and leads to a good position, and you don't trust that process, then you start making some weird decisions and wasting too much time, and also making moves that are too bad. And so I'm seeing still the same signs in Ding as in the previous game. This confidence and this mechanism of calculating, cutting it off at some certain moment, trusting yourself and making a move. This is a loop that has to keep happening when you play chess. I think that loop is broken a little bit in Ding, and he's just not doing that. And he's taking a bit too long.
Yeah, he's got 24 moves to make. He's down to 55 minutes on the clock. He needs to make this move 17 quick. He needs to make a decision. Ding has managed to, of course, create chances in this position. It is a game for 3 results. And we've seen this strategy, this match strategy from Ding all along, where he gets these opening positions where it's a full-on game. Anything can happen. Yan's not feeling comfortable. Ding's not feeling comfortable. It's tension on the board. But one gets the feeling that does that even suit Ding's own style? Has he been true to his own strengths while doing that? And is that something that you feel, Robert, has been a factor in this match so far? That while Ding wants to create chances where Yan can perhaps go wrong, but he's often choosing positions where he doesn't feel very comfortable and true to his own style.
It's such a great question, and I actually was thinking about that when Anish was speaking, because in the candidates tournament that led to these two being here, Alireza Firouzja, he played many different openings, but they were criticized as not being in Firouzja's style. He was playing the Catalan and all sorts of openings that he didn't typically play. And there we see the move D6. So Ding, he plays it, he gets up and he walks away. And I think that he knows that it's the correct decision. Objectively, it is verified by the eval bar here. It is great. But what I want to say to answer your question fully, Tanya, is that for Ding Liren, I think that he is such a precise player, but unfortunately, perfect is the enemy of the good. Sometimes you need to just play on intuition, trust yourself, rather than trying to calculate to the very end. And I think Ding does struggle with that at times. And in this match, he has frozen, as we all witnessed in Game 7. But I think players like Hikaru Nakamura, they play these moves on instinct, and they are people who take risks in their chess. They're willing to play a double-edged position where they might lose, where some people, they play to win, other people play not to lose. That is just the mentality in the world of chess. And Anish, I mean, you know Ding, you know Yan, you play them many times. Do you find that Ding Liren sometimes, not that he just doesn't trust himself, but he's really trying to calculate to the very end, and that holds him back to some extent?
Yes, of course, but I don't think that is who he is. I think that is what happens when he's out of shape. And what happens when Yan is out of shape is that he starts playing way too fast. So this is just, these are the symptoms of Ding being off. Ding in shape, he does everything great. So he's not afraid to lose. I mean, one of the most ambitious players I know, Ding, to be honest. I mean, I've played many players, and so often I've been in situations where my opponents have a choice to either force a draw or simplifications of sorts, or to play for a win with unclear consequences. And there are a few players that are particularly ambitious. Of course, Carlsen is one. Almost always does he go for the unclear option. Fabi has become extremely confident over the years. I think his tremendous result in Sigfield Cup when he won 7 games in a row, that really made a big impact on his career. I think ever since that moment, he's become extremely confident in himself. And Ding is also one of the players who almost never chooses safety. But of course, when he is in a poor form, or when he's struggling with his confidence, of course he'll start double guessing himself. While if Yan is in a poor form and is struggling, then Yan's instinct is to just throw the pieces at the opponent and play extremely fast and try to get rid of the tension as soon as possible. And this is just a stylistic difference. But no, I think it would be a big insult to say that Ding is a player who is uncomfortable to take risks, or or is not good enough for any of that. It's just not the case. But of course, here we see the symptoms of lack of confidence. It's playing a little bit slowly again.
Yeah, he's undoubtedly one of the best. He is the world number 3. And currently, we see some moves being blitzed that, Anish, you know the two players really well. But I also want to give a shout out to our chat on YouTube and on Twitch, who were on point when they guessed that Ding will indeed go for the move d6. And he did play it. But will the amount of time that he took to make this decision, will that come back to haunt him or not? Well, we will find out in just a few moves. But we see Yan doing that thing, what he does, playing super fast, immediately made the move knight to f5, offering the trade, which Ding declined. Played knight e4. This is a position that, guys, we had in our analysis, hitting the queen, and the line that you pointed out, Anish, is on the board with the queen retreat to d8. And how do we see this going forward? Will Ding try to double up on the h file? Are we expecting g4? Guys, take it away.
I think the big question is, will he play that d7 move that Anish suggested, which is a great one. And it is at the end of the line, which we've been analyzing with, I guess, queen d3 first, king g7, g4, bishop b7. We're saying this is all pretty forced for black just to execute on this pin. Just to remind everybody who wasn't here earlier that capturing on f5 would actually be bad because there is problems down this line. So that is why we will not see this capture on f5, but Anish's d7, really, really interesting move. The point being that after bishop takes, queen takes, no longer are you stealing this pass pawn with your knight, and your knight is threatened, so it has to move, but this pass pawn will remain. So what is the response to d7? Anish, you came up with the move. I know the onus shouldn't be on you to respond to your own good suggestion, but how does black deal with this pass pawn one square away from promotion?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a great move. I mean, I like the look of it, but I would trust the bar more than my instincts. And to be honest, my instincts in these kind of positions, I would never trust them myself either, because how do I know what's the right move here? It's just so complicated. You just try to. I mean, all I try is to look like 2-3 moves ahead and not blunder something. And okay, as long as the attention is kept, it's probably all right. But after d7, I mean, one question I have is, so I don't have a big threat. I think my next move is rook d2 probably. So in the meantime, you can also take your time and do something. You could try to move the knight to h4, but I don't think you have to. You could. I'm not sure if it's the right way to go, because knight on h4 is just misplaced potentially. But yeah, you could go for it. Maybe then go rook h8, support it. And the d7 pawn, it's one step away from promotion, but I think it's that one step that it will never make. It will never promote to d8, because d8 square is so well protected by both the queen and the two rooks. The pawn on d7, it's just restricting the pieces rather than really promoting. Also, instead of knight h4, I do wonder if you can make a waiting move, like if you could go for queen e7 and rook a d8 regroup. I thought rook d2 here, and if rook a d8, queen h3, rook h8, queen h8 was the idea, but after queen h3, maybe you have bishop e4.
Oh, that's so nice, Anish. This tactic.
Well, one use of the d pawn indeed is that I can sack the queen this way. But after queen h3, I think again this bishop e4, this king on f6 it's just fine there. I need one more piece, like I need a dark square bishop or a knight to checkmate it, but I don't have this piece. So not so simple. I mean, I'm not sure d7 is good. I'm also liking your rook h3 suggestion. d7 kept more tension because rook h3 it allowed this bishop e4, knight d6, knight f7 sequence, where in the end I was not sure what's happening. But Ding is thinking already now, and I suspect there are other options here as well instead of queen d3. The only thing I don't like is that I feel like when I'm looking at these games, I feel like whenever we have this complicated position, which is objectively like roughly balanced, I feel as though Ding is giving Yan a handicap. And then I realize that it's not the handicap that he's giving, is the sort of it's something that Yan is taking from Ding, because Yan is playing these good moves quickly. I mean, Ding, for example, he would take the time even on knight f5 and queen d8. even though he knows these are the best moves, he will still take his time no matter what. We saw him taking time on every decision other than the recapture. While Jan, he just doesn't even let any seconds stay behind. And the problem is that when you play so quickly, not only do you save these seconds, but you also somehow put even more pressure on the opponent, and the opponents tend to think longer as well back, which is weird. But it's what happens a lot, and I feel a little annoyed for Ding that somehow he's significantly behind on the clock in all of these complicated games, and this is almost not fair. But he does it to himself.
Yeah.
And
And he mentioned after playing the London, right? It was his kind of a position, and he played it to perfection. He kept the time management in hand. But in these positions, especially the one we have right now, yes, it's a mess, but it just feels like Ding's confidence is making him stop at every move, at every moment to burn the clock a little bit. And Yan does that to perfection. What you just mentioned, when he smells that his opponent is struggling with confidence, is struggling to make moves fast, that's when Yan, who is such a beast, who just is so good at these kind of positions and playing fast, but it just multiplies for him. That part of him comes out even more. And that can be so discomforting to already a Ding who is currently, well, at least looking shaky on the clock, unsure of his moves, reaching out for a move, and then pulling back. So big moment, but Ding really needs to get himself together. He needs to start making those moves quickly. There are a lot of questions yet to be answered in the position. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is doing Nepo things where he's leaving those questions to be answered when he has a big advantage on the clock, when it will get even more tricky for Ding to take control of the position, running down on minutes. It's been all eyes on this World Championship match. It's been such a treat. I saw a featured chat which said that I'm so emotionally invested in this match. And I feel that too. I have to say that one really feels it because it's been such an emotional roller coaster. And our very own Mike Klein in Astana, he spoke to the former world champion, the 14th world champion, Vladimir Kramnik, on his thoughts on the match.
Thanks, guys. We are here with the 14th world champion, Grandmaster Vladimir Kramnik, who's playing his own Rapid and Blitz tournament. But I wanted to ask him first about the world championship. Now, in 2000, you played a world championship that was much more like Carlsen style, mostly draws. Of course, you won the decisive games, good for you. But in 2006, you played a match which was much more like this one. You got a lead, then you lost a lead, then you came back. So let me ask you, since you've played in both types, do you enjoy, as a fan, this type of world championship more?
Yeah, I mean, each championship match has its own kind of drama, has its own way to develop. So this one is very original. I mean, so many decisive games, 5 out of 7 is really, I don't know, maybe unique in the latest history of chess. So it's very interesting in its own way. It's very emotional, very dramatic. Maybe, I mean, players showing some very good moments, low moments of play, but all in all, it's interesting. That's maybe the most important, for the majority of the people.
Your event starts at 5 p.m. local time here, which is 2 hours after the World Championship. So will you spend that 2 hours keeping an eye on the World Championship, or will you be more preparing for your own event?
I think I will be talking to my kids and doing some emails, so I think neither of it. So probably only in the evening when I finish my game, of course, I will have a look at the games and what happened.
You've seen the players, you've seen their emotions. Can I get you to make a prediction for the second half of the World Championship?
No, I mean, actually my prediction before the event was correct. I mean, I felt like it's going to be a very uneven match. I mean, very up and down and many decisive games. That's what I predicted on camera. So, and I think it will probably continue like this. But now, after yesterday's games, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Nepomniachtchi who is going to win, in my opinion, but we can still have a number of surprises, and a number of decisive games.
And finally, there's a lot of rumors going around on the internet that you may or may not be on Nepomniachtchi's team. Of course, you're playing here in the tournament. That should settle the rumors, but can you just clarify for our audience if you are or are not?
No, but there are no rumors. It's already official information. Yesterday, somebody sent me this article from Financial Times. That I'm official, chief of the team of Jan, and I suppose if it's published in Financial Times, it is truth. Yeah, I mean, it was the first time I heard about it, but who am I to argue? So I guess it's true.
All right, you could be a world champion. You can be a second and play in your own tournament. A little bit of sarcasm there, but thanks so much, Vladimir Kramnik, for your time.
Wow, that was a very interesting interview with Vladimir Kramnik. We will come to discuss about everything that was mentioned, especially him being a potential trainer to Jan for this match. But look at this. This is what the action that we have with Ding Liren, who is currently trailing Jan Nepomniachtchi in the match. Going into the second half, historically, these are the comebacks that we've had. Magnus Carlsen in his match against Sergei Karyakin, he lost the game. I think, guys, it was a game 9, and then he strikes immediately back in the very next game to equalize the score. Vishy Anand against Boris Gelfand back in 2012, and Vladimir Kramnik is there in that list as well. It's, of course, no easy task as the match is getting closer to that finish line to make a comeback. We've seen Ding do this time and time again, at least twice in this match. Can he do it the third time? Robert, Big Vlad, he gave Jan as a favorite to win the match. Would you agree?
Well, Vladimir Kramnik knows something about mounting a comeback in the second half of a world championship. As you see on the graphic here, he did it twice. So he knows what it takes when trailing to win critical games. In fact, against Peter Lecko, it was that very last game that he needed to win to tie the match up, and he won because he was the reigning champion. So, Kramnik, he's not working with Jan Nepomniachtchi. At least that's what he made pretty clear in that interview. But still, I mean, he is a legend of this game. It's great to see him playing in these rapid and blitz events because he said he retired. So he's not fully retired. He's only retired from classical chess, it would appear. But I am happy to see Vladimir playing once again. And I think that Vladimir is right, that Jan Nepomniachtchi is the favorite. He has a lead. And right now he has a massive lead on the clock. And I'm starting to get nervous for Ding again. We've only seen 18 moves played. He has 41 minutes remaining. There's no increment. So if my math serves me well, he has 22 moves to play and doesn't even have 2 minutes per move.
Yeah, we've seen Vlad even play. I'm just going to go back to that interview because it's still in my mind, Robert. And I felt it was a little ambiguous about his working with Jan. Of course, right now he's at a tournament. He himself is emotionally invested in his own students there who are playing right now in Astana. But there is a possibility that perhaps he's done some work with Jan going into this World Championship match. What are the chances of that, Anish? Do you think that might have happened?
Yeah, certainly anything might have happened, and I really like that prediction there by Vladimir Kramnik. As to paraphrase a famous anecdote, according to top grandmaster Vladimir Kramnik, Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading by a full point here. So, yeah, definitely a good prediction there right now. But no, Vladimir Kramnik, is a very he's a very cunning player. He's always very clever in his games, but also in the interviews, you never can tell, what's going on there. Has he helped Jan at some point or not? Very, very possibly, of course, and the help could have been also very limited. Let's say, I mean, he could have had maybe a few days of a consultation with Jan, maybe just one call, Maybe Jan could have consulted him on some strategy, some advice, what he thinks are the strengths of Ding, for example, because Vladimir also played both Jan and Ding a lot, so he could have some opinion, on what a general approach to take. He could have sent certain files as well, concrete opening files or not, so we don't know any of that. The fact that Vladimir Kramnik is now not helping Jan, but is playing his own tournament, doesn't say any of that. Yeah, he could have been doing, and okay, what do you want him to say? I mean, especially if Jan asked him that it remains secret. Okay, what do you want him to reply? You want him to reply that Jan asked me that it would be secret, but yes, or what? I mean, it's frankly, yeah. So it's difficult. But we will never know until we do. So
yeah.
For now, we have to speculate and watch Ding keep thinking, which is a pity. But finally, he makes the most obvious move at this point. Well, most obvious for those who have already delved deep into the position. Of course, this is not at all the most obvious move, but if you spend some time realizing that g4 is made by bishop b7, then you can figure out that, okay, queen d3, king g7, g4 is it's a likely one, likely way to play. And I guess we will see the position we were discussing earlier quite quickly, because Jan is not going to waste any time. He's going to come back, play king g7 and go away. We know him.
Is that your prediction that Jan's just gonna blitz out his move right now? Immediately go for king g7?
He has no other move. If he doesn't play king g7, he just loses the game because queen h3 will deliver a checkmate down the h file. So yeah, Jan will play king g7, and I think Ding needs to respond instantly to Jan's move because you can't keep burning clock. This position is very complicated. This isn't just some position where you can make a draw at any point or keep equality. He's down a pawn. Let's not forget that. Ding sacrificed a pawn by playing e5 several turns ago. He has a passer, which is great, but if he's down to just a couple minutes on the clock for, say, 8 moves, like we saw in the previous game, it's not going to be easy for him.
Great call there, Robert. Anish, king g7, the only move, and played very fast. Well, the good news for Ding fans is that Ding replies instantly as well, pushes the knight. Now, again, this is a line, this is a position. These are ideas that we've been looking at. So we see them being played out. And here, the move that you came up with was the bishop retreat. Simply to b7, taking advantage of that pin on the long diagonal, not really moving anywhere with the knight, allowing a queen h3 to come in. So bishop b7, is that still what we're expecting from Ding here?
I think it's the only move, to be honest. I don't know, Robert. Do you see any a sensible alternative at this point?
No, I mean, bishop b7 is the only way not to just lose a piece. If you're going to sacrifice a piece, maybe there's some clever way to do so, but bishop b7 does feel automatic for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I mean, now that you asked the question, I'm just trying to come up with any sensible move. Knight h4 doesn't
Knight h4
really...
maybe, yeah, but it looks pretty awful. I mean, at least include bishop b7, and then after rook h3 or d7, then you can play knight h4. So realistically, I think it's the only move. Yeah, knight h4. I mean, it maybe doesn't lose on the spot, but even queen g3 is an option. I think it probably loses on the spot, to be honest, as well.
It looks awful because after knight h4, queen g3 hits knight, hits pawn. Also, what's wrong with just a move like g5 at some point to give yourself the f6 square? But why even risk it?
Yeah, I wanted to start. Wow. Queen g3, rook h8, and then g5. Oh wow, I made a mistake. What a surprise.
Not here G5. Because like this pawn's also going to fall. And
yeah, I thought this was the finisher. Yeah, maybe I should have reversed the order. Yeah. But after queen g3, I missed some resource. Oh, bishop b7, bishop b7 maybe. Oh, g5 maybe.
G5, I'm trying to figure out as well. Yeah, g5 somehow saves it. Not an easy move to play, by the way, with your king already exposed. But the point is, it defends this knight. If white starts taking pawns in the center, black can play this move f6 here. And this e6 pawn, unfortunately, is untouchable because the last thing you want to do is open lines in front of your own king. You see the eval bar suggests black would be completely winning at this point because the king is wide open and there are going to be pins, and that's a problem.
But g5 first, indeed, was probably the way to go, and Jan plays the most natural move, bishop b7. Again, it's not necessarily that you have to see why knight h4 loses, but it's that bishop b7 is a good way to start. The bishop on a6 served zero purpose. Bishop b7 is double exclaimed there by kindchess.com, whoever that person is who gives these exclamation marks. Must be a very busy person, by the way, sitting in that booth and continuously giving exclamation marks to all kind of different players. Must be a busy job there. But yes, double exclaimed there by chess.com. And now Ding has to choose. And next move you can play knight h4 if you want, having improved your bishop. But I suspect the knight will stay on f5 for quite a while. No need to move it just yet.
And knight h4 is just such a hard move to play. And as we see, bishop b7 is a brilliant move. It's the only move that kept the balance. Every other move gave white a huge advantage. But just in general, knight h4 just so difficult. Actually, there's one variation I'm thinking about. It's your line from before with d7. I just want to look at something very, very quickly here. That if we go forward with this move, queen here, I think we said rook d2, rook d8. We need to move this rook eventually off the pin. So like you play this move knight h4 at long last. Is there an issue with g5 and just trying to bring my knight to f6? I know it won't be so easy with the bishop slicing down the board, but bear with me for a second, Anish. Can I go full exchange sacrifice and bring my knight to f6? How does this look?
No, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, and this could be really, really good. Maybe black here will actually just go out of the way and just force forced to return the material with rook f4, rook takes f6. Because I definitely see the point with knight on f6 and the pawn on d7. Oh wow, this is actually not the way. Ooh, is it queen? No, queen d6, queen d6, yeah.
No, I was
Knight
thinking
e8
about
doesn't do
that
anything,
too.
yeah.
Trying to get this knight here. Where is the win here? Is it just
Mhm.
simple chess? Like,
Queen,
can I?
yeah,
can I move
you can attack the e5 pawn. Rook f6, queen e5. I don't get to.
Exactly.
I don't get to return the material.
I'm just gonna put it there. Just
Yeah, I missed that
pin.
intermezzo. This is incredible, actually, very beautiful.
Yikes! Wow.
Yeah, Robert, this construction of knight on f6 is so beautiful because not only are you sort of setting up a mating net, you also defend the d7 pawn. So it's very nice. But Ding has played your move, the rook h3. A nice choice there.
Yeah. Rook h3, the rook cliff that you've been talking about, Robert, for quite a while in this game. I think it was at least 5 moves ago that you mentioned this plan. We often think about lining up the queen and the rook with the queen in front to give a mate. But very often in position, the rook in front of the queen can be equally powerful, especially when you're trying to combine all these attacking ideas along the light squares and the attack on black's pieces. Well, the chess is definitely heating up here. And also on our Blitz Arena in our play zone, because this Saturday, for our viewers, you can't miss the chance to play in the Blitz Arena that's being hosted by the Jan Nepomniachtchi fan club. You can compete against fellow fans of the FIDE World Championship Challenger with a chance to win a diamond membership. So you've got to join the fan club to enter the arena. Use the command !Yan in chat for details. See you on Saturday. That's gonna be a fun one. Don't miss out on that right now. Ding Liren fans are on the edge of their seat as the game is heating up. Rook h3 has been played. Both players have left their chairs. Jan Nepomniachtchi to play. We will be back on the other side of this break.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
That's losing.
Oh my god, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Ding freezes, and Yan pounces on the opportunity with precision, taking the lead once again in the World Championship match.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
He's under a minute.
Why is he? What is he
He's
doing?
under a minute.
What
He's
is he
thinking.
doing?
No
Oh my
way.
gosh!
This is like what a collapse looks like.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Jan Nepomniachtchi contemplates his move number 21 in the game 8 of the World Championship match. This is the biggest stage, the biggest moment of the career for Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren as they fight for their dream to become the world champion. It is a critical position in game 8 where Ding Liren currently trails Jan by a point in the match. But a game that anything can happen. All three results are possible. The last move by Ding, a rook lift to h3, just sidestepping the rook from that bishop diagonal. And now Jan's knight on f5 is under fire. G takes f5 is a real threat on the board. And of course, also always eyeing a doubling up on the h file. You could either push the f pawn, slide up with that rook to a2, bring it to h2, join the attack, or one can envision the queen coming up onto the h file to bring on and pile on the pressure on Black's king. Jan Nepomniachtchi has to navigate all these possibilities. The first big question is, do you move the knight? Is knight h4 the only move in the position, or is there an alternative that Jan can be considering right now? Anish, what would you play as Black here?
Yeah, I think huge junction here. Big important moment. Even Jan is taking his time here because it's very tempting to get rid of the d6 pawn for good, as you can take on e4 and take on d6, play f6, and then knight f7. Like this variation screams at you, and it screams to be considered. And I think to me, it somewhat screams to be played as well, but maybe not to everybody's taste. There is some danger here with the h file. So this is one option, and it's a big one that Jan has to consider. There are also other options, of course. And
Anish, can I just pause you for a second?
Yes.
I think, as you're saying, this is one of the main lines that Jan is considering, and he can visualize this quite easily, but evaluating it is the hard part, right? You get here in your head, you're up a pawn as Black, but your king is unsafe, especially if this rook lands next to it. So is this what he's really doing? Is he's picturing this position in his head and going through all of the possibilities?
Yeah, because the danger is obvious. If the bishop from f1 was to magically land on like g6, it would be all over. So you are like one strong attacking move away from the edge here with Black. And also you don't have a clear follow-up with Black. Let's say White plays f4. It's not like Black has an immediate way to resolve the potential problems. I mean, the problems are very potential, but they could come. I mean, rook d2, bishop d3, or queen h3, rook h2. There are various ways of trying to get, or rook d2, rook d3, rook dh3. Another way as well to, yeah, I think the more I look at it, actually, the less I trust this, because black doesn't have a way to get rid of the problem along the h file. King g7, rook h8 idea is gone. King is stuck on g8, knight is stuck on f7. Black has to be really drastic here. Maybe some queen g6, queen c7, g5, something like that. But it's very, very dangerous for black. And the alternatives are, well, I think sacrificing the knight is a little too much. So I guess knight h4 in the starting position that we have right now on the board. I think knight h4 maybe is the other tempting move. And then you mentioned this g5 line, but it was a different version. Yeah, where you mentioned g5. Here is also a move. G5, maybe rook h8. Okay, and finally, let's look at this sacrifices of the knight, just to be sure we have all the options covered. So if we had to sacrifice knight, how would we do it? What do you think, Tanya?
Oh wow, that was a really tough question, to sacrifice the knight and how to do it.
Yeah.
If we have to give up the knight, maybe just offer a rook trade, rook h8, and let's say if you were to take on f5, I know one thing, I'll take with the e pawn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. It actually.
Oh wow.
Think
Yeah,
that
I'm
black
impressed.
is right in this, but this is another one of these situations where when we're watching as commentators or spectators at home, you're like, oh yeah, black is fine. When you're at the board, you're like, black is down a piece for just a couple of pawns, and is this enough? And I don't know, Anish, when I first look at this position, I feel like I wouldn't want any part of this from the black side.
Well, I know myself, and I can tell you this is, I would 100% not do this with black. Like, I would 100% not do this. Because, I mean, unless I know it's good, and then I can justify why it's good. Because you're kicking your knight away, I'm going to surround your d-pawn after queen h4 and rook d8. Your pieces are very passive, blah, blah, blah. And the d-pawn is alone, like a soldier in the field without any backup. It's going to eventually be lost. I don't even have to capture it quickly. And I can, make sense of all of this, of course, because I'm good at talking crap. But in reality, I would never do this. Okay, bishop f5, don't blunder, yeah? On my behalf, please. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, this is too risky for black. Only a player extremely confident in dynamic positions with such material imbalance could do this. So I suspect the main choice here is between bishop e4 and knight h4. These are the most likely moves. Rook h8, rook h8 is nice. Jan is capable of that, though. Jan is one player who is capable of going for a move like rook h8. He's very confident in himself and in his positions always. So whenever he has an unbalanced position, he's always on the optimistic side, seeing all the pluses of his positions and not worrying about the minuses. So if anyone, it's Jan who is capable of ushering rook h8, but I'm really not sure. And yeah, nice moment for Jan to take his time. And I'm glad that for a change, we are witnessing Jan's thinking process and are not, restricted to Ding being the only one thinking the entire game. Now it's a nice moment for Jan to go into a tank. Finally, he has a problem to solve here.
I would be amazed and awestruck at the same time if Jan actually decides to sacrifice the knight on f5. The most natural response to me, that just looking at this position, felt like you've got to move the knight now. White has just sidestepped the pin. G takes f5 is a big threat. And you got to move the knight. Knight h6 just feels like a very ugly move to make. I don't know if it's good or bad, but knight h4, and then these ideas of g5 that we've been looking at in some other variations, trying to just consolidate the position. Well, if white doesn't play g5, I think black would be happy maybe to get g5 in. Looking at this position, the one question I want to ask from a more general point of view is that we look at the king placement, right? White is also going for black's king, but it's the white king that's in the center of the board. And we've seen these lines where if certain liquidation does happen, especially in the variation that we were looking at with knight f7 at the end, it just felt like white's king also might be under fire. But whose king safety are we more worried about currently? Is it Jan's king or is it Ding's king right now?
I'll gladly take this question. It's definitely Jan's king. In fact, the lines we've looked at, we have the eval bar telling us, black's doing fine. Every single line we've looked at aesthetically looks great for white. Like, I think that Jan is staring at this position, at his options, and think, I'm in trouble. I think he actually believes that he's in danger because he is a fantastic player. Obviously, he's the number 2 rated player in the world. He's won the candidates twice in a row. You can't say enough good things about his chess. But when you are sitting in that seat, not from the comfort of a commentator's chair, not with the evaluation bar at your side, you're like, wait a second. I mean, just to bring up an analysis board and show that again, like we were looking at some of these lines. This looks terrible to my eyes. If your best idea is to play knight f7 and then go here, as Anish said, you can just play the move f4. I wouldn't be surprised if you could throw in bishop g2 and try to bring your bishop to e4. If one pawn push happens, if this pawn goes here or this pawn goes here, you're like immediately lost. So I feel like you're on the precipice and it's likely you're going to be pushed off. So I would not want any part of this position. And alternatively speaking, we're looking at this kind of position, the knight coming into f6. That doesn't look very good. Like, what about this? I'm curious now. If you take my hanging knight...
I was thinking about exactly that. I was calculating this line just for fun. Bishop e4, queen e4. Queen e5. Yeah, sorry. Also, bishop e4. Actually, rook h4. I was also considering, to be honest.
Oh, okay. I was trying to take the bishop, but let's.
Yeah, queen e5 is also possible. Then I think I thought about, I thought also rook h4 was interesting, but I'm not sure because the idea is that after rook h4, queen h4, I attack the bishop. Then I wanted to bring the rook back to g2 and the queen back to g3. I was thinking about it. I was not sure what to think of that, but looked kind of interesting for white.
It says even, but as we keep saying, I mean, this looks like white has the advantage. I just look at every position we've analyzed thus far and think it's much more difficult for black to keep steady and defend here, even if the eval bar says it. I mean, Jan will have to prove it every single turn.
And one point I want to make about the uncastled king in general, because we always think of a castle as a way to safeguard the king. But I have an alternative view on this. I think the castle is actually very often not necessarily done with the idea to safeguard the king, but it's a way to develop the rook. Because very often the king is not too much, not too unsafe in the center, and sometimes it's okay on f1 as well. And what you often see is the castle is needed to bring these rooks out of their corners. But once you already have a rook developed on the h file, the other rook making its way via a2 to g2, you don't actually need the king to castle. In fact, if I think about this position, I mean, you could argue the king is certainly safer in the center than it is on the king side if it was beyond g1. And it's arguable if it's safer on e1 than it's somewhere on b1. But let's say the pawn shelter on the queen side is also damaged. So the king's safety doesn't have to limit itself to whether one side has castled or not. That's for sure not the case. And here it's also very important which pieces are around the white king. So for now there are no pieces. But let's say if we look at rook h8, let's look at that on the board because it's also possible that it occurs. Let's say rook takes h8, queen takes h8, gf, ef. Already after, let's say, knight g3, queen h4, for example. As my queen gets and the bishop get a bit closer to the king, maybe then the king safety becomes more of a factor for white. But let's just for argument's sake make the move queen f4 next, and just to show that at least I can already give a check, or let's say rook, bishop e2 queen f4. Let's say I can give a check, let's say, and so the king starts to feel a little less secure than it was just a few moves ago. So it's also very important, your king might be wide open. If there's no one to attack it, it's all good. So these are the other factors that are important. And I guess, yes, all in all, as Robert has pointed out, black king is in danger right now, although in a position like this, the situation of the king safety gets completely reversed. I don't know, Robert, if you are big in Backhouse. Are you big in Backhouse? You like big Backhouse chess?
I do like Backhouse, yeah.
So I don't know if it's too much off topic, but I just want to point out, so in this Backhouse, there is this opening. So the Backhouse is the opening where you are able to, you play on two boards, and you play with the white pieces, your partner plays with the black pieces, and the pieces that you capture of your opponent, they go to your partner, and he can then place them on the board. So what happens is that the value of pieces is a little bit different because of that, because you can keep placing pieces, and initiative is very important, and king safety is like super important in that game, because your attack grounds very fast. You don't only attack with your pieces, you can put your partner's pieces onto the attack. And so there where king safety matters a lot, one of the big openings is e4, knight f6, and we can maybe show it just to demonstrate because it's actually relevant to this game. So e4, knight f6, e5. This is the elegant variation. Of course, normally you move the knight, but in Backhouse you ignore it. Like d5 is the move you play. And after e takes f6, you double your f pawns, but then you castle kingside, and these f pawns are really guarding the king very well for a piece. And this was kind of similar situation with Jan. He could have sacrificed the knight for this doubled f pawns that would protect his king very well. But as I'm giving this useless speech, he just doesn't do it, and he just moved the knight to h4 instead.
And Ding didn't even budge. He plays pawn to g5 instantly, and now Jan will be back on the clock. So we know Jan likes to take his strolls, go to his rest area, but I don't think there's any rest for black here because your king is in danger. He may play rook h8 here, but there's still so much to consider. I mean, we're talking about queen g3 as a response to rook h8. I think Ding is finding his confidence in this game.
Yeah, as Daniel Rensch would say, love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that too. Love it. It is the kind of position that we would all love to see because G5 blitzed out by Ding. He hasn't paused for a thought there, so showing some clarity, some confidence in the attack. But once again, the knight on h4 hangs. I don't expect Yan to take too long to make the move. Rook to h8, and then once again, it will be a big question for Ding. How does he want to continue? But can Yan also consider now that the f5 square is vacant one more time, to just fall back with the knight to f5, or is that too dangerous with the potential doubling up on the h file and the knight jumping to f6? Is knight f5 an option here?
That's also what I was thinking, Tanya, and I was about to suggest it because the rook h8 allows queen g3, as you pointed out, where I would potentially eliminate this knight and clarify the position when my d6 pawn would be out of danger. Knight f5 keeps the d pawn in check still. Bishop takes e4, queen d6 is an idea. And I think knight f5 is definitely a move to consider. Question is indeed whether I can swing my rook across from the a2 square. So maybe some f pawn action, f3, maybe even f4. Probably not, but maybe, who knows? With idea rook a to h2 and then knight f6. Because if you play knight f6 right away, of course you're always met with rook h8. You don't have any.
Whoa,
defense here.
Whoa. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Knight f5 apparently
Maybe
is
f4.
not a good move.
I love that idea of just pushing the f pawn and getting your other rook to h2, just stopping rook h8.
Yeah.
Love it.
Wow.
Wow, and that just shows that it's game over after f4.
Yeah,
okay,
no,
that
f4
is
looked good. Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, because after this happens, if you take, here comes the queen, and you think, oh, I have enough pieces to trade off. Guess what? My happy passed d-pawn will win the game, because when we swap everything off here, there is d7, and the king takes first, and then d7, you can't stop d8. So this would be a winning situation for white.
So let's I mean, going back in the starting position, indeed, rook h8 is probably the move you need to make, because this knight f5 f4 idea, it's too pretty. Never forget this a2 rook coming back into the attack. Rook h8 is probably the money move, because you have, okay, you can also try and sack the knight with bishop e4, queen g5. This is another move. But I don't think it's enough. No, I mean, it's a pity. A knight is a knight. I wouldn't give it up for nothing.
Yeah, I guess that you're saying that there's a check here on c1, and that looks like an option for black. But even if I take this way, you have one check, and unfortunately,
no, I was more hoping that I have a bunch of pawns, but you keep the d pawn alive, and these pawns, they're not like they're not going forward. And no, not enough. Of course, I'm just looking for an alternative. I don't think there is one. Jan's probably in the resting area, used to the fact that Ding is taking his time on obvious moves, but Ding no longer doing that for now. I'm really happy with that, because g5 was obviously the only move, but Ding still was taking time on those. And I'm really happy that Ding just says, okay, I see what you're doing. You are pre-moving. I can also pre-move. So g5 has been played quickly, and rook h8 is a must. And after queen g3, bishop e4, we'll have a fascinating choice here for Ding. I like this option of rook h4 because it gives full clarity. Like, you don't have any piece anymore that can jump, and I can go like rook d2, queen g3, queen e5. But then the problem is that my light squared bishop, it's of course I cannot touch anything. I still have ideas though there with f4, rook h2. This looks really tempting to me to take this knight. But also interesting is what you said, queen e5. That's also possible. Although I would be hesitant to allow knight to f5 back, because I think maybe the knight one day can win this d6 pawn. Queen d6, queen b7 is a nice one though here.
Oh,
this is a painful one.
Yeah,
knight f5 also queen b7. Yeah,
that's nasty. Your king has to go back to the last rank, and then you win this rook for free, and that's game over. It's funny, Anish. I think this was a stylistic thing. It's like I wanted the bishop against the knight. That's what I was really thinking about when I wanted to take on And at this point, when I want to take on e5, I was like, okay, I just get the bishop. I don't think you're going to get my pawn. I'll bring my rook over. But yeah, maybe the knight does hop back in because the evaluation bar says it's 0 somehow.
And I think the evaluation bar was saying they are kind of equal in value, these two moves. I mean, I would start with the rook h4 option, maybe because it's really clean and clear cut in a sense. Like it's very easy to calculate it further. You should take on h4. I will take back. You should drop the bishop back. Then I bring the rook to d2. Nothing is jumping. But yeah, black probably has resources. But of course, if you allow me queen g3, queen e5, f4, rook h2, you will lose. Maybe you have resources here.
Speaking of resources, check out this fun line. Again, don't know if it works or not, but I'm going to give it a go. So instead of bishop c6, if you just get a little, a little, well, not precise and move it to b7, bishop b7. And we've been talking about piece activity and giving checkmates, but suddenly there's this line where there is another pawn on the board that could become decisive. So let's go f4. You take on f4. I go rook h2, double up. You go queen h8. I'll trade everything, and guess what? I'm going to win by queening. I go d7, game over.
Yeah, another variation where the d pawn strikes. I mean, just such a thorn in black's side.
Yeah. Is that a saying, winning by queening? Because I think it's winning by pinning.
What are you pinning?
No, I think the saying. Is it winning by queening also a saying? Or it is one now?
I just
made it up. Yeah. Okay, I don't know, like if there is an authority that that determines, what sayings are like real and which are fake. But I hope for you that winning by queening will be added as well, because I think if anything, winning by queening happens much more often than winning by pinning, because by pinning you rarely win any games. I definitely think it's a big contribution. Yeah.
It's a more definite result. But maybe after queen h4, then also the ideas of stopping the f pawn from going forward and doubling up on the h file. Bishop c6 stopping the d7 advance. Maybe bishop f3 stopping the f pawn from advancing as well. I also like the square bishop f3. And maybe after queen g3, I can just go e4, defending my pawn and the bishop. And if you're not checkmating me, then I'm kind of happy with that bishop on f3, I think.
Yeah, that's wonderful that you have stopped the f pawn from moving, and the rook cannot swing across at all. My rook is stuck now on the left side of the board. I love that.
Yeah, although I'm happy that my passed pawn is easy to protect. I feel like at some point I'll just play bishop e2 and trade, and I don't see an active plan for black, but maybe you don't really need one. Maybe you just sit and say you're not going to make any progress. Because one idea that just came to mind was if you went backwards, this is why I like Tanya's bishop f3. Could I just throw in this check and just try to checkmate you immediately? Like, how are you going to stop this?
Another saying before you take over: winning by checkmating.
It definitely should be a saying, but it doesn't even rhyme. I mean, at least the previous one rhymed. I think we are, it spirals out of control completely. Now Tanya is making up sayings that don't even rhyme. And I think somebody has to put an end to this. Like, this is getting out of control completely.
But I mean, this position's getting out of control for black, right? Like, this is just your king is being hunted, and the only way to stop checkmate is probably by giving away this pawn in the center, and that looks terrible.
Yeah, dangerous, because if we trade queens with queen f8, well, the protected passer is scary, because you'll never be able to ever attack or capture it, because the pawns are on the dark square, the bishop is on the light square. It also rhymes, by the way. It's also a saying that the bishops on light squares, they cannot attack the dark squares. So that's also a problem.
That's not rhyming, because you've just used the same word at the end.
Have you ever heard like Nicki Minaj songs? That's always the...
It's always the last thing I expected was for Anish Giri to be talking about Nicki Minaj.
Big fan. She retired at some point, but I was a big fan. I always liked how she made these verses where she would rhyme, like she would use like the same word in like 3 lines in a row, and it would still sound epic. So I'm a big fan.
Okay, we have to ask for the fans, what is your favorite Nicki Minaj song?
Oh, that's a great question.
You put me on the spot, and also I think the names of these songs are usually so inappropriate that I think I cannot even say that.
It's a family-friendly show, Anish.
Exactly.
Okay. We'll take this, off.
Like there's one called Super Bass, but I mean, like, it's very tricky stuff. Don't ever call me out on that.
Wow, Anish Giri's favorite song, Super Bass. I wasn't expecting that. But love it. It's a great song.
Pardon me,
Also,
Fritz,
the
yeah.
other one, I Came to Win, I Came to Fly, is another great
Oh
Nicki
yeah,
Minaj song.
exactly. This is actually even better. It's even better. But I think the one where she says the same word 3 times in a row, I think that's probably from the Super Bass. But I don't remember for sure. I have to check it out. I have to brush up on my. I mean, I didn't listen to it for years, but suddenly it occurred to me. Suddenly it occurred to me. This is the greatness. It's like these games. They'll go down in chess history, and in moments you don't expect, they will pop up in your memory, and that's what classics are essentially.
Yeah, Nicki Minaj.
We're having
classics.
one
Well,
now.
when we're in doubt, chat can always help us. So chat can tell us what song you're talking about, and I'm sure when the commentators don't know, chat always knows.
I just can't believe we're talking about Nicki Minaj right now. I just wouldn't have expected it. If Danny Wrench were here, yeah, no, Nicki Minaj is going to be talked about. But Anish, you surprise me every day, it seems.
Yeah.
And well, are you surprised that Jan is so deep in the think tank here? Because the clock is about to even up, and White's position does seem much easier to play.
It starts to slowly, the contours of a masterpiece are emerging. This deep on d6, the dark squares around the black king, the domination, in the dark squares. I slowly feel the contours of a masterpiece are appearing, and Jan is feeling that as well. So he is doubting. He's dropping on the clock. They've almost caught up, surprisingly. Jan is having this one long thing. He almost caught up with Ding, and I really like Black's position. If not for the bar, I would be already very, very, very concerned with Black. Everything bothers me. Rook h4 after Queen g3 bothered me. Also Queen e5 bothered me as well. To be honest, I mean, I was telling you about some knight coming to f5, but the more I was talking, the less I was seeing. I didn't there was some lack of coordination in Black's pieces. I felt the d pawn is starts looking very firmly protected. I'm a little, more than a little concerned for Jan, and if not for the bar, I would think that his position is critical.
I'm not laughing at you, Anish, but Fabiano getting involved and saying his favorite is Anaconda. And so I was thinking about that song, but I was purposely not going to talk about it. But if Fabi talks about it on a live broadcast, then everyone can talk about it.
Yeah, Fabi is also a man of culture. Yeah.
Good educational music effects. Wow. I wasn't expecting Fabi to say that in
Imagine
chat.
Fabi singing it, yeah? My Anaconda.
Oh my
Whoa. Wait. He just took
panic. He panicked. Wait. I told you I didn't like the position. He thought he's already lost. I told you.
Oh my gosh. But that was
bar completely misleading.
No, we definitely all agreed on that, but is he going for this knight sacrifice line you talked about, or is he just going to bring his knight back? But either way, we can see that the position is getting very, very bad for Black. This pawn on d6 is not going anywhere. e5 is hanging with check. The h file is still open. My goodness.
Oh, I think he blundered because he probably wants knight f5, and I don't immediately see why it loses, but probably it's a blunder of sorts.
Wow.
Do you see why it loses already, or so? Is it f4 again? Is it a transpo or not? Or is it different?
f4. Wow. I mean, there's so many options here.
Yeah, Queen e5 f6 of course is the tempting one, but I'm looking at f4.
So Queen. Let's just show that very quickly.
Yeah.
Queen e5, f6, and just to show Anisha's point that trading off pieces is not going to go well for White. The king in the center. Tanya, you called it out a long time ago. Not the safest king in the world now that the board is opening up. And you can bring your queen to h2, but Black will play rook h8 and counter along the h file. The d pawn still exists, which gives White some good play, but there's problems brewing in this position with loose pawns, and the king is weak. So knight f5. Wow. Do you see how quickly Ding played rook d2?
Why so fast?
I think we have it's the best move.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it's the best move. We have a confident Ding right now. Everyone, it's going up and up. The more depth the engine gets, the more it approves of rook d2. And those are the type of waiting moves that are so easy to miss in chess. Let's just take a step back for a moment here.
So fast. What happened there? Some complete reverse.
Yeah, you could take on e5 with check. You could bring your queen to the h file, try to attack the king. That wasn't going to work out. But he does not take on e5. He doesn't even calculate it very much. He simply slides his rook over to d2. He keeps the board a little more closed. He keeps all of the pluses in his position, namely this pawn on d6. You can't take it because very simply queen e5 check wins a piece on the spot. Rook d2 is just a nasty move, and This is hanging. D7
H5?
is next.
What is so? Why is it so obvious? I don't understand. So I mean, I of course understand the d pawn and the king and all that is all nice, but Queen G5. So why is it so?
Queen
It's what
E5
you
check?
said before. Watch what happens.
Oh, okay,
Queen
sorry.
E5,
Queen F6,
F6.
H7 first of all, F6, Queen H2, and
Yeah,
then
but
just
what about
take
this?
twice,
Queen
twice,
H8.
take twice.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh! And
There it
D7.
goes.
Okay.
And D8 equals queen. And Ding has seen this all. I feel
Yeah,
very
that's the point.
confident that Ding has seen the conclusion. He gives up his queen to get a new one, and the monarch will reign. And unfortunately for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, this is just lost at this point.
Yeah, no, but this well, there are two tactics: Queen E5, Queen F6, Rook H7, and Queen E5, F6, Queen H2, and Rook takes H8, Queen takes H8. And Jan probably missed the harder one, but this is over, of course. Once you maintain the G5 pawn, and you maintain the D6 pawn, and Queen E5 comes. I mean, this is lost. No, this line Queen G5, Queen E5 is brilliant. Ding has seen it, but he plays so fast.
But
Yeah,
you
it's
said it.
amazing. And Anish, this reminds me of the London game where he went d5 and then he eventually set up that mate, and d5 was a critical move. In the line that we just saw with the rook on d2, it's so important to get that in so that the queens cannot jump over to c1 and give a check at the end. And suddenly, after rook d2, all these tactics work out where you can end up queening the pawn because you're defending the d7 pawn, but also your own king from checks. This is nasty and very devious stuff that Ding has just set up.
It's incredible. I mean, this match is completely incredible. And I have to say, by the way, the reason he plays so fast is because we are here looking at our own things with our own moves. But of course, bishop takes e4 and knight f5. It is a very reasonable response, an attempt to get rid of this bind by Jan. So it's more than logical that Ding was also thinking about this for all this time. And Queen e5, f6 looked unclear to him, of course. And then he spotted Rook d2 already. So he saw it all coming for a long time already. So that's why he played it so quickly, probably, because you cannot like find Rook d2 in an instant. He must have thought about it already before. Really very impressive, and also so uncharacteristic of so far. Suddenly he plays it instantly. Confidence is back.
Yeah, no, this is really Ding right back in the match. And I think at this point, I mean, I hate to call a game over before it's over, but you can just sense it, right? Ding knows that he has this game in the bag because Black has no counter punches. There's not even a threat in the position. Queen takes e5 looks unstoppable, and with so many ideas of sacrificing your queen for a rook that lands on h8 because of your passed pawn, I mean, I just don't see any way for Jan to even keep competing. And I just want to take a step back like you did. I think that's really good for everyone watching to recognize that in this position here, it's starting to look terrible. Anish made this comment himself. It has the contours of a masterpiece with white controlling all the squares, the dark squares with a bind. A knight could land on f6. This is a passed pawn that can go up to the 7th rank at any moment. So I understand the impulse to get that knight out of there. And what Jan undoubtedly was thinking about was queen takes e5. That is the obvious move. If they're playing bullet, you simply take a free pawn with check. The move f6 is played. And now after a move like queen h2, you could maybe even take this pawn. You could play rook h8 to trade off. And the point is this d6 pawn will not be that long for this board. It's going to fall under attack, and Black will likely be able to keep putting pressure on it. So I think that Jan's decision makes sense, but it was an oversight because of a quiet move, often the easiest move to miss in chess, a quiet rook move like this to d2.
You know how deep it is. So Robert, look, it's not only that you have to see rook d2, a quiet move, but you also have to see the entire line behind it. And that is queen g5, queen e5, f6, queen h2, rook h8, take, d7. And it is so easy to miss with Black. I mean, this is not your usual kind of, like one move blunder. This is like a understandable deep oversight, because of course, I mean, if you're calculating with the Black pieces and you are in trouble, and as I already told you before with this bar, I was never buying it. I mean, I thought like if I would be thinking with Black in that position, I would think that maybe I'm already lost or something. I don't know. Like all looked very bad, like borderline like lost. It's not even just bad. I was very worried for Black there. I didn't even hide it at that point. But Jans, he was counting on this idea, and he saw queen e5 f6, which was pretty good. He probably made sure f4, queen h1 don't win on the spot. And rook d2, I guess on the back of his mind, he thought he would take the pawn on g5, queen e5. He had to see queen f6, rook h7, of course, which is also a tactic you could miss from afar, from afar, of course, yeah? Not once you get there. It's quite easy. But he could also have thought, okay, I have f6. He cannot take on e6. If queen h2, I have always rook h8. and so it's understandable that he might have just missed the entire thing. And remarkably, his position, it collapses because indeed everything hangs on this queen takes g5 move. And one more thing I want to point out is that knight h6 here in this position, it loses also to f4 on the spot as well. So there's no way to even continue the game. And in the starting position, yeah, there is just no move because, okay, let's say rook h8, maybe rook h8 you can try. Maybe that is your only chance. But then even d7, I suspect, is very good. Rook h3, bishop h3, and or I have queen e5 after rook b8, and I've threatened queen a8. I think like your whole position, it hangs on queen takes g5 and this kind of stuff to work. But if it doesn't, if queen g5 doesn't work, then you just dead lost here.
Yeah. Wow. Jan, with a 7-minute thing, one gets the feeling that he's really realizing it at this moment. All these dangers that exist and how close this game is to just Ding taking it away and equalizing the match. Jan knows now that it's all gone wrong. You see a complete shift in him. He's gone into a big thing, but it's not going to help anymore. Rook h8, queen g5. Queen g5 loses on the spot with the tactics that we just saw. Rook h8 keeps the game going for a bit longer. Is there a third option that Jan can be looking at? And he's feeling the tension. Ding Liren staring at a third comeback in this match. Just amazing stuff. He makes a move and he goes for rook to h8.
Yeah, no, he's just trying, but I think that Ding
D7,
Liren,
yeah.
he knows it's over. And d7 is a pretty straightforward move. You're pushing your pawn one square closer to promotion. It allows you to win this pawn e5 later. You could probably take it now and still be well ahead, but push your passed pawn, threaten this sacrifice in the corner. And Anish, you call this very early, that it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi mixed up his move order, and that cost him dearly in this game. The fact that he still has a pawn on c5, and white still has his pawn on c3, that may look beneficial in terms of pawn structure, but if we can go way back to the opening, that was the critical error for Jan Nepomniachtchi. That way back around here, when h4 was played, had he taken first on d4, changed the pawn structure so that once we got to this position, their e5 was not as threatening. You see the evaluation plummet in black's favor. He maybe made a mistake with his opening preparation, not throwing in c takes d4, and it is costing him. It didn't lose him the game, objectively speaking, but I think it put him in unfamiliar and uncomfortable territory.
Definitely. And one other mistake I want to point out, I mean, from a practical viewpoint, so the moment where I shifted from feeling that position is double-edged to where I thought it looks bad for black, like from my eye, personally, I feel this moment after g4 was vital. I didn't like bishop takes e4 and knight d6 any longer. So bishop b7, yeah, rook h3. Rook h3 was, by the way, a brilliant move. Of course, rook h3 was a big blow to Jan. He missed it. I no longer like bishop e4 either because it looks extremely dangerous, the position with rook on h7, which we talked about. I didn't like the look of knight h4. Yeah, this one, knight, rook h7, king g8, and let's say f4. This just smells very bad. Like, this smells very bad to me. Looks very dangerous. I understand Jan not going for it. Knight h4, g5, rook h8, which is a way to keep the bar happy instead of this. Also looks really bad to me, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I think for two players it also looked bad, which is why Jan didn't do it. In fact, the move that Jan, the right move from a practical viewpoint, and the brilliant one, and the one with which Jan could have taken over the initiative, it was rook h8 immediately that Tanya suggested here instead of knight h4. Okay, I kind of forced Tanya to find it in a sense. Like, it's not like she just suggested it. I told her, how do you sack the piece? And she was forced to sack the piece.
What kind of a compliment was that? You took it and then you gave it and then you just took it away.
No, I'm very sorry. No, but just to, not to overdo it, of course, and and completely overflatter you there. But of course, no, it was rook h8 was a brilliant move that you mentioned. I just wanted to take some of the credit myself. Like, I was also thinking,
it was
like,
all you.
How do you sack the piece?
But this, I mean, we talked about this earlier, right? Even this piece sacrifice, yes, the engine saying, yeah, black's just level. I mean, look at this position. White is up a piece for 2 pawns, and white is the one with the most impressive pawn on the board. This is
okay, of course, it could be winning for white. It could be winning for white, but this is one position that the more I look at it, the more I like black. While the other ones, the more I looked at them, the more I liked white. So this is kind of the difference. But of course not. I mean, from afar, like if you told me this is lost for black, I'd be like, yeah, of course, the deep pawn and and pieces. But if you dig deeper, the deep pawn is kind of neutralized. But of course, yeah, you cannot find this stuff. Jan is capable though. Jan is capable. But today was not the day, and what he played was a decent attempt, but he completely overlooked this rook d2 and now rook h8. I have to say that after rook h8, by the way, d7, I think the move you have to refute is queen takes g5. You have to refute this move, and I think one way to do it is queen e5 check. F6 is forced. I think rook takes h8 is probably the most accurate.
Uh-huh.
So
why
that
is queen c7 not?
rook hd8, I think, right? Or queen h2 back.
But I was exactly. I was.
Oh yeah, it's kind of isn't it transposition?
Yeah.
It's direct transfer, right? To
Yeah.
You taught me how to win once the knight went to
it's
h6.
direct,
So
it's direct. No, but guys, it's a direct transposition to. It's just a different move order to queen g5.
thank you, coach. Thank you, Coach Giri.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's all winning. I mean, d7 just wins on the spot. Ding just takes his time because he can. It is just completely hopeless, isn't it? This position.
Yeah, but the big question is d7 the only way to win? Or does Ding have the luxury to find other moves and still be better off? Or does he need to be super precise right now?
But why is it super precise? Just the deep one. It has to promote, make one step, come one step closer. What is there to think? Maybe he sees some
Take
resource.
on e5? Take on e5? I mean, it's
But
a
then
move.
f6. Yeah, of course. Then f6 again. You have that issue of f6. No, but this suddenly is completely back. Completely back.
Wow.
It's exactly what Jan needs, right? He needs some sort of play for himself, and we see the eval bar reacting. But I think also from a practical feel, this gets you back in the game, just to show that this would not work because black takes here at the end and d6 is loose.
Wow. Super critical moment. All Ding has to do is push the d pawn d7, and he is winning game 8. He's thinking, he's calculating his way. Will he make the move or not? We will find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench here, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. We are here and excited to be collaborating and partnering with World Quant as an official partner of the Champions Tour in the year 2023. I'm now speaking with Chief Strategy Officer for World Quant, Natish Maini. The people have met us, and now time for the big questions. Jumping right into the basics, tell everybody a little more about World Quant and what exactly is it that World Quant does?
Thank you for having me, Danny. And you already introduced me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at WorldQuant. WorldQuant is a global asset management organization. It was founded by Igor Tulchinsky in 2007. WorldQuant today has over 850 employees who are working towards designing investment strategies in multiple asset class across global markets. WorldQuant believes in empowering the ideas of the talent across the globe, and we have 23 offices in 13 countries today.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So tell us now a little bit more about this project called World Quant Brain.
So World Quant is built on the belief that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And we strive to take this opportunity to everyone around the globe. World Quant Brain has been designed as a tool which empowers us to take that opportunity to anyone.
That's fantastic. Seriously, that's amazing. I had no idea about that. Learning about this along with our viewers, and obviously as a website and a company with a mission to also connect global communities and increase the opportunity for chess, that makes it even more of a natural partnership. Tell me a little bit more from World Quant's perspective why you guys run the IQC.
So World Quant has this mission of democratizing quantitative finance. And International Quant Championship is one of the tools we have to spread the message about this opportunity which World Quant is offering to everyone to be a quant in the world in the quantitative space. And International Quant Championship empowers the individuals to utilize their ideas and show that they can do it, and gives us an opportunity to take this message to them wherever they are.
That's great. Now, you said the finals will be in person. Was I right that it'll be in the Bahamas That sounds like a pretty great location. Can I come?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And
I can? Okay, so I don't know that I'm qualified to be in the IQC, but tell everybody a little more. So the finals are going to be in the Bahamas. What will that be like for those who make it?
yes, so the finals, as you said, is planned to be in Bahamas for the IQC. So WorldQuant celebrated its 15th anniversary last year in 2022. To celebrate that occasion, we are getting the whole WorldQuant organization together in Bahamas this year. And we decided that we will organize the finals of IQC at that event. So this will give an opportunity to our finalists to meet the WorldQuant team in person. It will give them an opportunity to watch the culture and rigor of the organization. And we are very excited that everybody will be able to get together at that event in Bahamas.
Well, this has been awesome. Nitish, thank you so much. This is where I remind everybody it's their chance to get involved in the IQC, the International Quant Championship. You can use the command IQC. You can visit the World Quant Brain website. We encourage you to do so ASAP. Registration is open until May, so it's time to jump in. And maybe you'll get to meet the CSO and others in the Bahamas. Maybe I'll be there. If I'm lucky. I don't know, but it sounds like a great time either way. And Nitish, the Chess World and the Champions Chess Tour, thanks World Quant for their partnership. And we're looking forward to the rest of the year together.
Thank you, Danny, and good luck to the community for participating in IQC.
Liren has to make 15 moves to make time control, but it looks like we won't even have another 15 moves the way the game is going. His last move trades on h8. We see that Jan Nepomniachtchi walks back to the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi is in big trouble as Ding Liren's d-pawn is all set to advance. He is ready to bring the rook to the h-file. Guys, we were looking at the move d7, but Ding chose the alternative rook h8. Our eval bar still approves. Where is the killer blow? He goes for d7. So queen a8 is a big threat right
no.
now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but does it also win? Because I think the winning move was rook d3. The winning move was rook d3, which after rook takes h8. Because during the break, I had a look at this. I saw what the computer was saying. So I saw the computer rook takes h8, rook d3 was actually the first line. And it was actually a very elegant solution because you threaten rook h3, queen e5, and probably with d7, the way I'm seeing it is, okay, you can play rook d8, and after rook, now after rook d3, you no longer have queen takes a8 after, let's say, king f8. So this is not exactly the same. Maybe this is still good for white.
What if you just take the pawn on
yeah,
e5?
Take the pawn, yes. But I would just play king, well, I guess it's the same. Maybe king h7? Or G. I don't know.
Can I just
h7.
do this? Oh, that's a mistake.
Is
it somehow related to these checks down here? Okay, we're seeing him take on e5, so Ding is just blitzing it out.
Missing it. Yeah, I think he's messing it up.
Oh my god. It's looking like most of his advantage is actually dropped now. So he gives a check on e5, king h7.
Yeah, he might have missed king h7 because king g8 is bad, but king h7 is better because after queen h2 I'm going king g7. I never go to g8, so I never give you this queen c7 tempo.
No, but I get queen c7 because if you go here, I check you first, and then you go back now, you go queen c7. Yeah, because you don't have any queen takes c3.
Okay, I see. But at least what I meant to say is that I wanted some time with black because I can now play a move. But maybe you mean that the move doesn't help me. Well, maybe I can at least bring the queen to f8. Maybe you are winning still. Let's say some move.
Yeah, I want to do your sort of checkmate attack. That's what
I go queen e7, f6 then. Yeah, you have to be fast. Maybe f4 as well as an option.
But you said queen e7, and I just want to show everybody what we're talking about. I want to deliver a checkmate down here, but it doesn't even work because the knight hops back to g7, and now black is winning. Yikes.
Okay, wow.
Yes.
When we got out of the break, I said we might not even see 15 moves. I think it might be the commentators' guess here because we might be heading. We've got another game. Jan Nepomniachtchi is out of the biggest trouble that he was in. And Robert, if we just back up on our analysis board to that moment when we were looking at D7, that would have been game over in just a few moves instead of the trade on H8. We saw that line and it was completely busted.
Queen
D7?
C7 though. Queen C7 though is the move that I missed there originally. Queen C7 keeps it going for a bit. And
Well,
I think maybe Queen H1 here is the move. Takes on Queen A8.
all right, so the players, they're just making tons of moves right now. So let's see what's happening here. The queen went
What's
back to
going on?
H2. Oh, Ding repeated.
Once,
Oh
I
my
hope.
gosh.
Once,
Not
I hope.
that
No,
you
but
were
once. His position is
No.
wonderful. No, he'll repeat once and he'll go Queen C7. His position
Yeah,
is
now
wonderful.
Queen C7. Do not go Queen E5.
No, he won't. he
No,
won't.
there's no way. You know, Anish was saying, oh, maybe they prepared this to some kind of repetition for a draw. This is not that repetition. He is going to play queen up to C7.
And he does.
He does just that. And can White just go bishop H3 and take this knight? Like, Black is frozen. The best Black will do is bring this queen to E7. And the big question is, what do you do after that?
But then EF5 will be a check, right? Like if you go Queen F8, Bishop H3, Queen E7, you take on F5, I'll take with the E pawn. My queen gets maybe a little active.
Yeah, I'll collect the G5 pawn, Robert. That's a small problem. If I collect the G5 pawn as well, then return back with the queen. Okay, my rook is stuck, but maybe I'll push some pawn on the king side at some point and try to deflect you. Of course, the situation is critical for Jan. Maybe I suspect he could still be lost, but Ding, he has to put these finishing touches here. He has to play it out nicely.
I'm just wondering, so what is the actual threat? Like, let's say you get your queen here. I'm just going to make these moves if we can, because the players have taken a moment here. It looks like Jan needs to sit and think. What is your... I'm just going to make a random move, okay? I'll go king d1, you go here. I'll go king c1.
Okay.
Oh, you're taking on g5, so that's clearly not the right square.
At least put to c2, yeah. Yeah, 493. Maybe 93 is there. I don't know what it does, but at least it's a move.
So in other words, I can't just do absolutely nothing because you're going to try to win my g5 pawn. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, but also after I win your g5 pawn, maybe I bring my king to e7, you know? And then when I bring my king to e7, I have an idea of going queen to e5, knight to d6, disrupting your coordination along the d file, and then collecting the d pawn. So you cannot... I think you would want to keep your g5 pawn. I'm thinking, yeah, you whenever you go queen e5 check, I guess you go f6, or because if I get maybe my queen to f6, maybe I sort of dominate. You have to be careful.
There, with some really nice insights. That rook d3, that Anish that you were pointing out, which looked so strong, and we were talking about it during the break as well. It's such a difficult move to find, and one of the reasons, apart from it being a difficult move in itself to find, is that there are so many other options that look equally attractive here. Rook d3 is a quiet move, while d7 is screaming to be played. Right, you want to push that pawn to d7.
Yeah, but if once you see rook d3, it resigns. I mean, that's the problem. It's really Ding, given what he has found so far in this match. I mean, rook d3 is a joke for the compared to all of that. It's just elementary for him. He's found these brilliant finishes. I mean, this is just rook h3 next. Let's say queen d8, probably only move. I think even after queen d8, I have rook h3, and I think it's just like forced checkmate simply. I don't think there is anything to calculate. While of course in the game, I mean, okay, it's attractive continuation, but I mean at that point you are really. I think there are two types of lines. There are those that look good and those that win on the spot. I mean, of course everything was good, but you want to finish the game there. So I'm really not thrilled with what Ding has done because okay, here maybe he's winning, but it's far from over. And Jan is. Oh, does he sacrifice the rook?
Oh, looks like it.
Oh, beautiful.
Is there a perpetual?
Beautiful perpetual idea. Beautiful perpetual idea.
We got to show that, Robert.
Does it? Yeah, because of course this rook is hanging. Queen e4 check. If bishop e2, you have queen h1. That's just going back to.
No, it's a rook e2 only move because otherwise queen b1.
Right. So now queen b1 check. You have to give a check. King d2 and.
Oh, I said idea. I didn't say perpetual. I said beautiful perpetual idea, just to be sure. So queen b2, king d3 only move. Queen b1, rook c2 only move. Queen f1, king d2. I'm running.
Two options of running, but back looks good because if we can
back,
get over
back
here,
is nice.
we're sheltered.
Yeah. You know, Jan is for the second day in a row he does it. Remember the Tanya? Do you remember the press conference of the previous day? He suggested some perpetual for Ding, which was not a perpetual. Now he said he's found the perpetual. That's also not. It looks like a perpetual, but it's somehow not, and it's very counterintuitive. But if you do your due diligence and if you do your math, you will figure out that it's not a perpetual. But it does look incredibly like a perpetual.
It really does. So, Anish, you're saying that all Ding needs to do is to sit and calculate and pick up the rook. There is no perpetual in this position.
21, by the way.
Ding
21. Sorry,
is
sorry,
not
sorry.
going to miss that.
Nah, but it's queen d1. No, I mean I don't see it of the bat. So queen d8, queen e4, rook e2, queen b1, king d2, queen b2, king d3, queen b1 is all forced. Queen b1, rook c2, queen d1 check here. This looks like a perpetual. No, this is queen b1. This is where it came from. So only move is again king e4. King e4. I mean, you give the rook with check. Okay, you give the rook with check. Bishop d3, I guess. Knight d6.
This is insane.
King e5, I guess.
Oh my
And queen
goodness.
f6 check, followed by queen takes d3. Queen f6, king h7, d8, knight c4, king f4.
Yeah, this
e5, king g4, queen e4 check.
Anish,
King
you're
G3?
crazy. Has anyone ever
finished?
told you that?
No, but Anish is right. What he's doing right now
Did you see how long
is
the line was?
he's demonstrating what Jan was probably thinking. He's like, let me just go and hope for this perpetual. He didn't see a perpetual check. Let's be clear about that because it doesn't exist. But he's saying it's complicated, and he probably felt that the other position was losing. If we just backtrack to the start, where we were looking at, instead of queen h4, which is considered a blunder, which it is, queen f8, this looks bad. And we were talking about this. It doesn't look like black has much going for him, but maybe there is some kind of better defense, even though it doesn't look very fun.
You missed it.
And Ding buys into it, by the way. Robert,
No, but
just
it's,
an update.
it's so easy to buy into it, by the way.
Yeah,
It is so easy
buys
to buy
into
into
it.
that.
Oh
He
my
doesn't
goodness,
capture the
look.
rook. Instead, sidesteps the check with king d1. And it's
But this-
not the best move.
It's exactly what Jan wanted. First of all, he saves a tempo. Even in those variations we were
Saves a
looking
tempo,
at,
yes.
you had to play queen f8, queen e7, and then take. He could just take this pawn on g5, and
Oh, he's
black
completely
isn't
back,
out of the
isn't he?
woods. But he's back in the game.
Oh, he bluffed him. Oh, but this was, by the way, I have to say, this was such a weird non-perpetual. Like, didn't it look like a completely like a perpetual, guys? It looked like totally like a perpetual. It
I'm
was
gonna
so
ask,
weird.
For the benefit of humanity, can you take us through that line that you just showed us? The one that was in Jan's mind, the one that you played through, which looked like a perpetual. It looked strong enough that even Ding bought it. Guys, can we just play through it one more time?
Okay, you want to go back to this line here. So instead of king d1 to run away, queen takes d8, queen e4 check, bishop e2. The bishop can block. Then the queen goes to the corner. There's no legal moves to the king. The bishop goes back. We already saw this. So now
King
we're
d1
saying
also easy. Yeah, rook e2 is
king d1.
clear by elimination. Yeah, this is also
This-
easy. So you
this
must
is
go
just
rook e2.
Yep. And by the way, more moves are happening. But you have to play at this point rook e2, queen b1 check, king d2. Black can only give these checks. And white has to block. And you don't even take this bishop, which is available. There's
This
queen
you see.
d1.
Yeah. Queen d1 is what you yeah, queen d1, rook d2, queen b1, and this is where you end your calculation. I think you
Right.
don't see king e4 maybe. You might not see king e4.
Because it's
This is-
counterintuitive. To give up a rook with check
Yeah,
is
with
not
check,
what
yeah.
you want to do. But the point is that you're running out of checks as black. This knight can give a check here. The king goes up. Knight takes pawn. Thank you very much for your piece. Pawn here, no way. I take with check. So you have to take this bishop. But in the end, we saw that white gets a second queen. And black, unfortunately, for Jan, if this were to have happened, runs out of checks very quickly. You have a few more up your sleeve, but no matter where you go, the white king sits on
just
g3,
it's over.
and that's over because checkmate is threatened here.
It's doable.
What a
It's
line.
doable, by the way, but it's super hard.
Yeah, this was just, and the confidence with which Jan played it, I think that also makes you a little shaky. It's almost like, yes, he's seen it to the end. Ding could have taken a few more minutes. It almost felt like a player like Ding would find this to the end and take the rook. But instead, he buys into it. He moves the king to d1. And how much of his advantage has he given away, Robert?
Well, I think if he hadn't lost on time in Game 7, he would have spent much more time there. And that's what I often critique. I don't want to be overly critical. It's, the players, they're under a lot of stress. They've been playing this game. It's nerve-wracking. It's intense. But what I have in the past criticized is not when they miss an idea, but when I feel they don't spend enough time calculating it. And right now, Ding has 22 minutes left on his clock to make it to move 40. He's already made 33 moves. So that is quite a lot of time. But because he lost Game 7 in that fashion, I'm guessing he is intentionally speeding up, but it is backfiring because we see the evaluation right now. I think that Liren still has very good winning chances because he has a pass pawn in the 7th rank. He has given up his G5 pawn, and Jan brings his queen back to E7. That seems like a very logical choice. But can the white king, by the way, is there a future for this king to just walk up the board?
Well, I can tell you one thing, Robert. The good news for Ding is that both players are under the impression that there was a perpetual check. So both of them don't feel like something has gone wrong. I think Ding feels that, okay, he has a big advantage. He always had it. And so far, everything's going according to plan. I don't think he missed anything. He doesn't realize that he missed something probably. So he's feeling comfortable and he's trying to speed up indeed. And, this is so often happening. Like one day you make a mistake, you're too slow. Next day you try to correct that and you're becoming too fast. And this is the wrong thing. You should never double guess your thinking process. A player like Ding, he's played chess since he's a little baby. And he does it all on automatically. It's all, unconscious process. And when you try to interfere with it consciously and you try to correct yourself, then all this weirdness can happen and you start missing stuff. But that said, he still has the advantage. And perhaps indeed the king run there. But starting with king b3 is probably a good idea. The question is how much counterplay black can drum up. I can think of an idea, maybe knight h6, g8, f6, but then I will get my bishop to c6 to support the pawn. I think pushing the e pawn is also an idea, maybe e5, e4, e3 or something like that, trying to generate counterplay. I think black has lots of practical counter chances, and it's not going to be easy.
I think he brought his bishop out, so he wants to reinforce this pawn on d7. Yeah, I'm with you, Anish. Of course, black has more chances now than before, but I'm still looking at this, and I would hate to have this position if I were Jan.
Knight d4 is there. Knight d4 is there.
It could have been a lot worse, Robert. It could have been a lot worse for Jan, and I think he feels like it's the best position he's had in some time, maybe in the whole game. In this game 8 that we are seeing bishop g2, and we see a question mark to that move. The computer, the evaluation, the engine doesn't love it. Bishop g2, not the most accurate, but such a natural human move to make, to just bring the bishop into the game, defend that d7 pawn. You guys are talking about this insane idea of a king march to win the game. Honestly, if that happens in this game, I would just feel like I've seen everything in this world championship. King b3, king a4, king b5 to try and win the game. It sounds absolutely insane to me. Can you break that down? What's the point? Do you just want to go pick up all the pawns and use your king to do that?
I do. I'm saying that black cannot really move effectively, so I'm just going to start stealing all your pawns and create a pass pawn of my own here. But Fabi we saw his featured chat. He said king b3 was too difficult to find. I was talking about the idea. I didn't necessarily think king b3 in that position, but apparently it was the best move. That's what Fabi said in the featured chat.
Yeah, but the other point of king b3, Robert, is to protect the a3 pawn, and the relevance of that is after knight d4 check, which is a huge opportunity here for Jan. And knight d4, cd, rook d7.
Yep.
Queen e5 is forced, f6, queen e3. Because queen f4 I have cd. And now, I can take on d4. And at the end of the line, I can take the a3 pawn.
Right, that's huge.
Yeah, so this is a resource that Jan, of course, spotted, because Jan always spots resources. Jan misses a resource for opponent. Jan never misses resources for himself. Knight d4 is going to come now. And I think this is the first time in the match that a player having a winning position actually ruins it.
Wow. I mean, to see that king b3 is needed not just for potential king walk, but to protect the a3 pawn, that's really off most people's radar.
He didn't find it. He didn't find it.
Wow.
He doesn't go knight d4.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
And you made it sound easy, but I have to say that did not look like an easy find to just sacrifice the knight on d4. And he doesn't go for it. He goes for e5. And the eval bar shoots right up. It's again, Liren in the driving seat.
Because, surprisingly now, knight d4 is actually no longer an idea, because I can now take cd and queen takes e5. So this was a one-time opportunity that Jan missed, and I'm actually surprised, because after bishop e4, Yeah, Ding is back. Ding is back in this dominant position, and Jan cannot get rid of this d pawn and this knight d4. I think Jan was very capable of that. I'm surprised he didn't. He didn't find it. I'm thinking now though, maybe he thought of queen f4 instead of queen e5 check, because
And
after
you
queen
mean-
f4.
Okay, just to show very quickly what Anisha's talking about. So here, knight d4 takes rook d7, queen f4. Yeah.
Yeah, because here actually this does look very good for white. Because after
yeah.
cd, I have rook d4. Ah, of course, rook d4, e5 is the. Oh, but then I have rook d7.
Wait, where? Oh, here e5. No, rook d7 for sure.
Yeah, no, yes, and after rook d4 also I have rook e4 as well. No, so actually this looked bad for black.
Agreed,
Quite surprised that this is.
So
Yeah,
in
this
other
actually
words,
looks-
you're excusing Jan for not seeing knight d4.
Yeah, I mean,
check.
I'm no longer seeing why this works actually even. So rook d4. I have maybe rook c7 or.
Okay, but think about, you know this,
No,
but
it
I'm
looks-
trying to explain this to everybody at home. Giving up your knight, now you have just 2 pawns for a bishop. We get there's no more passed pawn. That's the good news, but you are down material. So there may be a way to defend this for black, but it's not going to be easy.
No,
This
it's
is
really
certainly
difficult. Yeah. No, and oh, sorry, queen a3 and queen a4 check. Is that it?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, but this is hard. Yeah, this is hard.
Yeah, you pick up
Yeah, I
the
mean, I
black
had
pawn.
to. Yeah, I knew that it works, so then it's a bit easier to find it. But if you don't know it works, it's very hard to find.
Okay, but we see action knight h6 played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He did not want to allow the bishop to take, but the eval bar is getting higher. And now that the knight is all the way over here, can white just start taking these pawns? I know I wanted to bring the king up, but if the pawn presents itself, why not grab it?
I can understand this knight retreat, right, by Yan, because allowing bishop f5, opening up the g file, the rook steps back, comes into the attack, was such a scary alternative to let that happen that Yan decides to keep the king side intact, goes back with the knight, and now you're mentioning that it's time to start picking up the pawns to increase the advantage. Well, you've got all your pieces placed at the best possible position, so why not? I don't see a direct refutation or a way. Is black ever going to dream about getting f5 in? Is that a move that Yan can be considering after queen a7?
Yeah, I have to say the problem with white's position here. Okay, you dominate, you control the d file, the d7 pawn is under firm protection, but you cannot dislodge the rook from the this d8 square, and so probably you have to indeed switch to just gobbling up the a pawn, then bishop c6, then queen b6, and then run down the a pawn of your own. I guess this is the winning plan. In the meantime, Jan will go for this e4, e3 business, and I know Jan, he's tricky. He'll try to throw that in at some point, and I don't know what the move order. Maybe knight g4, maybe f5 first, but e4, e3 is the black source of counterplay, and it feels like it shouldn't work, of course. But with white king a little bit open, it still can slip away.
Wow, this game, there's just so much more than meets the eye. You know, you look at the evaluation bar and you think, oh, Jan had a way to come back, and oh, he was fine to begin with. Why did he take this knight on e4? But the decisions have been so difficult and draining move by move. He does play knight g4. Anish, you called it. He wants to be tricky. He wants to bring this pawn forward and go after this king. Because the bad news about taking all these pawns, for now, d7 is hanging. We get that. But in general, when you take pawns, you open files. What does this white king not want? More pieces to attack it, especially if this knight kicks his bishop out of there and the pawn goes forward. So he has chances here.
Absolutely. I think a big moment there was when Ding didn't finish the game off immediately with either d7 or rook takes h8 and rook d3. Because after that, it of course spiraled out of control somewhat. And although now he's still doing very, very well, we are no longer in the territory of a forced win. So while position might be winning, it's a long way to go, and he has to be very accurate for sure. For example, right now I'm trying to find a good move. So queen b6, you don't want to allow rook d7. Bishop c6, you allow e4. So I'm thinking maybe you could start with a move like a4, waiting for knight f6, and only then going bishop c6. But already a move like that, I mean, you're not sure anymore if that's the best move, and you have to take all kinds of things into account. And well, it's not easy for sure. I really don't think this is as straightforward as the bar suggests. And given the time situation, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of swings still in the evaluation of this game.
Yeah, it's been about King's safety throughout, and it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is creating his chances to get to White's King. It's kind of easier when you have only one plan, right? You're talking about the knight coming back, the e-pawn advancing, and you just have to push and try and break through. So 4 moves still to reach time control. Jan's idea is clear. Meanwhile, Ding has to find a way to break through. Do you think time is going to be a factor in this one? It is. We're on move 37 right now for White, so 4 moves to be made. And how do you see 16 minutes in this position? Will it be enough?
Well, Ding has made sure that the clock will not be his issue in this game. And he actually left a win, or maybe a couple wins, on the table by playing a bit too hastily. He had time to spend, but it's clear that he is not going to find himself in time trouble. But what he does find himself with is one pass pawn on d7 that can be defended. He can also take on b6. I would not do this. I certainly wouldn't.
No.
But if he wants to go up material, he can just start taking all the pawns. Right? He gives up his most passed pawn, trades rooks, takes on c5, and says, "Oh, I still have this outside passer." No part of me wants to do that. Trust me, I'm wanting to keep my most advanced passed pawn. But my point at large is that Ding, he is kind of having several options that will leave him with an advantage. But how big of an advantage is the essential question. And I think that he needs to defend this pawn with his bishop, but I would also be a bit worried about this pawn going forward. Anish, you have been calling for this pawn push. It's going to happen whether Ding wants it to happen or not.
Yeah, and I have to say, I really like Ding's body language there. I like the way he looked at his score sheet, just threw the span a little bit of aggression there. He's brought this emotion from his previous game where he's pissed at himself for being frozen there, and now he's no longer freezing. He's trying to calculate. He's on a full alert mode. He doesn't want to repeat the same mistake, yet he understands that he has to calculate. So he is now very sharp, very alert. I really like his body language, and I think he's going deep into the position. I think the time is definitely a factor. But I hope for him today that he will pace it well. He will spend the time on his 3 moves, and he'll make the good ones. And indeed, going for queen b6, that would be definitely not something you would wish. I mean, it's selling your position much too short. I think this 7 pawn, Robert, is definitely something we want to keep, isn't it? And yeah, I think the question is, do you just go for bishop c6, e4, queen b6, e3 take, let's say, and knight e3, let's say king b3? Do you trust that there is no counterplay there? Because I wouldn't be sure at all. Or do you try to be smart and clever and I don't know, this move a4 is kind of staring at me. Not sure if it's good, but it's definitely a kind of smart move that Ding is thinking about. But maybe it's not so smart since I think the computer just wants to go for the direct bishop c6 approach.
And to win a game, we often talk about the concept of creating 2 weaknesses. Well, it's also important to create 2 strengths here. So d7 is one of them, and the other one that you want is to create the a passer. That's why the idea of defending that d7 pawn and only then capturing the b6 pawn so that you can start advancing step by step the a pawn down the board to queen. But it is about evaluating how dangerous the knight and queen will be against the white king once this e4, e3 will come on the board. Once again, for Nepo, the plan is clear. For Ding, not as much because he needs to take his time to evaluate and see how much his king will be safe in those positions. Knight g4 on the board, bishop c6 is what we're expecting. A big moment for Ding. And you've been saying, Robert, that time is not a big factor currently because he's been judicious, but he still needs to take a decision fast. He can't burn the clock too much. The next 3 to 4 moves will be super critical, and he needs about 3 to 4 minutes for each of them.
You're going to laugh at me. And I mentioned this idea earlier. Can he play king b3, king a4?
Okay, I see what he's doing there. So he's trying to force the knight back to f6, but it's a blunder, yeah. But I see what he's trying, and I told you I didn't like this e4 e3 thing, and neither does Ding. But the computer is not happy. Do you guys see why?
Is it your idea for a knight sacrifice to win d7? That doesn't quite look like it does the trick.
It could.
Wait, what's wrong with knight f6 here?
Then I think bishop c6, I'm probably very happy with that, I would think. Because then I can take on b6 later, and I keep all the advantages of my position, and I've sent your knight back. But I'm afraid that, the reason computer doesn't like it is something different. Maybe it's knight f2 related.
Wow, another piece sacrifice.
Yeah, that's not clear either, right? I was just reacting to the evaluation. I see it go to 0. I don't see anything else besides maybe knight takes that. Let's put it on the board. Let's
Some
see what
queen
happens.
e6 or something is also possible, of course. Some move with the queen. I don't know. Yeah, queen b6.
Yeah.
It works, Robert.
E4, rook e2, I think.
But this is so far from clear. I mean, this
It
kind
looks
of
lost.
this kind of
It looks lost for white, doesn't it? For black, sorry. Down a piece.
it does look
But Jan
lost.
does it.
And
It's
he
the
does
only
it.
He
chance.
goes for
The
it.
only
He
chance.
finds it. He
Wow.
finds it. He goes knight f2.
And that
Amazing
deserves
stuff.
the double exclam. I mean, that was a big decision from Jan. And you can look at his body language. Anish, you were just talking about Ding's body language. Look at Jan now. He looked a bit dejected earlier, but now he is leaning over the board, and he feels that he has legitimate chances to hold this, and the eval bar agrees.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Ding, not only is this a good practical chance, because you hate seeing your d-pawn disappear, but also objectively, this seems to be strong. I would personally think that white is still, objectively, white should still be doing good, but if even the bar is with Jan, then, well, I mean, I have to say, Ding in this game, he has taken a lot of very bad decisions once he got a winning position, and I think, yes, he's just, he hasn't fully recovered yet, it seems to me. Because he's let Jan back into the game on multiple occasions, and now allowing knight f2, which apparently is also very strong. Yeah, it looks like things are not going his way at all anymore.
Wow, what a shocker for Ding. And I mean, he's now calculating when someone takes a pawn and you can capture that piece. Usually you take it, but the fact that he hasn't moved yet, it's clear he did not expect it. That was an oversight by him. And the fact that he hasn't taken this knight immediately, he may be gathering his bearings, but maybe he's going to say, you know what? My passed pawn is that important. I dropped it, my own pawn, but let me keep my pawn on d7, try to take b6 next. It's not out of the question.
Wow, but after you play a move like bishop f3 and then to go back bishop c6, just losing the f2 pawn, that's such a difficult decision to make as a player on the board. And knight f2 is definitely not something Ding was expecting. It's been played. I have to say that is a high-class defense resource to just sacrifice the knight on f2 for the e pawn to push on to pick up the d7 pawn. Just some incredible chess. Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't miss his resources when he gets the chance. He does it. And again, I'm going to come back to the clock factor. Just 3 more moves to be made, 10 minutes. But knight f2, when you're faced with this shocker, something that you were not expecting, that changes the complete dynamics of the position, it's not an easy shift in the mind, Robert.
No, it's not easy at all, but I get it. But he has plenty of time left. I guess that's my thought, is if game 7 didn't happen, I don't think we'd be talking about the time trouble the same way. He has 11 minutes to make a few moves. He's a very experienced top-level grandmaster. To him, that's probably not huge time trouble. But I think we are having this recency bias where we're looking at the position and be like, oh, time trouble. I really think it's the loss, right? What just happened, not time trouble in a vacuum. But we don't live in a vacuum. We're not emotionless creatures. Liren, highly emotional, as we've seen in many of his interviews. And I do think that it's game 7 coming back to haunt him. But he had a winning position. I mean, Anish, you mentioned it earlier. There were some choices that he made that, if he had spent a little bit more time, maybe he would have found it, because he is that strong. He's that great of a calculator. It just seems like something is a bit off, and it could be a remnant of game 7.
He picks up the knight. So he takes a decision fast and makes a lot of sense. You kind of just don't want to give up the f2 pawn for free. Rook f2. So are we expecting Jan to pick up the d7 pawn immediately, or can he throw in an intermediate e4?
Guys, I'm looking at this position and I'm just seeing a forced draw here.
Whoa.
You want me to tell you the forced draw?
Oh, did you just see that, Anish?
Yeah.
He played it instantly. He
Yeah,
didn't
that was
even
the move
stop
I
for
was
a
thinking.
second.
That was the move I was thinking about. The line I'm thinking about, this is just rook e2, f5, queen, well, let's say queen b6 or bishop g2 first. This is the same. Queen b6, let's say rook d7. And I think I don't see how your queen ever gets out from the following of the rook. So I'll go just rook b7, rook c7, rook b7, rook a7. Whatever you do, I will just follow your queen. I think it's trapped.
Oh my goodness. If I wasn't on screen, but my jaw dropped. Anish, that is sickening. Let's say bishop g2, rook b7. The queen can't get out of the cage.
A big cage. It's a very big cage. Well, I think maybe it can via b8. So maybe you can go like, yes, maybe queen, but well, then I say a 3 pawn already hangs, yeah? So I could also get more ambitious with black. You should not completely dismiss it. But maybe you go c6 first. Rook c7. Yeah, but then queen a8, again rook a7. Queen b8, maybe like this you can try. But then again you lose the a pawn.
And white's winning chances look like
yeah, you can play this, of
they don't
course, with
exist.
white, but you don't have a passed pawn anymore, and the bishop is staring at this pawn chain. I'm not going to push my pawns. I think I'll just keep them there. Just keep your bishop locked out and try to set up attack against your king. And endgame is also good for black at this point. No, I think this is it. I think he's ruined it, and it's just... I mean, I think it's just a draw, to be honest, for at best for white.
Wow. It's as if the queen is trapped with so many squares on the board and open position. That is a very interesting pattern, not something that I've seen before, Robert. That queen b6, rook d7 with the idea that your queen doesn't have enough squares to retreat. Black spawns dominating so many squares. What are the chances of the game ending this way?
I think that because of that find that Anish just showed us, bishop g2 first is the better way of going. Because that way, if the rook takes queen b6, you can't just follow my queen around, because now I'm actually threatening your pawn here on e4. So I think that bishop g2 first keeps the game going. I'm just not sure that Ding wants to keep the game going at this point. His king could be in trouble. Like, it's not like he has safety for himself at the moment. Now all three results would be possible. So I don't know. I think you kind of have to play on. If you're Ding, you're up a bishop. You want to win this game to even up the match. You were winning before, but he is going to take some significant risks.
But Robert, if I do that tempo down, okay, so bishop g2, rook d7, queen b6, f5, how do you prevent that idea anyway? I give you an extra move.
You're a very kind person, and you're saying I just simply cannot get out of it.
Well, you can try to get out of it, but it's not very convenient. Maybe queen to b8, but even if you get out of that cage, I mean, first of all, already material, material is bad because I have a pawn for a bishop, but the c pawns are irrelevant. The a pawn is very far, and my three passed pawns, they're very formidable. So I have I'm kind of, I have some positional compensation with black at this point as well. But yeah, tactical as well. I mean, after rook b7, I'm sending your queen all the way back. It has to go to f4 or g3, I guess. And then
Maybe g3, threatening rook f5 as well?
Yeah, that looks more threatening. Okay, here I have to consider options. I have some ideas like queen e8, queen a4. I don't know if rook f5 is an issue then. I have to calculate a little bit more deeply. I could try to do the same way at d7, but then queen e5 check is what I didn't like. That's why I went to e8. Right. I can also try to reinforce my position with queen e6 and just keep everything protected and just attack a c4 pawn and threaten queen b6 potentially as well sometimes. I'm just not liking white's position. It's so passive, and Dink has completely misevaluated it when he went for bishop f3. He only thought about knight f6 back, I guess, and it was not a good decision there by Ding. And now I think I like black's position, and Ding could overpress it very likely and potentially even lose it.
My goodness. I mean, because the position.
So...
Go on, ahead, Robert. No, you go.
I was just gonna say, it's so easy to not adjust your own mind space to the fact that you messed up a completely winning position and now you need to just bail out of it in a position where you're up a piece. We've got the eval bar telling us what the evaluation of the position is. But Ding, of course, has got no idea right now. He goes for the move rook e2. I still like the fact that he's making decisions fast. And that's a good sign. That's a sign of a confident thing. He plays rook e2, and now you're expecting a capture on d7. Rook d7, and then just reinforcing the e4 pawn with the push of the f pawn. And it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is really back in this game. It may not even last for very long after the rook starts pursuing the white queen. Anish, you have a thought?
Yeah, I was just wondering, why don't I start with f5 even stronger, and after queen b6, queen d7?
Yep. I was about to say the same thing, so I drew the arrow. That this is going to be a problem down the d line, and your bishop is hanging here.
So wait, wow. Yeah. So white has to start with bishop g2. Instead of queen b6, and after rook d7 play queen b6, and then hope black will just do perpetual, because I'm not sure.
Can we start thinking about trading queens? Like, is that why not? You didn't even take my b6
Oh my god, yeah, no, just winning, of course. No, of course you can. Wait, so is Ding already? Wait, is Ding worse?
Ding is in trouble. I mean, rook e2 after f5. What is his plan? And here comes Jan. He is going to play f5.
And Jan, I thought he was...
Why is the bar
He does
still
it.
equal?
He does it. He finds it.
It looks really good for black.
And you can't avoid the queen trade after queen d7. There's just no way to avoid it. You can't allow the queen to penetrate on the d file.
Giannis seizing control of the match. I can't believe I'm saying that based on how this game has gone, but all of a sudden, Jan Nepomniachtchi can find himself with a huge advantage. And look at the body language. Ding grabbed his head before in disbelief. Jan is peering over the board, and he knows that he is better. He's going to walk away right now, but Ding Liren in huge trouble. And by the way, you keep asking about time trouble. Everyone is talking about it in the chat. Ding now has 5 minutes, and he has one move to make, but this one move could turn the game completely in Jan's favor. If he decides to move his bishop back and queen takes d7 happens, Jan will be facing what looks like a great endgame with really strong winning chances.
Guys, I don't know if you saw, but Ding shook his head there. I think he missed queen takes d7 after bishop g2. This is maybe the counterintuitive move that you miss. And I think that at this point maybe he has to do something desperate with bishop e4. I was looking at bishop h5 briefly, trying to do some tricks, but I don't think it works. So I think bishop e4, fe, queen b6, queen d7, and try king b2 maybe, but it's shaky. And risk-free for black, of course, completely at this point, as black regains a piece and has a safer king here. The Ding has completely lost control, and I'm afraid he might even lose this game. But maybe he will pull himself together and find something like this, because I see the bar still says it's equal, but optically it looks very dangerous for white.
It's the opposite of what we've been talking about, right? Earlier we were saying how the eval bar said zeros, but black was in big trouble. This would be a role reversal and very bad news for Ding. He cannot afford to lose this game.
Yeah, that would be a 2-point deficit for Ding, and that also coming from the position that he did. Completely commanding opening, middle game, brilliant play, and then these last few moves, one inaccuracy with the bishop falling back to f3, and it looks like the position has turned around. Jan Nepomniachtchi finding a brilliant knight after sacrificing the knight to take over the initiative, and now he's the one who's pushing. He's the one who's trying to get something out of this game. You're pointing out the line of giving that bishop back. That is a very difficult decision to take. One is you evaluate the last position where black's got these passed pawns, your pawn structure is ruined, your king is absolutely weak, black's pieces are super active. Compare the queen and the rook to white's queen and rook. But if you don't give up the bishop right now, I want to take a look at that. Is that ending lost for white? How difficult is that ending where you're up a bishop, but black has got 3 pawns steamrolling down on the king side? In this position, if Ding Liren decides to not give up that bishop and just fall back with it, how do you evaluate queen takes d7, queen d7, rook d7?
Yeah, I think it's dead. I think it's just long-term dead. I'll bring the king to e5 and push my pawns down. You have 0 counterplay. That's the problem. If you had counterplay, it would be a different story. But you have 0 counterplay. You need like 2,000 moves on the king side, on the queen side, to make something happen. You have to bring the king to like b3, and even then, it's anyway nothing. So I think that position is sort of, at least it looks sort of slowly but surely lost. I think Ding has to sacrifice the bishop at all cost. And I have to say that, I mean, we should give credit to Jan for knight takes f2, but we should also mention that this was Ding's own doing in this game. He has had so many opportunities. And, I mean, player of his stature, normally at some point he takes one of them. I mean, you cannot, of course, if you keep not grabbing opportunities, at some point this will happen and some kind of tactic will happen. But Ding made so many mistakes in the winning position. He didn't finish it off on the spot with rook d3, rook h3. Then he didn't call him out on the perpetual, which was not a perpetual. I mean, you can miss each one of them, and then finally he allowed knight f2. You can miss each one of them, which is sort of normal. But if you miss all 3 of them in the same game, then it's not you. So something's off with Ding. He's totally pissed. Also because bishop e4, that's an admission of failure, and you have to then defend at no hope of winning at all. And it's such an awful decision to take on move 40. I'm really fearing for Ding here. And Jan, I know Jan, the more the better. So Jan's smelling blood here, and he wants to finish the match of today.
Yeah, well, if he wins, that is practically a very difficult situation to come back. And Ding is down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. He still has one more move to make. It's a difficult decision because you now need to go on the defense. You need to give up that bishop to play that endgame with the queen and rook to try and keep it under control. Ding right now has to take that decision. Otherwise, positionally, he would be lost, as you're pointing out. Queen d7 is coming in. Ding, make a move. down to less than a minute now. One move still remaining, Robert.
But as we've been talking about, he might have to play bishop takes e4. It's such a difficult move to play psychologically. He doesn't want to do that, but he will have to if he wants to hold on to this game. And even then, it will not be so clear-cut. So Ding Liren, he is down to 40 seconds for his final move. This is scary territory for him, and he is just so upset with himself.
He's thinking about the rook endgame after bishop g2, queen d7, take bishop e4. But that's a horrible rook endgame. I think he has to take on e4. It looks bad. The king is still unsafe there, but you have to do it. I'm afraid he might not take the decision, but he has to. He has to.
20 seconds, and this was exactly the moment in game 7 when he messed it up with that rook d3 move, which
he's shaking his head.
The game off. He has to make a move. 10 seconds. One more move remains.
Bishop g2 is status quo move.
Look at him. He's so upset. Whoa! Queen takes b6?
This is losing on the spot, right? After queen d7.
Queen d7. Queen d7. You're threatening a queen penetration, and as well as the bishop on f3 hangs.
Oh my gosh, he did make it to move 40. So he can breathe, I can breathe, because I got so worried. He made a move with 4 seconds on the clock. And somehow the evaluation bar doesn't hate White's position.
I'm thinking about rook g2 after queen d7, Robert.
Oh, counterattack. I need a
g2. Yeah, it looks actually fine. It looks actually fine, doesn't it?
Wow, what a move then. If he played that with 4 seconds, but he found a way out. Oh my God, look at that.
It looks kind of... Doesn't look bad for White. Maybe queen d7 is queen d7 even the move?
It seems like it. The evaluation bar stayed the same. What if I offer a queen trade again? Maybe I'll check your king just to push you to the b file.
But now I have the a pawn now. I mean, I was preaching how the a pawn is all... Is the engine happy even without the a pawn?
Where's your bishop going?
Well, I was thinking, I mean, I can take the queen and then drop it somewhere, but... yeah, it's e2, I guess. Yeah, it's very fast, f4.
Yeah, this is scary.
Bishop g4. Yeah, my a pawn is not too fast. Well, I can totally understand Ding taking on b6, actually. I think I would have done the same. I would have 100% played the same move, by the way, because I missed rook g2 before. Now, when I have rook g2, of course, I go here, of course. I don't want to suffer there without the bishop. I rather play this position hoping it's fine. Because there's that hope deep inside, right? That you have some winning chances, maybe. And Jan takes with the rook.
Doesn't take it with the
because
queen.
it's very hard, guys. It's very hard. It's very hard. This rook g2 business was very hard. So now the position is actually equal again. Now this rook g2 queen trade was extremely weird, I have to say. Very weird. Jan just takes with the rook, and now we are back to bishop g2, rook b7 draw, right?
I think so.
This is the one you called out?
Yeah,
this is the one we might be seeing?
Yeah. No, Ding is... at least Ding has, likely salvaged the position somewhat, and draw would not be the end of the world. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think draw is the end of the world for him in this match, especially if he holds the next one with the black pieces. So I think draw would be okay. He just has to now calm down, drink some water, hot water as they do in China, and then just play some good moves.
What is this arbiter doing? Just walking around, getting on camera there. But yeah, that was unbelievable stuff. I'm still wrapping my head around what just happened there. Ding Liren making that move with 4 seconds left, but now he has time to consider his options.
Yeah, and with that, the players get an additional 60 minutes on the clock for the next 20 moves. The dust, the madness has settled for the moment. The players are in the restroom just getting their thoughts together. And while they do that, we've seen incredible action in Game 8 so far, and it continues. We will be right back.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Ding makes the 40th move with just 4 seconds on the clock. And what a game this has been so far. He had his big chances, and now it is all about keeping things under control for Ding Liren. It has been a topsy-turvy game, and that's exactly Ding's story. Ding's path to the World Championship, Ding's path to Astana is also a topsy-turvy one. Take a look at how Ding made it to the World Championships.
Ding Liren's unpredictable path to this year's FIDE World Championship was born from the right combination of good fortune and persistent gameplay. Ding's journey to Kazakhstan almost never got started. Travel restrictions in China prevented him from qualifying for the Candidates, the gateway tournament to the World Championship. But when a spot unexpectedly opened up, Ding ground away to earn the vacated seat and punch his ticket to Madrid. His foot in the candidate's door, Ding struggled in the first half of the tournament, failing to earn a win and falling to the eventual winner, Nepomniachtchi. But that's when the magic began. In the second half, Ding began to turn things around, starting with a resounding win over Jan Krzysztof Duda.
We have a victory for Ding Liren, and his candidate's chances are not gone at this time.
Ding then continued his momentum with back-to-back wins over Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana. In his final match of the tournament, Ding squared off with Hikaru Nakamura in a battle for second place. With rumors suggesting Magnus Carlsen might step down as champion, second place at the Candidates now had an entirely new meaning. Needing a win, Ding took advantage of a missed opportunity by Hikaru on move 38 and worked steadily from there to secure the victory and second place.
The second half of the tournament has been his, 4 wins in 7 games.
While his runner-up finish at the Candidates was certainly an accomplishment, Ding left Madrid without a seat at the World Championship. That all changed later that summer when Magnus announced he would not be defending his title. With the 5-time champion out of the mix, Ding's second place finish at the Candidates suddenly became a golden ticket to Kazakhstan, with the rare opportunity to cement his name amongst the distinguished list of FIDE World Champions. Much like his opponent, Ding chose to skip most of the high-profile classical events over the past few months, and instead selected to immerse himself in his preparation to face Nepomniachtchi. Time will tell if that approach and Ding's string of good luck and competitiveness will earn him the most famous title in classical chess.
Ding's path to the World Championship has been one for the movies. It has been filled with emotions and so much drama on the chessboard. We've seen him take his own destiny into his own hands to get to where he is right now. And currently, he trails the match by a point after he lost game 7 going into game 8. The current one that is on, Ding makes the time control with just 4 seconds on the clock, and he's fighting to keep the game alive. He's fighting to keep the game going. We see that with his last move, making sure that the queen can indeed come out of the trouble spot on the queen's side. Ding Liren, he needs to win this game to equalize this match. Anish, what are the chances of that happening? Yes. He has an extra piece.
No, I mean the smarter chess prediction, you know, the one that easily hands out this 97% stuff, I think it would give Ding like a 0.2% chance of winning here. Because I think the last move, I think the idea maybe is not to play for a win. Maybe the idea is to force a draw with a move like Rook b7, Queen c8, Rook b7, Queen b8, because at least with the queen on the 8th rank, you maybe threaten Rook h2. So maybe he's trying to just force the draw even more than with a move like Bishop g2, because Bishop g2, maybe he's worried that Jan will play some quiet move, you know, or somehow reposition his Rook and the Queen and start the attack. I could easily imagine that, yeah, this Queen b8 is not necessarily a winning attempt, but we will see. We'll see. Could also be that Ding wants to bring the Queen back, but I think after Rook b7, bringing the Queen back, that's very dangerous, because Black has all sorts of different interesting options to try and penetrate and start the attack. So I think you have to be careful with White, and I don't think the winning is on the menu here for Ding. I think he should be happy that after missing so many opportunities in this game, that at least he can get away with half a point. And as I already mentioned multiple times earlier, I think if he holds the next game with the black pieces, he's still in with a decent shot.
Yeah. And Robert, we saw this whole path to the World Championship for Ding. It's been something that we haven't seen in the history. We saw him kind of carve his own way to the candidates, and then Magnus withdrawing from the World Championship, deciding to not defend his title, and then Ding gets a spot. And now here he is. He's the first Chinese player to have surpassed 2,800. He is the first player from China who is fighting to win the FIDE World Championship. It's such a big moment for him, which also, of course, adds up to all the pressure and the expectation. How much do you think this means to Ding? It is, of course, every chess player's dream to become world champion. But there is so much that has happened to get here for Ding, and it's such a big moment for him.
Yeah, it seems borderline overwhelming for him. We've heard him talk. He has been very emotional. And if you think about the match as a whole thus far, he's actually had an advantage for a good percentage of the time. He has won several games, and the game he lost in the seventh game right before the break, he was the one who was kind of ahead. He was outplaying Jan Nepomniachtchi. Here in Game 8, he was outplaying him once again. So I feel like the result doesn't necessarily reflect the level of play he's shown overall. You wouldn't expect him to be down in the match based on how well he has played. But I do think that the emotions are getting the better of him, and he will need to get them in check ASAP, because there's not much time remaining in this match. And if he does not win this game here, and let's say this 8-game ends in a draw, he'll have to come right back tomorrow with the black pieces. He has not fended Jan Nepomniachtchi off well when he is at black.
Yeah, you know, Robert, I also am sensing some trust issues there in case of Ding. I think he trusts Jan too much. I think Jan's body language tricks, they work on Ding. Because I keep noticing that they impact Ding in his thinking process, in his decision making. Today, he trusted him on the perpetual. Of course, if he did his calculation, the line, okay, how to say? If you put the position after Queen H4 and you ask me again in a second, is this a perpetual or not? I'll tell you it's a perpetual. This is not the point. The point is that when your opponent plays move like Queen H4, you are supposed to, as a professional, of course, do your check, do your calculations, and you're just going to calculate. And as we had seen, you just keep calculating the force line, and in the end, you are shocked to find out that you are winning. I mean, it's a shock. You're shocked, but you just get there if you do the right procedure that you are capable of. But of course, the moment you start trusting your opponent, the moment you start doubting your time spending, is when you start playing, taking these weird decisions, and you basically scan this line. You think, okay, it's a draw, because also the guy probably looks there, confident, and he's always with Jan's constant faces. By the way, it's a thing. Like, you make a good move, and Jan makes a face, and and you doubt your move because you think, okay, maybe I made the wrong move, And I've experienced this a lot, of course, and you have to learn to resist this as well. I mean, nobody's immune to that. So it's not like I can do it on demand either, but you have to resist the stuff, and you have to trust yourself. You cannot trust your opponent. And I think also in the previous game, I saw it's the one that he lost. Jan's body language has been very misleading that game as well. He was making all these faces when he was getting outplayed. Basically, Jan was getting outplayed, missing every strong move, and every time Ding would find a strong move, Jan would make a face. Jan is trying to dominate Ding also psychologically, and when you look at the body language and time spending, Jan basically dominates Ding psychologically, just like I was reading in the books. How Kasparov was slamming the door against Vishy and all that. I see. So if you ask me, because I haven't watched that match, but I suspect it was similar back then when Gary Kasparov was playing Vishy Anand. One of the players is just trying to intimidate the other in a way, and the other one seems to start getting intimidated.
Yeah, no, I think it's very real what you're saying. And just going back to that Queen H4 moment, that was Black's 31st move. And if I'm remembering correctly, Ding had about 22 minutes remaining on his clock, and he only spent something like 3 or 4. And that was a very critical moment because, as you said, you calculate it through. Either it's a perpetual or it's not. And I firmly believe, and I don't want to, kind of keep going on about this, but I firmly believe that if Game 7 had not just happened, he really would have spent 10 plus minutes on that turn because he did have the time to calculate it. And we know Ding Liren, when he is at his best, he didn't lose in 100 consecutive classical games. When he's at his best, he's over 2,800, the number 2 rated player in the world. He can beat anybody on the planet, including Magnus Carlsen, which he did in the Sinkfield Cup tiebreaks, right? He was able to take him down. So I feel like Ding Liren has been rattled by what happened in Game 7 because that never happens. When do you see someone freeze like that and almost lose on time? It's rare. So I think that for Ding, I mean, he should be kicking himself. The good news is the position he has right now is level. And I don't think that he, at the moment, is probably overly concerned about losing, because if he doesn't want to lose, he can just shuffle his queen back and forth between c8 and b8. But for Ding, he needs to trust himself more. He cannot lose sight of the fact that he is a superstar. He's freaking Ding Liren. I mean, the guy is a beast. We all know that. That goes without question. So I think he shouldn't question himself. And as you said, he should not believe Jan Nepomniachtchi. Like, his mannerisms, his gesticulations, they're in part inact.
We've seen this uncharacteristic side of Ding throughout the World Championship match, right? Even in the press conferences, he just seems a little emotional. He has said it himself that he feels the distress of being where he is, that shakiness, you can sense it. And one just wonders if this exact situation, what we saw in this game, was just any other stage, any other match. These two have played against each other so many times. Ding Liren would have probably just done exactly that, calculated the line to the end, not had those self doubts, not had that trust on Yan that yes, you're pretending to give me a perpetual, it indeed is a perpetual, but actually seen the line through. And how much of that has to do with the fact that this is the biggest stage, the fact that this is the World Championship, the experience that is required to deal with the pressure here, and how easy it is for even a player like Ding to sometimes just choke under that pressure. And maybe if it was any other stage, any other elite level tournament, absolutely anything else in the world, he would have called out Jan's bluff at that moment.
Yes, and Ding has mentioned before at the start also that he in the interview before the tournament also that he was trying to get mentally ready for the for the big stage, and it's really hard to do so. But I think yes, he also had to probably take into account the opponent he plays and specifics of playing Jan, because indeed if we look at like the pure quality of the moves, at certain parts of the game, you don't get the impression that Ding is an inferior player by no means. But the practical aspect of chess, the time spending, like you can be a slow player, but sometimes you waste time when it's already clear what the best move is. Like if it's so clear to all the commentators that there's only one move, and then he's still thinking, that means okay, he's just doubting himself. And being practical, not falling for these body language tricks. These kind of things that are also very much part of chess, actually, part of practical chess. In that kind of game, Jan is far superior so far. At least that is the case to me. Even if you just look at Jan, the way he sits, I mean, he's just, he's just sitting there. He owns the stage. He owns the board. He is now playing with the pawn. It's like, I mean, who gave him permission to play? But he took the permission to play with the pawn there. It's his board, and he's sitting there on the table, putting all his weight. It's just different with Ding. He's and it doesn't matter for many players, but sometimes it really makes an impact, and it translates into the moves. If it doesn't translate into the moves, it's all good. Sometimes it translates into the moves, and then you see that okay, you end up trusting that guy. You end up questioning yourself, and I think with Ding, I see that he in the last few days he's been lacking some of that confidence that he needed, and that is an issue. And the problem with today's game, even if it ends in a draw, I mentioned before that draw is fine, but I realized that it's not just a draw. He will come back to his hotel room. And first of all, the hotel room is too big, as he already said. That's already an issue. And the other issue is that he'll come back to that hotel room, and then he will realize he was winning. And he realized that he just had to take the rook and game over. And he'll, of course, get very pissed at that. And he has to recover from this blow as well, because if he had come back, score would be equal, and that would be a very different story. So another psychological blow today, even if he makes a draw. So bad situation for Ding, a very unpleasant situation. today's game is not a plus for his psychological mindset. Definitely not a plus. A draw would be okay, I think. It would be neutral, but the way the draw is about to happen, if it will happen, it's just not, not positive for Ding. Basically another missed opportunity and a very upsetting one. So, not too optimistic for Ding overall.
Yeah. It's definitely been a very big emotional roller coaster for Ding, starting from day one of the World Championship match. Even though that ended in a draw game, we saw him in the press conference and just what he was struggling with. And we've got a question from chat, Anish, from Hamp to Champ, and he's asking, what does Ding need to do to get over that mental barrier he seems to have accumulated? Because I think that really is what this is coming down to, what this match is coming down to. As a player, with his strength, I mean, Ding Liren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, just the world's very best players. But there does seem to be this presence that Jan Nepomniachtchi has on the board, this presence that he has in the playing arena, and it just seems to go bigger and bigger by the day, while Ding is really struggling. So, what do you think, with your experience, what is it that Ding needs to do to overcome this psychological aspect of the match?
Yeah, I think it's really hard. I'm myself not able to do so, as you can see in many of my tournaments. I've had many good tournaments, but also many where I performed under my level. And once things go wrong, it's really, really hard to steady the ship. And there's only there's a limit to what you can do. I think the point is that you're supposed to try and not let the previous games impact you. So try to show up to the game as if it's a round one. But that's easier said than done, because you carry the weight of the entire competition that you have already played, and it's it's a recipe, but it's just really hard to follow. But you gotta try to put it all behind you, and you gotta stick to the process, to just stick doing what you're doing. And for Ding, it has to be just just preparing, playing, and calculating, and taking a decision. It's what's how he always played and how he should play, and then everything should work. But yeah, it's easier said than done. Of course, you know you have to do it, but somehow it's just not the same. You feel a little bit more pissed. You try to learn lessons from your previous games, which is also like, that is, by the way, such an awful thing that everybody is doing. But it's also, I noticed in my own games, you start drawing conclusions from the games you played. I mean, you've already played, Ding is born in, I think, 1993, I believe. He's 92, actually. He's played chess for decades by now. And learning from one defeat now, I mean, this is ridiculous. He's learned from so many games already. And he's, of course, yes, he played this unfortunate game last time, and now he's trying to speed up, which is also what I do as well in tournaments like that. But yeah, this is ridiculous, because then you start speeding up in the wrong moments, and it only backfires. So yeah, these are all the stuff that, I mean, it's not that I can easily call it out, because I know I do it as well, but I'm not really able to not do it. You know what I mean? These are like, I can sort of tell you all how it happens, how it all goes wrong, but if I knew how to do it right, I would probably be sitting there myself. So it's not so easy. And you see, even the greatest players, they're still not immune to this. I saw once Magnus Carlsen, devastated in Norway chess when he scored a minus score one time. He was just a broken man, world champion, dominating chess for so many years. He was sitting there complaining about his confidence, and I was looking at him thinking, "What's wrong with you, man? You just lost a game or two. You're the best player of all time, probably." He was like genuinely heartbroken, and it just showed me that it doesn't matter who you are and what you've accomplished. When you're down, yeah, you need help.
Yeah, and I guess these are the moments that you really need your support system around you as well. You need the people around you to somehow get you out of it, to say those right things, as you mentioned. And there's a blurred line between what's the right thing to say and not. And it's such a difficult moment. But this is part of being at the world's biggest stage as well, right? It is part of being the world's best. It sort of seems to come with the territory, the pressure of it. We can only imagine it. I can only imagine what it must be like. It's just even hard to imagine really what it must be like. Uh, and it's, of course, we're seeing the effects that it has. The one thing that I want to ask you about, Anish, while Nepo still has a think about this position, and it's been something that has been sort of staring at us from day one of this World Championship match, especially during the press conferences. Ding has been extremely candid. He's been very emotional. He's been very open about how he's feeling. And yes, that's heartwarming to see as a player, as a viewer, as a chess fan. But it also can come across as a weakness. It can also be something that can, at least for your opponent, be seen as something that can be sometimes maybe used against you. Do you think that Ding is giving too much of himself away during the press conferences? And do you think that it's something that you can just say that you don't want to answer a certain question? Or is it, how do you handle this situation? Because for me, I have never seen in a world championship match players opening up about their feelings, their mind state as much as Ding has.
Yeah, I guess he is trying to stay true to himself, which is very sensible. And I think it would all be fine. It would all be fine if he would be able to during the games to just show his best self and play the games unaffected, and then he can be honest and. I mean, I don't think the press conference is a problem. I think the fact that he didn't take the rook is the problem. Let me put it this way. I mean, if you take the rook, it's all fine. But it's yeah, it's. I mean, it's of course understandable. I can totally describe the thinking process and why he didn't take the rook. He of course briefly calculated it, very briefly, and he thought, let's not waste the time because I will need the time. Oh, Jan, by the way, plays an interesting move. I was also thinking about this queen d6 a lot because we already saw this idea. We saw this idea before going for this endgame, even with the a pawn on the board, and I was really curious after trade. I was actually the whole time we were talking, I was calculating the queen d6, rook d6, bishop e4 endgame, and it's a fascinating one. I was thinking about that because I'll try to activate my king, but maybe I'll not be able to, and then I'll just lose against the g pawn. So yeah, it's this interesting approach by Jan, and I like this because I think this endgame only black can win that one. I think black is actually pretty safe there.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. But you're down a pawn, but you're saying if anyone has a chance, it's black because the g pawn just seems like such a strong passer in this position, Robert, that you're mentioning. Would you agree in this that despite white has an extra pawn, it's black who can be pushing here?
Well, the problem for white is it much of an extra pawn? We each have one unopposed pass pawn, the G pawn for black, the A pawn for white. But the difficulty is you would love to just adjust this pawn over and then white would be completely winning. So I feel like this is the type of position that, you know, if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, you just bring your king up, try to usher the pawn, but then you have to be worried if somehow you allow the king into b5 and c5 is targeted, that would also be a bit of an issue. So maybe it's not that clear cut in this kind of position. I see the eval bar saying zeros. It said that throughout the game, even in very difficult situations, but I don't think I really want this position from either side. It just would make me a little nervous.
I would take black, Robert, any day because after king a4 I have rook b6. I'm not sure it's so easy. And I was thinking about that. So what I was trying to calculate is if I'm in time to get my king to a8 and pawn to a7. So let's say yeah, Ding has to trade queens. He does. So let's say king b3, I go g5, king a4, I go rook b6. What do you play?
I was wondering if I should release my rook or not, but wasn't sure.
Yeah, let's say you play rook. Yeah, let's say king a5, rook b1. Let's say.
Okay, you want to go active?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where. But let's say b1 was most natural to me, and let's say king f5, rook e8, g4, g3. Yes, rook g8, king f4, a5, king f3, king a7, g2, a7. This is what I was calculating. King f2, king a8. Oh, sorry, I can give checks with rook also. But let's say king a8, g1, rook g1, king g1, a7. This is the position I was thinking about. And this is a draw.
This is like a study. You just created a study on the board, Anish.
Yeah, I think Ding is going for it. I think she's just a draw probably, yeah. No, but what I want to say is that it looked dangerous for white because black, of course, was never risking it throughout the entire line. But I guess it's just a forced draw because I don't see how white can go wrong here. It's just all forced moves. Because if you play a4, if you get a5, king a4, you're happy. But you should be aware that after like rook a6, you're not stuck, you know, forever. Because imagine I have rook on a5, let's say, against the king on b3, and you can do nothing. You cannot touch me with white, so you'll have to defend. You have to defend against the g pawn alone. So yeah, this king to a4 and then king to a5 and then going all the way down and using this stalemate idea is probably the way to draw here for Ding.
And if this was to end in a draw in this line that you're saying, yes, Ding had his chances, but it's not an absolute disaster for the match, right? We had this smarter chess prediction earlier on, which did say that it would. I don't remember what the exact number was, but it was 80% and higher if this game ends in a
86 point
draw,
something,
as
yeah.
Yan, yes, as Yan being a favorite to win the match. But Ding still has some whites coming up, and it's still just a one game lead. And we've seen so many decisive games that it's still a match wide open, Robert.
Yeah, but the problem is, right, so Ding Liren has proven he can get an advantage with the black pieces. He did that in Game 7. He played the French defense. He was executing well until he froze. So for Ding, he knows that he can do well with black, but for Yan, it might be time to just park the bus. You just say, I'll have the white pieces, I'll play something calm. If Ding makes a draw, so be it. He doesn't need to take risks at this point in time. Yes, Ding Liren will get the white pieces again, but the number of games remaining is shrinking. There aren't that many games left in this match. Ding Liren is certainly capable of winning at least one of them, but I think Yan, as he did in the candidates, he knows when he has the lead, he can sometimes just sail to the finish line and not take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, Yan is getting better. The better the situation, the better Yan gets, and the worse the situation, the worse Yan gets. And that, I think, holds true within games and within tournaments as well. So if you notice, the better Jan's position, like the faster and stronger he plays. And also his tournaments, like they go like once they go good, they go get even better. And the same in reverse. So once he has a bad position, it usually escalates very fast as well in the other direction. And also when his tournaments go bad, like the ultimate demonstration of like Jan's worst event I've ever seen was Speed Chess Championship match against Maxim Vachilagraf not too long ago, the previous one. And that match was really spectacular. Like at some point, Jan started to get tilted, and the games, they were just like, he just couldn't play at all. He didn't want to play at all, and he just threw all the games. And at some point, he almost started losing them on purpose. So also because he didn't like the fact that he has to keep playing the match after he was already lost pretty much. So yeah, he really hates being in a bad situation. But when he's doing well, he's really excelling. Like we saw the candidates tournament. Remember how he just crushed the field, and every win made him stronger. And he dominated the field where each player is a very formidable player, like Ding, Fabi, Alireza. You don't report these players. You don't really dominate them usually, but he just dominated the entire event. So Jan is really looking good, and now that he smells blood, he smells the victory. In this competition, in this match, I think the chances are high that he will start playing better and better. And Ding, he has more and more psychological traumas, to shake off. There was that game where he froze. There's now this game where he didn't take the win, this fake perpetual. So all these, they accumulate, all the negative feelings, negative thoughts, and I think it's really hard to come back from that. But Ding is a special player, and he's capable, of course, of anything.
Ding is like the opposite of that in that way. We've seen him often start slow, have these slow starts at tournaments, at big events, and then he really seems to find his rhythm and cover up and finish right at the top in the second half, or often going late into the event. So two very different players, world number 2, world number 3. We've spoken so much about this on the broadcast that their playing strength is so similar, but their playing styles are so apart from each other. And that's what this World Championship, it is truly a clash between two of the world's best players in each and every way. Their personalities, their personas on the board, their approaches to the match. It's been a very fascinating one to watch. And we see the end game. It's developing the way you said. King to f6. Ding now thinking about how to proceed in this position. He has this extra a pawn, but the black's g pawn is marching down the board. You pointed out that line, which is a study-like finish at the very end. Is there any other idea, any other plan in this position, in this rook pawn ending, which perhaps gives Ding a little bit more hope to try for something here?
I just don't think he has anything. I mean, he can bring his rook activated that way and try to go after the c5 pawn, but the g pawn runs fast. And something you just said, I think about the clash of styles. I wanted to touch on that a little bit because Ding Liren, he went 100 classical games without a defeat. If Jan Nepomniachtchi did like a quarter of that, I think we'd be pretty shocked because he's a very combative player. He's super duper strong, don't get me wrong, but he's more likely to win a bunch of games and then maybe lose a couple. Whereas Ding Liren, I mean, just the guy is really hard to beat when he's on his best form. And he did, in fact, play Rook E8. He wants the activity rather than sliding his king up the A file. But I think that Jan has become a more settled down player, and it's been to his benefit. It's allowed him to win consecutive candidates tournaments. I think in the past, he used to take more risks. He was a bit impatient. He would kind of just, play often too quickly in critical moments. But I think we have seen a new Jan Nepomniachtchi, at least in the last bunch of candidates and even the 2021 World Championship. But Ding Liren has taken him out of his element. I mean, this has not been, and there's a draw agreed, fair result. But whew, what a match we have.
Yeah, handshakes. And this one ends in a draw. Well, it looked like that was the the outcome that we were expecting, but so quickly while the players decide to call it a day, we see both of them analyzing. And Robert, just what you mentioned about their styles, but just to follow up on that, when you're trailing the World Championship match by a point, the opponent that you want in front of you is a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi because his style is so exciting. You know that he will perhaps just stylistically choose more interesting options, combative options that's going to give everybody a chance to try for a win. Like you said, you'll have more decisive games when Jan is playing. So for Ding, it's definitely something, a big missed opportunity, but not an absolute disaster. The game does end in a draw. He did have his big moments to take this one. Anish, how would you sum up this finish and this abrupt handshakes that we just saw right now?
Yeah, no, I just realized while Dick played Rook E8 that there are lots of different ways to probably make this draw. You could also indeed start giving checks to the king and then pick up the c5 pawn in a favorable version and then eventually return the rook for the g pawn and promote your own. So there are all sorts of different ways to make a draw, and the players just decided to not waste each other's time. It's been a very eventful game, and at this point, it's basically the intrigue has died out. And I like Ding's body language now in the post-game analysis. He's quite interested, discussing the game, talking about all sorts of different things as well. So, but the problem for Ding is I think he doesn't realize yet what kind of opportunities he missed. And I think he's feeling quite fine now, but once he will see what he missed, he's not going to feel this fine any longer.
Well, they're pointing to various parts of the board, and my big question is, after spoiling what was a promising and winning position, some players would be so upset they would just storm out of there. And Anish, you said you like his body language. He's just analyzing the game. Do you think he needs to just get back to the basics of chess, just like loving it, having fun, rather than feeling the pressure? And is that why he's sitting there and talking it through?
I think he's loving it. I think he's basically he just didn't realize the opportunities he missed, which is understandable. He missed these moves, so he hasn't seen them yet. And Jan also hasn't told him about it yet, probably. So he's just thinking, okay, I had some chances probably, but okay, was at some point I was already worried I'll maybe lose. So then okay, draw, whatever. He thinks it was maybe an interesting game, maybe it was not so bad. But when he will see that he missed, a win, that's when he'll probably have a moment of devastation. Of course, he will try to come back from that, but I think right now he's feeling fine. But I think the reason he's feeling fine is that because he just didn't know, he doesn't know what he missed yet. That happens. I mean, I also have it very often. I play the game, I think, okay, it was an interesting game, all fine, and I feel fine. Then I'll come back and I see, oh my god, I had a direct win, and then you feel bad. And right now he's feeling fine because I think he didn't have the time to think about all the possibilities that he had, and he didn't have the time to realize that there was a win. Because we saw the win, of course, we were there with the computers and we already know it, but he didn't, and Jan also probably didn't tell him. Probably Jan also didn't see it. So they discussed something, some options, this, that. But I don't think that he's aware of exactly how big an opportunity this was.
Yeah. You say that he doesn't realize it, but Anish, I had the feeling that right after the game, he did look a little unhappy with the result, a little dejected about how it had gone. Maybe not realizing the exact opportunity, but there's little doubt that he felt it, that he knew that this was his big game. This was his big chance to come back into the match to equalize the score. And what a game he played, right? From the very start, starting with the opening, creating chances, Ding Liren could have equalized the match, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is such a sneaky player, and he just knows how to keep things under control. Very resourceful. Take it away, Anish, and show us the big moments.
Yes, I will indeed show that. So E3 and A3, this idea of Fabiano Caruana was employed, and the idea of Rook A2 followed by E4 and this bishop sacrifice. It seems that many players were familiar with it. Also, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think what we expect is that Jan has probably mixed something up because he probably wanted to take on D4 first. But after G6, Ding got this opportunity of going E5 and D5, which is not possible had the pawns been traded because the position would be too open. But now with the position more close, this was an interesting way of playing for Ding. And Jan had lots of interesting possibilities. I think if we click through the game, all options on each move for both sides, but the crucial point was around here. Jan had different options. He could take here. He could also sacrifice a piece, which was interesting. The way he played, knight h4 was also playable. Here, rook h8 was the best move according to computer, but I think still under a lot of pressure he would be. But after bishop e4, Ding found a brilliant idea, rook d2, this queen g5, queen e5, f6, queen to h2, rook h8, and this sacrifice. Let me just show it because it was extremely beautiful. This idea that Ding has found, which should have yielded him a win, but unfortunately, Jan resisted very well. Unfortunately for Ding, here this would be a win. Jan resisted well here. He tried rook h8, and now Ding had a couple of solutions. d7 was possible. Also taking, and rook d3 was very clear cut. Difficult move, swinging across to the h file, but a very clean one. I think here I can't imagine Jan putting up a resistance, although he would of course have tried. But after what Ding has played, Jan was back in the game until this remarkable moment where Jan bluffed him with queen h4, hoping that after queen d8, queen e4 there would be perpetual, but there wasn't one because white could run away, and the run starts here. You just run forward, and here queen f1, king d2 is relatively easy, but after queen d1 you have to play king to e4, not rook to d2, and down this line white is indeed winning. I think the line went like this: queen f6, queen, and black just doesn't have perpetual here. A few more checks, but at the end of the day, here or here, the king just walks away. So a long line, but a pretty forced one. But somehow Ding trusted Jan, and then the game continued, and it was never easy any longer. And here, yes, the decisive mistake by Ding. He could still have a winning position had he gone for bishop c6, kept the d pawn. This counterplay is there, but it's not as scary as it looks. Instead, he allowed this knight f2 sack, and this position was already very difficult for him. If anyone, it was black who was in the driver's seat, with Jan regaining this d pawn. And the problem is that this bishop is so miserable, and even in this position, you could see in the end that white's pawns are useless for now, and this bishop is so miserable it just sacrificed itself for the pawn, for 2 pawns, because on g2 it's staring into these pawns, and eventually black would bring the king to the center, push all these pawns down the board, and then finally he would need to only protect this pawn and push f4, f3, and just finish it off. So the bishop was miserable, and Ding had to make a draw. A few really decisive moments there. So a missed win by Ding on multiple occasions. Definitely something he'll be kicking himself for today, because a huge opportunity missed, given also the score and the match situation. It was just so important today to come back, and big disappointment for Ding Liren for sure.
Yeah, and we see Robert in Astana. They are getting ready for the press conference. Jan Nepomniachtchi has taken his place. He will be joined by Ding Liren soon. It was such a thrilling game, so many chances, and also resourceful play by Jan there at the end, especially that knight sacrifice. And it's also painful, right? When you come with this amazing opening preparation and it works to perfection. It wasn't an opening that we were expecting, this E3 idea, and it seems like you've done everything right. You get so close to converting that into a full point, Robert, and then it just slips from your hand. And that can be really frustrating to get over, knowing that you start with black the next day.
Yeah, he's going to have to find it within himself to combat Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow. When Jan has had the white pieces, he's been scoring dubs. So for Ding Liren, after a very heartbreaking round here, his press conference, not going to be particularly fun for many different reasons right now. So I think that for Ding Liren, it's just not going to be pleasant to rest this evening. I don't know how he's going to sleep. It's going to be a challenging night ahead because this game did not go the way it should have based on how he started it.
On the topic of press conference, we've seen Ding discuss so much about his opening approach and talk about how what his preparation entailed for the day. And as a player, I just still feel that Ding often is so candid about his expressions, and it's just sometimes he gives away a little too much. It's amazing to watch it, but at this stage, at the World Championship, we've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi, the way he handles questions, and just how professionally he keeps his answers. He's never emotional. He's always almost seeming dismissive. He's got this sense of confidence about him. And I feel like that's an important part that Ding needs to find in himself as well going forward. You see, we're almost ready. Anish, big opportunity missed by Ding to equalize the match. He starts with the black pieces. What do you think is the positive takeaway for Ding in this one?
Yeah, I have to think really hard about what the positive takeaway would be. I mean, at some point he was probably already on the worst side of things, so it could have gotten even worse, especially as he was there in time trouble here, thinking about the possibilities all looking pretty bad. And queen b6, queen d7 was an opportunity after rook g2. Robert pointed out this queen d3, queen d6 option, where the endgame would be even more dangerous than it happened in the game. So it could have gone even worse. That's the positive. The other positive is that the score is only one down, so he just needs one more win. I mean, the equal score at the end would be fine. The tiebreak is more than welcome at this point. So it's so limited, and he could also definitely see that he keeps getting chances. Jan keeps giving him chances. Ding's opening experiments, they keep giving him decent positions where he gets opportunities. So if he manages to play well the upcoming games, I think it's sort of still in his hands. Although, yeah, in chess, when you are 1 point down and in a match like that, you know that in chess the position that you start with is always equal, so it doesn't quite feel like it's in your own hands anymore. So no, not thrilled for Ding, but okay, it's early to say. And even the smart chess predictions that we had, which said that Ding's chances are 86% that Jan wins after this draw. I think still okay. You take those 14%. Not so bad, more than 1 in 10 to become a world champion. Could be worse. Maybe just go for it.
Yeah, no, it certainly could be worse. But the press conference is delayed a bit. And while we wait for Ding Liren to find his chair, we just do want to say we've seen everyone talk about it in chat. We've seen it on social media. The conversation about preparation, whether that was Ding's that was released, he will answer those questions in the press conference. But I think as he's walking up now, just the fact that he has to answer them will not be fun, in addition to spoiling the game. So Ding Liren about to sit down, and I hope this interview gets underway in the near future.
Yeah, we see that Ding is joining the press conference in Astana, so we're going to head over to the players and hear their reactions on this thrilling Game 8.
Hello everyone, welcome at the press conference of round 8 at FIDE World Chess Championship. The game has ended in a draw and the current score is 4.5 to 3.5 in favor of Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm starting with the questions and then the floor will go to a press. My first question to Jan, if you can please take us through the most critical moments of the game today.
Yes, so the line that occurred in the game is, I guess, one of the very, very topical lines nowadays in Nimzo. So as artificial as this Rook A2 looks, it's somehow, I think it's top and giant choice in certain positions. So I was more or less aware of all this piece sacrifice. At least I knew that after G6 black is fine. But e5, I would say, was sort of the price for me. So I thought like, well, I was choosing between queen f4 and capturing on e5. So I went for the principal line, as it seemed. And then it was like pretty much forced, I guess. Yeah, like this knight e4, queen d8 and something. And then, I don't know why, but I felt like over-ambitious. And I think I made like some awful moves, which almost cost me the game, yeah, so at least half a point. So, like, it was a simple choice, I would say, I guess after rook h3, just to capture on e4, capture on d6 with the queen. Rook d2, queen c7, takes on f5, takes on f5, and this should never be worse. Like, okay, these 3 pawns, and all right, like I just push my pawn on e4, and okay, I guess it's never worse. But also I could go principal, but I completely forgot, yeah, like play rook h8. Also was smart, but I just completely forgot about the move rook d2. And after rook d2, suddenly I think black is lost, but yeah, I was very lucky. And then I guess, yeah, I was very lucky to bluff with this queen h4 move. I think in fact white can capture, and then I saw this, okay, was, I mean, maybe after queen f8 the position is bad, but at least it's not lost by force. But indeed, after king d1, queen g5, I mean, practically I have some very nice chances to escape. And well, I guess it was a lot of mess in later in the game, yeah. But yeah, I guess yeah, this knight h4, knight f5 maneuver, like instead of some normal position, just nearly losing. Yeah, this shouldn't go to my credit.
Right, Jan, you mentioned about this queen h4 and you called it a bluff. So you surely knew that it was just lost position if Ding would capture the rook on d8.
Well, when I played, I thought it's like I'm very smart, but then I found out that the king escapes in some tricky way. Yeah, like this, like rook, queen e4, rook e2, queen b1, king d2, queen b2, king d3, queen b1, rook c2. And here queen d1, I thought it's a draw, but no, it's king d4 here, queen c2, bishop d3, which was very hard to spot from distance. And here, yeah, maybe I can go still for something like knight g3 check, but yeah, I guess it's over. Yeah, so yeah, that was a very lucky moment.
Thank you very much. Ding, I would like to ask the question about this moment too, when Jan played queen to h4. Obviously, you were considered to take the rook on d8, but then in the end you decided not to. Can you please tell us what was the reason why you decided so?
Well, I briefly checked the line, but I just stopped. I think at maybe queen u1, queen b1, rook c2, I didn't calculate any further. So I just stopped there, maybe because my time is not so much, considering yesterday's lost, so I want to play quickly in time trouble. But it's another story.
Right, so you mean that the time was a factor today in this game, that you did not capture, for instance, at this moment the rook?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right, and to talk about the time, have you got some advice from your team how to deal with the time situation? Because today there was a moment when you made the move last seconds, or perhaps do you think maybe this happens that you have less time on the clock because of the lack of practice in OTB tournaments?
Of course, the best way is to play as quickly and as good as possible, but you know, the position after the opening is very, very unclear, and there are so many options for me, so I have to figure out which was the best way to continue, and it cost me a lot of time. And I think the time spent during the first half of the game was needed, because I guess I played some good moves. Maybe not the best, but at least I was not worse. It's just because I didn't cover the advantage when I have the chance.
Thank you. Jan, have you considered to before you captured the bishop on g5? Have you considered also c takes d4 move?
Actually, I think both moves are in the files, but in my lines. But I mean, I just thought that any move should be good. But I thought it's pretty much forced. So when I come to my room, okay, I'll check if I missed something. I mean, mix it up. But I guess this is just another weird engine line. Yeah, so it's fun to analyze, yeah, but it turned out to be not so fun to play, yeah.
Okay. And I think one last question before I go to press about the opening and also about this Rook to A2 idea. Were you happy during the game of your opening choice today? And if you can just take us through the moment you played Rook to A2. What is the idea behind this move, Rook A2?
This idea, I consider this as some kind of cannonball in my opening preparation because it's can be very powerful, and it's very long preparation. A very deep idea behind this. So yeah, today just. Very pity. Yes, it could be a very good game, but it doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you for answering the questions. Now it's time for the press. Please, Mike, go ahead.
Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Ding Liren. I suspect you might know this is coming. Some people online have found games played on Lichess that match very closely with some games played here. What is your reaction to this rumor?
I don't know which game you refer.
Were any training games played online that you can remember that resemble games played here at the World Championship?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
I'll go to Leoncho, but I might come back later.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Leoncho, please.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. I have a question for each one. For Ian, why did you choose to accept such a sharp variation when you had, let's say, solid alternatives in the opening? And for Liren, how do you feel about missing winning moves?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. So thank you for the question. I think it's very very principled line, this E3 A3 Nimce, and once again it's pretty much on the radar for a lot of players. So it's not really. I mean, it might look sharp, but as long as you have an idea what to do, you can navigate. And I think okay, until I felt over ambitious for some reason, I did it quite nice. But yeah, there is a price, obviously. Yes, so one inaccurate move and you can lose. But I guess such is chess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to repeat the question, maybe?
I remember. Yeah, of course, missed so much wins, at least 2 wins, or maybe even more. It feels very bad. Also, very very tired after the long game. But still, there are 6 games. I have 3 white pieces, so anything can happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Вопрос к Яну Непомнящему. Ян, вот когда ладья 2, когда фигура вышла на g5, да, то есть белые достаточно агрессивно играют, у вас было ощущение, что вот эта домашняя заготовка, и вы вот, что называется, попались, или вы сохраняли хладнокровие, и просто вам было интересно, что называется, заодно исследовать позицию, посмотреть анализ оппонента, может быть?
We would like to hear the translation.
So, when you played with the Rook, the whites, did you feel the whites were playing aggressively, and taking into account, the moves you made. Just were you curious just to try out your opponent's stance, your opponent's position?
Ну, для меня самостоятельная игра началась позже, да, так что Ладья 2 эту идею я знал. Ну, думаю, что ее многие знают, я бы так сказал, что это выглядит интересно, да, но, как я уже говорил, у многих, что называется, это записано. Вот, я, по-моему, после Е5 я не был уверен, как реагировать уже, но там, с другой стороны, мне кажется, я довольно принципиально ответил. Очень сложная партия, опять, в принципе, логично было бы, если бы она завершилась чуть-чуть иначе, но так, конечно, да, очень повезло.
Okay. When I made this Rook A2 move, I knew what I was doing, and I'm sure it was many other people were aware of this move. And I know this option looked and does look interesting. So after that move, E5, I just didn't know how it would be responded to. And of course, the game, it's been a very complex, a very challenging game, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it had changed, if it had ended otherwise. So it was lucky that it ended like this.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Mike Klein with chess.com. Grandmaster Ding Liren, I have to ask one follow-up. Today is the only day there was a delay in the press conference. I believe you met with your team after the game. Can you please let us know why you met with your team before coming to the press conference?
Well, I analyzed this game a little bit, and my second showed me there's a very simple way to win with Rook D3 instead of D7. So I would regret it.
So the entire meeting was about actual chess moves, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? You have one more? Okay.
I would like to ask Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi a question. On the broadcast, Anish Giri said that you are dominating Ding psychologically. Do you agree with that?
I think Anish knows it better. Yeah. I have no idea what to say.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now it's time for the questions from Twitter. So Jesse will take over from here. Please, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse February here. My first question was for Ding. Did you take any inspiration from Fabiano Caruana this game?
Yeah, I know it was his opening style to play something very sharp and to attack at any cost. Yeah, sometimes it was this kind of preparation that his kinds of preparation. Yeah, but today this idea was not his idea.
All right, thank you. My next question for Nepo from Agad Mator. Was Queen H4 a bluff? What was going through your mind at that point?
Actually, Queen H4, I thought it's just a brilliant way to save the game. But when I spent another minute calculating, maybe it's good it was too late, but maybe... anyway, it has been played. I noticed that in some critical lines, King escapes from the perpetual check. But it worked like a charm, but yeah. But I guess practically it turned out to be a great chance, but yeah, because Queen E8 and Queen E7, perhaps I can try to hold this, but I think the position is quite ugly.
Before you ask the next question, Jesse, we heard you giggling when Jan made a comment about Queen H4. Do you want to add something at that point?
When returning to a board, I saw Queen H4, and I just briefly calculated the line after Queen D8. I became very disappointed because I missed his idea to check on E4 and B1. So I didn't calculate carefully and tried to play for a win, but which was not so good by King D1.
Thank you. Please, next question, Jesse.
All right, this one's from Chess Society for Ding. How often do you disagree with Rapport when he suggests a line or opening?
Oh, many times.
All right, thank you. And the last one is from Chess Best. Why do you spend a lot of time in the opening when you're the one who chooses the variation or line often?
Because on each move, E5, here I have some alternative, for example, Rook D2 or even Queen G4. Also on D5 I have other option by Knight E4. Also on D6 I also have Knight E4. So there are always many options to choose between. So that's why I take a lot of time on each move to decide which was better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? This can be the last question. If there is no more questions, I will go with my last question. We are very much curious, as this particular game was indeed very tough. What do you usually do right after the time control? How you are staying focused, and also how do you release the stress a little bit? Let's go, Jan, with you first.
I'm trying to take a deep breath, and see, evaluate what happened in time scramble. So it was no real time scramble today, but the pressure was real, and I guess this knight f2 move was missed by my opponent. But at some point I was even very optimistic about my position. Yeah, after I found this knight f2. But then, yeah, by the way, it was I wouldn't call this luck, yeah, but it was very nice for white that after queen takes b6, queen takes d7 doesn't work because of rook g2, yeah, and there is this trick with bishop h5 going to the pawn endgame. Yeah, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. There was another moment too, when you played move e5, there was also a possibility to sacrifice the piece with knight to d4. Have you considered that one?
Yeah, I checked it, but I didn't feel it's too necessary. But I guess it was a problem that queen e5 comes with a check now, or it's not important.
It was a possibility.
Yeah, good to know.
Okay. All right, the last question to Ding, the same question. What do you usually do right after the time control? How you're still staying focused on the game and also trying to release your stress a little bit?
Today I eat a lot of food to maintain my body shape, and yeah, that's what I did after I reached the 40th move.
Right. There was a question in public. What players have in the players' lounge? What kind of snacks? What is your favorite in this tournament? What you're usually getting?
Usually it's banana and chocolate.
All right. Makes sense. All right, I don't have more questions. I see there's no more questions in the press as well, so we can conclude today. The round 9 will start tomorrow at 3 p.m., so thank you very much.
The result was a peaceful one, but the game was anything but. So many chances there, and we could see in the press conference visibly disappointed Ding with the way things have turned out. And that means game 8 comes to an end with Jan Nepomniachtchi still leading by a 1-point margin as the second half of the World Championship continues. It could have gone either way, and Dingler was so close to equalizing this match. Anish, so many variations and critical moments were discussed during the press conferences. Many of them we had looked at during our analysis. Was there a line or a moment that surprised you about the reaction?
Yeah, from the lines they talk about, Jan mentioned one line we didn't look at. I think that line he mentioned, it I checked afterwards, it involved a miscalculation as well. So I think, well, nothing particular. I was interested to hear that Jan actually found that perpetual wasn't working. Because I would think that he would, he might skip. But of course, if you think, keep thinking during opponent's move, you might, because as we saw, if you just keep thinking about the line, at some point you might figure out that actually, surprisingly, you are winning there with white, or losing as Jan was black. But no, of course, the players, they have a lot of thoughts that we are having here. Also, of course, we are assisted with a computer sometimes. Sometimes they have other thoughts. Sometimes we have other thoughts, and that's what makes chess beautiful. Everybody has their own thoughts about the game.
Yeah. And there was especially that moment. There were so many moments actually where Ding had this chance to convert this game into a full point, but that Queen H4, where the perpetual is not really there, seemed like the most direct one, where you simply pick up the material, call out the bluff, and Jan Nepomniachtchi himself mentioned that he played the move and immediately realized when he went back into the rest area that in fact it wasn't a perpetual. So we saw Ding fall for it. Now, Robert, that miss, it's a really big one at this stage. How do you see this being weighted out, and how does one get over it? Because it really was a clear path to victory for Ding in game 8.
I was glad to see Ding laugh at some points during the press conference because at first he looked devastated, and he should be. He let an advantage, a winning advantage, slip out of his grasp. He should have won the game. I think if this were not the World Championship, he would have won the game. And I especially think if Game 7 hadn't just occurred, then he would have won even in the World Championship. But it's good to see him smile. It's good to see him analyze with Jan after the game. He is going to be, trying to figure out how to answer the question of what do I do with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But I think what we saw from Ding Liren was a very determined player, someone willing to play an offbeat opening that hasn't really been tried that much, someone who knew that there were a variety of ways to move forward, but was trying to calculate and conserve time for the rest of the game. So I do think that there are some good takeaways, despite the fact that he really did botch what should have been a win to even up the score. He's going to be disappointed. He's going to have to get over the initial hurt, but he's still in this match. A single win in the next bunch of games will get him back to a tie.
Yeah, it's definitely the smallest of margins as Jan goes into game 9. And Ding himself mentioned, right, that everything worked out well. He was happy with the opening. He was happy with the position that he got out of the middle game, but he just was not able to convert it. But otherwise, quite a brilliantly played game there by Dingler, and many positive takeaways. But yes, he does trail the match. Now, for me, during the press conference, one of the dramatic moments were Mike's questions when he brought up the preparation and the rumored leak of preparation. It reminded me of what we saw in the 2018 World Championship match with Fabi's video leak that happened. I wanna start by Anish on this one. That what do you make out of this whole episode, and how distracting can this be for Team Ding?
Yeah, I didn't study that in great detail. I also heard of some sort of potential leak. I think nowadays, especially, often you play with cards on the table. Jan was aware of today's line, Ding was aware, and it's just about choosing the right thing. So I think the damage nowadays of having your prep leaked is relatively limited. I also suspect it's so deep into the match, we've already seen most of Ding's preparation. I saw some tweets mentioning some h3 move, but h3 we already seen, so you can leak that as much as you want. And I wonder if at this point in the match so far and so deep, with Ding showing already so many different game plans, if Ding actually had prepared more before the match. I guess he mapped out certain things, but you're not going to work out. I doubt you're gonna work out like seven ideas for why. that you would do that. So I don't know how much damage it is, even if it's something real leaked, but it could also be a certain coincidence. I haven't studied the details, to be honest. I'll have to see and make my judgment on that. But it was in any case good to see Ding not too disturbed today. I think he gave very good replies. He pushed back on all the people that tried to bully him today in the press conference. He pushed back on all the speculations. He calmly replied to what he missed, why he missed, how he feels, and he said, there's 6 games to go, and I like the mindset. And indeed, one thing I recognize, because I was thinking about how devastated he is and all that. One thing I recognize is that when you actually are in the middle of a competition and you are still in the running, as long as you got that chance, you still have that fighting mindset. And I think Ding preserves that. He knows that, okay, things not going well, but the most important thing is that he's still in it. If the tournament is over, okay, you can cry. It's all good. You can cry. You can, but as long as you're still in it, as long as you still have a shot, and he has quite a shot with many white games left, as he points out. I think his mindset is perfect. Tomorrow will be a tough game because he's playing with the black pieces. He's got a little bit of a 1e4 issue. Jan's already ready for a Marshall since the previous game because Ding has dodged it with the French. Jan will be ready for the French as well. So Ding has to come up with the game plan, and he has not much time. So tomorrow will be a tough one. If he survives that, then there is still a good shot in the remaining games.
And the word you just used, survive, I think is very important because we heard from Ding's own words that he says, I have a few more games with the white pieces remaining. He doesn't seem to want to take risks with black just based on his language, what he said in the presser. So I think that for Ding Liren, the match is not over. He still has plenty of opportunity left. And about the potential leak, we don't know if... we've been commentating this whole time. We have not been able to confirm anything, but I will say that I think what Anish said rings true, that most of the surprises we've seen, they might have already been played, and you can dig up H3 games. He's not going to try that again. He lost that game. It wasn't very impressive opening to boot. So I think that unless there was some crazy sacrificial variation that was the game that was sealed, if you need to win, play this. I just think that it's just one of those conversations that will be a talking point. It will be uncomfortable for Team Ding, but they will have to do their work because sometimes your opponents play openings that you didn't expect, like Carlsen against Caruana, playing the Rosalimo every single game. They probably had to work on the fly too, just to come up with new ideas against the Sicilian. So I think Team Ding, with Richard Report leading the way as the main trainer, I think they'll be okay. But I think that Ding Liren, is good to see him happier than I would have expected at the press conference. It was good to see him smile. It was good to see him analyze. And maybe he's just taking it one move at a time. And for his team's sake, for his sake, hopefully they believe he can bounce back.
Yes, and I'm sure that's exactly what Ding fans are also hoping for. We've seen him do that in this World Championship match twice. He currently trails with the smallest of margins, just a point. And once again, the feeling is that when you're in that situation and you're playing a player like Jan with the style of Nepomniachtchi, you know that the chances will come. You know that there will be positions where anything can happen. And that's exactly what we as fans, as well as commentators, chess lovers want to see. The action that's coming up. Ding Liren will get his chances to make a comeback in this match. Jan Nepomniachtchi looks and is being an absolute beast on the board, but Ding Liren, a brilliant game so far, did not go his way. Robert, how important is it, the fact that he's playing a player with Jan style? Let's say if we talk about these different chess styles, there's players like Wesley, for example. You're trailing Wesley, you know how difficult it will be. You know that he's going to shut down any complications. But when you're playing against a player with such a dynamic style, you know that chances will come. And that's definitely something for Ding to take solace from.
Yeah, although I do think sometimes players get mislabeled or we remember their early games. I think Hikaru is a player who they always say he's this attacking player, always super aggressive. Most of his opening repertoire is actually quite solid these days. So I think that sometimes we think of how they were in their youth and their up-and-coming stages. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he always has been a player willing to take risk to fight. But if we look at the last bunch of candidates tournaments and the World Championship in 2021, he's actually stabilized his repertoire a lot. He was playing the Petrov rather than sharp Sicilian. So I do think that Jan, when he has the lead, he will try as best he can to be solid. When he has the white pieces, he's not going to be playing risky lines. But we saw that French game in Game 7. That wasn't risky, but Ding Liren was outplaying him. So it's possible that Ding will be able to score a victory with the black pieces. But I think at this stage, this late into the match, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's not trying to take risks if he can avoid it.
Well, we are looking forward to all the action that's coming up. Ding needs to win a game to equalize the match. The finish line is indeed in sight. This is our upcoming match schedule. We've got a game tomorrow, game 9, that will be with Jan starting with the white pieces. Ding will be playing with black. And in this match so far, we have seen Ding a little shaky with the black piece, especially at the start of the match. With the king's pawn opening, he hasn't been really able to neutralize Jan's 1e4 with e5. We saw him employ the French. But is that something that we expect to be a one-game opening? What are the opening expectations from Ding with black to try to neutralize Jan tomorrow, Anish?
Yeah, tough call. I think there is a chance for a repeat of the French as well. There is a chance for the Marshall, though you'd think that's the least likely. I guess the more likely is another surprise. But anything is possible at this point. Yeah, I basically, it's one or the other really. And Jan, he's got to be ready for all three scenarios. And whatever it is Ding plays, well, Jan will try to not indeed to take too many risks, but sometimes, without even taking risks, things just spiral out of control. And when these two combative players, so tactically gifted and such fighting mindset by both these players, things just spiral out of control very often. And who knows, we might see another exciting game tomorrow. And I'm going to also, look forward to tomorrow, because tomorrow I can finally watch the commentary of my favorite commentator, Robert Hess and Tanya Sachdev, but also Fabiana Caruana. And I think, yeah, that's going to be quite a team for me to follow.
Wow, yeah. Anish, that's getting us a bit emotional. I know chat's going to miss you so much. You have been so incredible just breaking down this action and calling out the moves and just explaining this chess that we're seeing, which honestly is at God level. It's just a different level, a different league of moves that we're seeing. And having you around has been fantastic. And I'm just going to ask you one time before you leave us as a commentator, as being one of the very best players in the world, as a chess player, what has this tournament, if you can just sum up what this tournament has been so far?
Wow, yeah, I don't think there is a word in the English language that they can describe this kind of event. Certainly not a word that I know. No, it was a great show so far, and today we're so close to see the predictable. Finally, the predictable 1-0 after so many 1-0s, and yet we were once again surprised. Always expect the unexpected in this match so far, and I have a feeling the story is not over yet. The plot is still not done. There are going to be a couple of twists left, and so far every game has been a twist in the plot. And so I don't see any reasons why, just because I stopped commentating, why suddenly the match will slow down. I think still a lot to uncover. For example, a likely scenario is Ding losing to tomorrow, yet coming back with 2 wins in the end. I mean, that could also be something, right? So still lots of unexpected action possible with enough games to go. Still 6 games to be played. That is plenty of chess ahead.
Some hot takes there. Anish, we want to have you with us in the commentary, but can we expect some explosive tweets by you while you're gone?
Well, I have to work a little bit on my own chess as well. As an experienced player / commentator, I know the moment you start feeling that you are playing better than the people that you watch, this is when you lose touch of reality, and this is when this is a bad sign for you as a player. As a player, you should always realize, the chess is hard, and so I'll take a moment to prepare for my upcoming events. Because when I'm watching the events this big, I always have a FOMO, and it's not even a FOMO. It's, I think, a little different. It's more. I'm not sure. It's even more than that. I really feel motivated and inspired, to try and get all the way up there as well. And yeah, for me, I need to work a lot to achieve that. So unfortunately, I'm not able to commentate forever. But it's been so much fun. I wish it had lasted longer. But again, I'm really looking forward to follow. Of course, stay tuned for the tweets. But mainly, you guys enjoy the commentary. Fabi is such a smooth commentator. He possesses the knowledge of chess and all the qualities a great player has, but he is able to say so much more with so many less words. Something that I'm really jealous of. So I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely, Anish. And Robert, big shoes to fill, but if anyone can do that, it is Fabiano Caruana. We're so excited to have him join us for the remaining of the World Championship match. He's your good friend. You must be really looking forward to it as well.
Well, I'm also a little upset. I joined for one day, and then Anish immediately says, "You're not done yet," and then he leaves. So I don't know if I have to send him a playlist of Nicki Minaj. I don't know how I'm gonna, restore this friendship. But Anish, man, way to desert me like that.
Okay, Robert. It's been really a thrill. I think I haven't been commentating with you a lot before.
Ever.
And ever, yeah. No, and immediately you'll probably notice, yes, I was so impressed with your today's performance. I think there are many highlights of the game, but the highlight of the game, from commentator's perspective, was the move Rook H3 that you found. That was an insanely difficult and brilliant idea, and Ding also found that. Credit to him. But so did you, and definitely, you're getting there. You're getting there. I think with Fabiano by your side, you will at some point reach the heights of Daniel Naroditsky. I think at some point you'll get there.
Wow, that was really so kind at first. I thought something was wrong for a second because you were being so complimentary, but then I knew that you were gonna stab me in the back as soon as your compliment ended. So I appreciate it.
No, it's definitely. Don't get relaxed.
Anish, it's been so much fun. Robert, today, what an incredible game we had, and just so thrilling to watch, and just also the way it ended with Nepo keeping things under control. We go into game 9 tomorrow. It's been a fantastic day of chess. I've had a blast covering it with you, Anish, and with you, Robert. Chat, big shout out to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been so much fun. We will be back with game 9 tomorrow. For now, this is a rewind of the thrilling action that we had in game 8. See you tomorrow.
If Ding can win in round 8 after rest day, we might see a new player entirely.
Well, no London, as we were saying. 2c4 has been played.
Rook a2. Such a nice move. Such a nice move to make always. Such a nice move to make. The rook will swing across the second rank before developing any of the bishops. So aesthetically pleasing.
That's pretty much a new territory for Jan, and I love it.
Okay, he can afford to think now. It's okay, he has an hour. He can do this. I'm getting a little bit worried for him. I'm getting bad vibes.
Whoa. Wait. He just took
panic. He panicked. Wait. I told you I didn't like the position. He thought he's already lost. I told you. And
yeah, but what about this?
Take twice.
Oh my gosh.
There it goes. He gives up his queen to get a new one, and the monarch will reign. And unfortunately for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, this is just lost at this point.
And Ding buys into it, by the way. Robert,
no, but
just
it's so easy to buy into it, by the way. It is so easy to buy into that.
But he's back in the game.
Oh, he bluffed him.
He didn't find it. He didn't find it.
Wow.
He doesn't go knight d4. And the Evalbar shoots right up. It's again Ding Liren in the driving seat.
Can he play king b3, king a4?
He's trying to force the knight back to f6, but it's a blunder, yeah? But Jan does it.
He does it.
He goes for it. He finds it.
And that deserves the double exclam.
He's let Jan back into the game, and it looks like things are not going his way at all anymore.
No, he's shaking his head.
He has to make a move. 10 seconds. One more move remains.
Bishop g2 is status quo move.
Look at him. He's so upset. Whoa. Queen takes b6?
This is losing on the spot, right? After queen d7.
He can breathe. I can breathe because I got so worried. He made a move with 4 seconds on the clock. And somehow the evaluation bar doesn't hate White's position. But Ding Liren has taken him out of his element. This has not been, and there's a draw agreed, fair result. But whew, what a match we have.
Yeah, handshakes. And this one ends in a draw.